Let's unmute the microphone and see how we sound on Twitch and YouTube. Alright, this is my voice. This is the sound of my voice. Let's unmute the microphone and see how we sound on Twitch and YouTube. Alright, it's working. On Twitch, at least. YouTube, how we working? Dropping any frames? Nope. Let's unmute the microphone and see how we sound on... Alright, so it works on YouTube. We need to get our camera. Camera? The extra syllables. Let's edit our camera here. Do a thing. Alright. Camera is adjusted. Go ahead and get started. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, Bullet Man. It's nice to see you. Alright, so... second day of the new year, second stream of the new year. Hopefully Star Citizen will work for us today. Alright. Cool. Happy New Year, Rofus. Nice to see you. Cheers. All right. What are we doing? We are... let's see here. All right. And there's Zeth. I see you in the YouTube chat over there, Zeth. Let's see here. Not really. Like, I do need to get some stuff recorded for Star Citizen. I need to do some capital ship stuff with my Polaris. Because we're working on the engineering video. So we need to do some headhunter missions. That thing. Around ArcCorp. Man, yesterday, that AI was just badass. I can't imagine. Just took me by surprise how good they were. Alright, so let's go ahead and get into game, because I can't really think of anything else to really talk about today. I don't think we have any... we're not going to have any real news in Star Citizen until, like, they're done with their planning phase, which usually takes all of January. And then they'll have, like, January, February, they'll have, like, a roadmap, or they'll have, like, a document out to tell us, like, okay, here's what our plans are for this month or this year. Oh, man. Yeah, if things get really bad, we can always just, like, make some art. I have ideas for the Stream Deck icons that I can work on or work towards if things get kind of bad. I may want to take a break later in the stream to, like, switch over to some art. I think that'd be fun. Got Rob in the PU already. We'll join on Rob in case we need him. In case we need to bother him. Have him help me get to something. Rob, help me. I need revives. I'm a bad player, Rob. Can't wait for a Star Citizen to start spawning, like, stuff in his cockpit on top of him. Poor guy yesterday, he was helping us with the Site B. Going through Site B, and the game just spawned NPCs on top of him. Literally just popped out of thin air on top of him and just shot him. It just... oh my god. The spawning in this patch has gone backwards. Unfortunately, this patch. We're seeing AI, FPS AI overspawn. get real nasty. So I had to like swap out to a gallant. It turns out this new was it? Is that an A or an O? I can't tell. Hey, Dashmaster. Happy New Year's. Is that a stoic suppressor or is that like a stack? Steak? Stoic suppressor. It looks kind of like an A. If you kind of like squint, but their lowercase a is a little different than their lowercase o. So it's a stoic suppressor. This thing basically deletes recoil from your NG weapons. The gallant turns into just like a DMR where you just pull the trigger and all the bullets go to one spot. This is pretty cool, yeah. Well, you can't repair armor, unfortunately. And you kind of need armor to prevent your power plant from taking damage from most ships. Zeth! Yes, thank you for following. Appreciate it.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
All right, so the Arrow, we had a ton of ships. We're gonna claim these, moving back over here.
Insurance claim has been sent.
He kept dying. I wasn't expecting the dogs. Like, the dogs were just kind of standing around when I showed up to the Onyx facility yesterday, and I was just like, oh, the dogs they're broken. I don't have to worry about it. The AI's broken. I don't have to worry about it. And then the dogs respawned, like 20 of them. They all rushed me, and they ate my face. I was just like, holy crap, I actually have to play a video game today? Shit.
Welcome.
So I was really surprised when I had 20 dogs rushing me down all at once, trying to bite my dick.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow. Please visit us again.
I was not prepared. I was not prepared. Like the first day of school, I forgot to bring a pencil. Terrapin's destroyed. Yeah, we were testing the boom tube on the Terrapin. Lightning stored here. Exactly, hypervelocity impact. I used to be able to, I could go through the Halcyon site, I go through the ASD facility solo. I could still kind of do it solo, but now I have to go through a lot more cautiously, and I have to be more aware of, like, the dogs and the AI. There's a lot more danger to the expedition now, which is as it should be, right? Going to the ASD facility should be kind of like an ordeal. So I'm pleased that we're getting that fixed up. All right, so the Polaris is at Area 18, so we need a shuttle. Where's my favorite shuttle? Alpha Wolf's destroyed. We can bring him up here.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
Intrepid's a pretty good ship, too. We're not going to respawn the C1 Spirit. I'm going to use the Wicklow one. And PV cargo. You can actually take the cargo straight down. Do we want to do that? Do it like the old days?
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered.
Sounds like a Stalker 2 moment, yeah.
Please visit us again.
You vastly overestimate yourself, and like the game teaches you, like, no, we're not that kind of game. Oh, for fluff's sake! I need someone else's elevator. I need my elevator. There we go. They fixed up. I hear they've done a lot of patches for Stalker 2. I'm almost interested in going back and playing it. I mean, I have a strong desire to play something else today. The one problem I had with like Bloodsuckers and Stalker 2 is they were way too common. They were scary, don't get me wrong, they were scary, but they put them everywhere.
Welcome to the ASOC.
In previous games, they were a lot less common, which made them far more intimidating to fight when they actually did show up. And of course, the problem with Bloodsuckers and Stalker 2 is you can just jump up on a piece of terrain and they can't get to you. There was a ways to cheese them.
Your vehicle
You have to claim it in the hangar.
Please visit us again.
I found out when I don't know if they fixed them in a patch, but all the melee. I don't think any of the monsters had like ranged options, like a spit attack or they could throw shit at you. But all the monsters, at least the melee ones, couldn't reach you if you like just jumped on top of a car or the hood of a wrecked car or something. So what ended up happening for my playthrough is like I'd hear like a bloodsucker spawn and I'd immediately run to the nearest like rock or barrel or box or something or car hood and I'd jump up on top of the car and then I just start using my shotgun to shoot them because they couldn't touch you. Same with like a chimera would spawn or a pseudo giant would spawn. You just jump on top of a box or something and they just run up to you. I hope they fix that. I really do. Give them like a little bit of a ranged attack or something so they can swipe at you because it was just the dumbest thing ever. We want... I think it's up top, right? We wanted the Argo.
Your vehicle, please visit us again.
Yeah, once you learn the AI, I guess I don't know if I haven't played it recently, but once you learn the AI can be cheesed that way, like it deflates the entire stakes, all the stakes of the game. I may have ruined Stalker 2 for you because of that. But really the fix for that is just like make it so AI don't have to path like right up to you to like swing at you, or you increase the hitbox. As like a programmer, you can just increase the hitbox range of the melee attack a little bit, like a couple meters, so that they don't have to be like literally touching your character model to swing at you. That way, if you're just like on top of a car or something, the AI can swing at you, hit you, and knock you off the car. And I've seen games that have done that, where, yeah, you can climb up on top of a car, but the AI still has enough reach to get to you with the attack animation. Or you'll have, they'll give like their monsters like ranged attacks. So the alternative is like create a system where the AI can actually climb on top of stuff to get to you, like Left 4 Dead, which is like not easy to do.
Alert. Front crash close.
Let's go. Landing gear up.
Landing gear.
Left 4 Dead and Left 4 2 had something like that, where if you were to climb up on top of an object, the AI can just climb up there with you if it wanted to. This thing does not have... Well, it doesn't have a quantum drive, so... I may have made a huge mistake, because we're going to go down at, like, 170 meters per second. If I was going at 1,000 meters per second, this would be a little different. So I don't think... Okay, so we can hold down the button for that. So we can get up to 500. Maybe 400? Yeah, 350. It's gonna take a while to get down there, but hey, we have each other to spend time with. I used to do this way back in the day, back in like 2018, back when Jumptown was Jumptown on Yella. I would take like an Argo MPV down to Jumptown, buy a load of drugs, come back up to Grim Hex, and then sell like the 2 SU of drugs I bought down there. And I used to know exactly where Jumptown was, so you can fly straight from Grim Hex at a spot, at a pixel on the surface of Yella. Fly down there, arrive at Jumptown, pick up some drugs, and then fly back up to Grim Hex, because I knew exactly where Grim Hex was in the asteroid belt. It used to be a thing back in the day. I still think I have, like, a picture on my hard drive of, like, showing people, like, where exactly you're supposed to fly to get to Jumptown. Yeah, don't save that. So we got the Wicklow Idrises. People are unlocking the Idrises. Anyone from 2014 and prior still here? I'm still here. I think that's the reason why, like, everyone's so crabby. It's like, hey, there's Blues Max. Blues Max used to hang out around us. Still waiting for Squadron 42. Yep. Record number 107. Oh, thank God, Dashmaster. Yeah. I got a new graphics card, too. Thank you. Thank you, Exodus. Appreciate it. I do have some old RAM I could probably sell from Corsair for a little extra cash. Help pay the rent and whatnot. There's Kazarm. Hey, Kazarm. Have a Peppo. Appreciate it. Ship turrets have to be a menace for the game to work. A turret gunner is fighting for a limited fire arc with no control over movement of the ship, which affects that arc. And a subcomponent that can be targeted and destroyed. The only way to possibly make it worth sitting over another fighter is for it to be an absolute menace. If the gunner can see it, it's in range, they have to be aiming at it. They should be able to hit it. If a fighter you have flown in the arc of a gunner is facing that direction, your first action should be immediately escape the field of fire. If I crawl for a while, this is the case with double gimbals. Whatever happened to that? I agree. Like, we either need to go with volume of fire, like World War I, World War II ships, naval ships. It took thousands of anti-aircraft shells or shot to actually shoot down an airplane. And so you either need to have like a large volume of fire going out from a ship to like convince fighters that, oh, I don't want to be there. Or you need to have like individual turrets be actually fairly effective. There's a quote from like the Rick and Morty show where it's just like where they're arguing with the president, Obama. Death deterrent. Where they start talking about it's called a deterrent. This scene.
You have a right to refuse his order, and I guarantee you're gonna die if you touch me, and there's no afterlife. Everything just goes black. Don't do it!
Whoa, Rick!
Okay, what was that?
Death.
What kind?
Instant.
There was no sound, he just died.
Yeah, terrifying. It's a terrifying thing to watch happen. It's called a deterrent.
You couldn't just knock him out?
How is knocking out a deterrent? Everyone wants to be knocked out. Nobody wants to be dead.
You committed murder in the Oval Office. Now you can't leave.
That's fine. I said I'm not leaving without a selfie.
I don't need a selfie.
And I'm saying you aren't getting one, and you aren't leaving.
So we agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, we disagree.
So that's every time the conversation of turrets come up, I always remember that scene from Rick and Morty. It's called a deterrent. In order for turrets to be an effective deterrent against fighters, turrets have to be dangerous to fighters. Right? If an individual turret or a group of turrets shooting at a fighter does absolutely nothing, then it's not a deterrent. It's not effective. It's the opposite of effective. And we've seen this with, like, I had a huge list of, like, content creators. Like, Morphologist made a video last year about how turrets suck on capital ships. Buzzcut Psycho did a video. They did almost the exact same video. And then, like, 4 years ago, Avenger 1 did the exact same video in the previous flight model about how much the Hammerhead sucks. And it's just... All you got to do is, like, stay out of range of the capital ship, do a gentle roll. And of course these wonderful, like, scenes from Rogue One show up. Shh, it's fine. It's fine, we can watch those later. So it's Avenger_1. No, I want to do Star Citizen. Really? Ship Shape and Avenger. That was 7 years ago. But Avenger 1 did a Avenger 1 did a video where he basically, like, showed off just how bad the Hammerhead was. Alright. Hammerhead. Yes. So this was like 4 years ago, and it was just like him and two people in a. He probably.
It's just a matter of time, right?
Avenger 1 probably could have just done this by himself, but it would have taken a lot longer.
This little corkscrew pattern, you'll see that like he's getting close to me, but he's just not. There's just not enough. You know, just not enough range, right? And we can kind of keep our.
He's in a hurricane with a buddy. They can just keep.
Flip the rotation here.
Just do a gentle circle. And this doesn't change. It's just you're just a little closer to the Hammerhead now.
Trying to flip their shields. There we go. I gotta make sure my.
So there's that. So like I said, you gotta. Turrets have to be deterrents. In order to be a deterrent, they have to be dangerous. In order to be dangerous, they have to be able to potentially kill whatever they're shooting at. Like I said, Morphologist did the same, basically the same video. And so did Buzzcut Psycho. There's the Polaris review, but he did a video specifically about big combat ships in Star Citizen are bad. Bad. No, fuck off.
Friends, you might have had a pretty good time. There's not much to do besides plinking targets as they fly past, but it can still be pretty entertaining, especially for friends who aren't as comfortable flying their own ship. And plus, there's always an appeal to some people like myself for doing some soft role-playing, like pretending you're part of a crew and coordinating like you're on the bridge of the Enterprise or something.
In range.
Right, because I can. I just wanted to fly the MPUV today.
Apart the moment you find a hostile player. If you've dipped your toes in PvP or just brushed against it doing any events that run up against PvP, you'll probably know where I'm going with this. Let's say I take a Hammerhead, a ship that's advertised by CIG directly on their website as designed to combat fighters, and you crew it with 6 of your best buds. Now let's put this up against 7 players, each with their own fighter. Who do you think wins that engagement?
The fighters.
You might think it's a toss-up. Big ships, big guns, designed for this exact scenario, right? Well, PvPers are already laughing at this because they know exactly what's going to happen as well as I do. The Hammerhead is going to get melted in seconds, and it probably wouldn't even be able to scratch a single fighter before exploding. So then, what's the actual balance like right now? How many fighters does it actually take to start threatening a Hammerhead? Well, only about 2 or 3 coordinated pilots, and that's it. That becomes a real challenge, and in some cases a single skilled pilot can take one out entirely solo. And if you don't believe me, I went out and recorded exactly this scenario for this video to demonstrate this, where we went up against a Gladius and an Arrow and a crew.
And this was 7 months ago.
And well, it was even worse than I remembered. The Arrow.
Yeah, so there's that, and then Buzzcut Psycho. Star Citizen. Can't remember what his video was. PC's nerfed. I can't remember what it was. It was probably this one. Wasn't that long ago. Yes, it was this one. Turrets suck.
In Star Citizen, weapons mounted on a manned turret are nothing more than immobile fighters. They share the same firepower as a fighter, but with none of the mobility or control. If turrets were redesigned to be more effective than individual...
This is basically the exact same video as the Avenger 1, which was released 4 years ago. Yep, we're talking about turrets again, because turrets suck. A lot of it comes down to, like, engagement envelope. Is just potential hits, just being able to potentially worry whatever you're shooting at. Getting hits. And I think that's what Chris Roberts and like company is worried about. They want turrets to be somewhat effective, but they don't want them to be overpowering. So you want to have a hit percentage where you actually do damage and it feels like you're doing something. And the one thing I think they can do is increase fire rate, increase rate of fire, increase dispersion, so that you have like a cloud of bullets going out. I mean, really, like, just create a special weapon that just like is meant for turrets that are like anti-fighter, low damage, like large area of effect. So you have like a large engagement envelope or a large area that has a good hit percentage, but you don't do a lot of damage unless the target comes close. But if you have something like the Hammerhead, you put a bunch of these weapons on the Hammerhead, and all the turrets are facing one target, then the target's gonna get really like worried down fast. So anti-fighter weapons, since we're just using a straight hit point system, we're not using like damage resist. Like this ship has small vehicle armor. This ship has large heavy vehicle armor. This ship has capital class armor, and then you like, because you have different categories of armors, you can give bonus damage. StarCraft 2 does that. I think StarCraft does that as well. I know Dawn of War did that, where they had like 9 different armor types throughout the entire game. I actually did some modding for Dawn of War, the old Warhammer 40k RTS, and they had like 9 different armor types. Actually, I take that back. I think they had like 12. Because I think they had building armor in there too. I forgot about the building stuff. You had like light, medium, and heavy infantry. And then you had like medium infantry, like light, medium, medium, and then heavy, medium infantry. And then you had like light, heavy, medium, heavy, and like heavy infantry. And then you had vehicle armor, light vehicle armor, medium vehicle armor, and heavy vehicle armor. And then you had building armor. Turrets need to be a threat. That's the bottom line. That's what Stone Cold told me. Yeah, if you're just fighting NPCs, who gives a shit, right? Because you can make the NPCs fly however you want. The problem starts falling apart when you have players. Exactly. Why not just have another ship? Why man the turrets on a Carrack? If the Carrack turrets can't do anything, why not just, like, have a Gladius flying next to you? So, like I said, the problem is, like, the engagement possibility, like, the hit probability, right? Your hit probability at 1 kilometer against a fighter is, like, if you're in a Hammerhead turret, you're shooting at a Gladius. Gladius is like 1.5 kilometers away, which is like the maximum range for like most weapons, I think, is around 2 kilometers now in this patch. I really should just make a video about this. Got another fucking video I need to make. Omni Skies. I fucking hate this website. I hate how I have to scroll down before I'm able to actually look at some of this stuff. Frames within frames. Alright, Galdarine. Actually, what's the range? Maximum range. So the C-788 has a range of 6 kilometers. Like, the bolt will go 6 kilometers, but the speed is 900, so your effective engagement range is actually a lot lower than your maximum range. But the Omni-Sky was at 15, which I think is a size 5? Divided by 3 vertigo. Yeah, it's a size 5. You can mount that to this turret? That's 5-man turret. Yeah. Which ship is this? The Reclaimer? Ah, okay. So yeah, like you have size 4 weapons. So with the Hammerhead. There we go. So what is your range for like most of your size 4 guns? So the Rhino is 3 kilometers. But your speed is 1,800 meters per second. So you're not going to get 3 kilometers effective range out of it. Your engagement envelope, yeah, sure, is up to 3 kilometers, but because like you're fighting a player, your hit probability is going to be much shorter than that. Like, but that's kind of what Morphologist, Buzzcut Psycho, and Avenger 1 are talking about. Your odds of getting a hit are pretty low out to that maximum range. But let's see here. We look at the Gladius. If we just look at the Gladius's default, like Panther laser repeaters. Speed's 1,800, maximum range is 2 kilometers, or almost 3 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers. The G20 Gatling range is 2.6. Speed is 1,800 meters, 1,600 meters per second, so you're pretty close to each other. Hammerhead, slow, big target. Gladius, small, fast target. As a result, the Gladius has a better hit probability further away from the Hammerhead than the Hammerhead does against the Gladius. So that's kind of the problem here. The Gladius can maintain evasive maneuvers and still get hits on the Hammerhead. The Hammerhead can't evade the Gladius at all. I mean, you could reduce the velocity of like the fighter's weapons, which has some horrible knock-on effects for the rest of the game. You could also just make the Hammerhead really resistant to fighter weapons, which kind of sucks. Kind of feels awful, but it requires you to bring. I think the X series does that, where you can bring a lot of fighters, but the anti-fighter weapons are actually effective, so it'll shred like your fighter swarm. And so what Chris Roberts wants, because you're going to potentially have players fighting flying fighters, he doesn't want a single Hammerhead to just delete everything fighter size in the verse. Well, unfortunately, you shouldn't have given it so many fucking size 4 weapons, dipshit. You created this fucking monster. People bought the fucking thing. But yeah, you just need to have... So what you need to do is you don't want a Hammerhead to delete everything at its max range. So increasing the velocity is not optimal. A gameplay from a video game standpoint, having the Hammerhead show up and just be able to delete everything at 3 kilometers, its maximum range, instantly is not a good game, right? That's not what Chris Roberts wants. It's probably not what you want either. Because we want the light fighters and the light fighter mafia still wants to be able to play the game. Exactly. Then what is a Hammerhead for, right? So you don't want to be able to like have laser beams that are pinpoint accurate at like 3 kilometers that instantly hits whatever they're pointed at. But right now, one of the problems with weapons, at least the Hammerhead, is like the auto aim and the PIP, the fire control algorithm that controls where the bullets go, because you do have bullet nudging in Star Citizen. When you aim at the projected impact point, when you lock onto a ship, I wonder who that is. That's not Rob. Yeah, back when we had rock, paper, scissors. Yeah. And there's Shepard. Is it Shepard's G1 or is it Shepard SG1? Because it was... Yeah, SG1 would be like Stargate 1. SGC was Stargate Command. And thank you for that sub on YouTube. Happy New Year's to you as well. Hope everything went well for you. We're talking about like ship turrets and what it would take to make them good. So I don't think having turrets that are good, that can 100% hit, have 100% accuracy at like 3 kilometers or 3.5 kilometers, that can laser beam a Gladius out of the sky, no matter how good the pilot is. I don't think that's good design for a game. What I want to see, what I want to see is the turrets to be somewhat effective, in which you want to have some hits at maximum range. Not a lot, just occasionally you get a hit. And one of the problems is the fire control computer or the fire control algorithm that CIG has. That's part of the problem. Is, especially back in the Avenger 1 video, you had weapons that had high velocity and had pinpoint accuracy. The problem was the way the projected impact system works, the way the fire control system works for like all the ships, at least back then. Where's my button? We want to call ATC. I'm talking and I'm trying to land the damn ship. What do you think Squadron 42 could probably...
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
I'm thinking around Christmas time. Usually a good idea. Summer is also another good time to release a video game. But basically, like, I think Chris Roberts is going to be when it's done. It could be, like, literally end of the year.
Warning.
So don't hold your breath that Squadron 42 is coming out early this year. It could. See, Chris Roberts can always shove it out, like in the next month or two. It's a possibility, but I'm not holding my breath.
Alert. Deck crash close.
So I would assume Christmas.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
So what was I talking about? So the problem is engagement envelope. So if we have like a Gladius, you know, we have a ship out here. You know, the ship's kind of moving. And then we have like a turret. Let's say a hammerhead here. You have a turret on the hammerhead with a couple guns. And then you have the projected impact point out here in front of the ship. Boop, 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 boop. So your bullets are traveling out here. But by the time your bullets get halfway to the target's moved. And this ship is firing back at you, right? And you can't move fast enough to get away from the Gladius. And because your bullets are so accurate, because they go exactly to that pip, every bullet they finally added dispersion a couple patches ago, so weapons are a little bit more inaccurate as a result, which is fine. But you can do the exact same thing with the hammerhead turrets, and you can actually increase the dispersion considerably more, and you'll actually potentially get more hits on target. You won't do a lot because the CF, what is it, 433? The Rhino laser repeaters, their actual names. Yeah, the CF, well, this is like the Gladius. Yeah, it's like 447 or something. The CF 447 Rhino laser repeaters. They don't do a lot of damage per shot. Where is their alpha DPS is 65? Yeah, 65 damage per shot. Hey, Daft Zippo, welcome. Nice to see you. So because you have such low damage, having like 1 or 2 laser bolts like incidentally hit a Gladius at like 3 kilometers isn't going to do a lot, but it's going to be good for psychological reasons. Moral support, right? Emotional support weapons, right? That's basically what these guys are. But you have so many guns on the hammerhead that if you get, let's see, the 2 side guns, top and bottom turrets, if you get 4 turrets, each with 4 size 4 guns on them, aiming at one Gladius, you could do enough damage with my system. Sounds like I'm trying to sell people like some sort of investment system. So you get the top and bottom turrets, and the top turrets here, the bottom turrets here. You can have enough, right? You can have enough bullets, a large enough cloud of bullets coming out of your ship, right? So your hit probability here is like 100%. If you're here, and it starts dropping off to 50% here. And then out here, it's like 15%. Yeah. And that's kind of what we need to solve this issue. It makes turrets... because really, like, NPC Hammerhead doesn't give a shit. The NPC Hammerhead doesn't need dopamine, right? You can just program the Hammerhead to just do whatever, right? But players, we need dopamine. We need serotonin to be fed to us. Being in a Hammerhead turret, being in a Polaris turret, being in an Idris turret, aiming at a fighter, pulling the trigger, and having every shot miss until your capacitors run dry is negative fun. It literally sucks. It's like having a dopamine vampire attached to your neck, right? Just sucks the fun out of you. Right? And you just ask yourself, what am I doing here? Am I going to put a podcast on or something? Am I going to listen to some music and just kind of vibe? So this is the solution I have is, yeah, you're not doing a lot at your maximum range, but you're doing something. So you get a little drip of dopamine and serotonin. Oh, I got a hit. I saw his shields flare up. So I'm doing something, right? Something is better than absolutely fucking nothing. Which we saw in the Hammerhead video here with Avenger 1, where you're getting no hits. You're in the Hammerhead,
Yeah,
you're not even
threatening
the target. And they're dead. And then you lose because you did nothing. Everybody in the ship did nothing. What's the point? And that sucks. Like I said, that's if fun exists, there exists the existence of anti-fun, right? There's fun and there's anti-fun. This is an example of anti-fun, where you did nothing and lost. Where you did something, right? You did something and you lost, right? You pushed buttons and you lost. Which happens, right? It does happen in a video game. You pushed buttons and nothing, and you accomplished fuck all. But the whole marketing sales pitch for the Hammerhead is like, it's supposed to stop this thing that Avenger 1 is piloting, right? It's supposed to be good against this. So why did you lose? Did you lose because you were just bad at the video game? Did you just push the wrong buttons? Well, unfortunately, turrets only have so many buttons you can push to actually engage with the gameplay. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I think the Hammerhead has enough firepower that it should be able to unleash. If one Hammerhead fully crewed is focused on one fighter, I think that fighter should just die at maximum range. Every turret on the Hammerhead focusing on one fighter at 3 kilometers should be a serious fucking deal for that one fighter. And like I said, just having like an engagement envelope like this, just having a hit probability 15%. Just 4 turrets, because you can get about 4 or 5 turrets focused on one fighter if I hammer, depending on the orientation of the fighter. If you're straight above the Hammerhead at like 3 kilometers, all 4 side turrets and the top or bottom turret can definitely get an angle on you. If you're exactly broadside to the Hammerhead, 4 turrets can get you. If you're on front of the Hammerhead, 2 turrets. I think if you're on the exact rear of the Hammerhead, it's like 3 turrets. Depending if you're a little bit above or below the Hammerhead. I've fought in a lot of Hammerheads in my time. So even if we could look at 15%, we could do some maths. I know how much y'all like. I know how much y'all like me doing maths this early in the morning. We could do some maths here. Let's see, Hammerhead. So let's do 5 turrets engaged, which is going to be 4 guns per turret. So 5 times 4 is 20 rhinos. So we need to take our rhino laser repeaters. Our alpha is 65.4 damage. And we can multiply that by this to figure out how many. Well, we already have the DPS. So your burst DPS. Let's run with a burst DPS. Right? We need a calculator here. So that the burst DPS is before you like overheat or like have to recharge your capacitors. And we can change that, I think, by changing the... Nah. ...24 seconds CF. Before they run out of capacitor. Or I can run sustained DPS. But it gives you the idea of the DPS of the whole turret. Load 1200 ammo in 20 seconds. So we could probably just run the, so 5 turrets, 5 times this number. So 2371.5 times 5. And then if we multiply that by 15%, 2,453.6 damage. So, I mean, that's... If we look at the Aegis Gladius... I'm going to open another one of these. Look at the Gladius. How many shield hit points does this thing have? 5,000. So... That's your DPS. You could probably stand within that DPS... for maybe 2 seconds. Maybe a second and a half. Before your shields go down, right? You have 5,800. Default Gladius is 5,800. That's not... That is worrying amounts of damage. That's like 5 turrets on you, though. With like a 15% chance to hit. And really what CIG can do is just increase the cone of fire for the Rhino laser repeater. Just make the cone a lot wider. So that it's not perfectly accurate at its max range, and then you just have a bunch of turrets target the same fighter when it's that far away. So you'll have a lot of shots missing, but because you're carpet bombing space, no matter where that Gladius goes, there's always a potential that it wanders into a laser shot, right? And then if you increase the rate of fire for the Rhino laser repeater from 750 rounds per minute to 8,000 rounds per minute, so that it chews through that 1,200 rounds of ammunition a lot faster. Suddenly, you don't have like a little stream of bullets coming out. You have a brick of bullets coming out. So you're gonna get hit by something, no matter where you move. And that, folks, is how you solve the turret problem. And if you get closer to the hammerhead, that brick becomes that wall of bullets becomes like a brick, and then it becomes a slug. So you don't want to be close to the hammerhead at all. I mean, obviously this is kind of like crazy, the numbers I'm putting out here, but really, like, it comes down to like hit probability. Like, you need to increase the hit probability at longer ranges. So one of the things that CIG did for the PTU, the 4.5 PTU that we just had, was they reduced the weapons effective weapon ranges dramatically to force ships closer to each other, and everybody hated it because it felt awful. It felt forced. And my advice is just create weapons that are only good. There goes my vulture. I would love for this thing to be able to be parked on the side somewhere, but this hangar does not. Well, maybe it does. I can kind of shove the forks in here, maybe. This hangar does not support... Oh, that little guy's just hanging in there. I think it's gone. This hangar does not support putting ships the size of the Vulture on the ends of it. Yeah. I mean, like, in my opinion, like, a hammerhead showing up should be kind of like a doomsday scenario. We take a look at the arrow. Health points is 1,700, yeah. So you definitely... Yeah, the arrow has 2,000. So the arrow would definitely not want to be anywhere near the hammerhead. As soon as you saw a hammerhead show up with an arrow, you'd just be like, no, I don't want to be anywhere near the hammerhead. And guess what? Isn't that what they sold us? Right? Isn't that what CIG told us, sold us for the hammerhead? Is like, it's supposed to be this anti-fighter platform? I've fixed it, right? I've fixed the anti-fighter platform. A hammerhead shows up and you're in a light fighter and you're like, oh shit. If one or two turrets are like shooting at you, it's not going to be so big because, you know, 50%, you know, of their DPS. But if they get like 5 turrets on you at once, I like how it's on its side now. All right. Welcome to the orange. Welcome to the tangerine. Got that best in that orange best in show. It's actually kind of a coppery color. But yeah, like it just comes down to hit probability. Either just add more guns to everything and make them like more inaccurate but higher fire rates at longer range. That way you have like a brick wall of bullets coming out, and that way if the Gladius moves, it doesn't matter which direction the Gladius or arrow moves, it's gonna get hit by something. So it makes it feel like the turret operator is actually doing a thing. Like you're pushing buttons and stuff is happening on your screen, so you feel like you're contributing. And therefore you get dopamine, therefore you get serotonin, therefore you get enjoyment. Because we all want to push buttons, right? We all like the idea of pushing buttons and seeing stuff happening. That's kind of like the basis for video games. Is like you push a button, something happens on the screen, and then you receive dopamine. Well, Knowledge Lambo, the specific solution to this problem is like turrets on big ships don't do anything. That's the specific problem we're talking about. And there's a thread here on the forums. Right, ship turrets have been a menace. Ship turrets have to be a menace for the game to work. And the hammerhead I'm picking on specifically is because the hammerhead is supposed to be that ship, right? That the turrets, it's the whole selling point of the ship, and it sucks. Let the fighters land. That's kind of what I'm talking about, but in order for suppressing fire to work, again, in order to be a deterrence,
Enjoy the ride. System check.
that's one of the reasons why suppressing fire doesn't really work in like video games, because players have to value their lives. I feel like I need to get some food and water, because I'm at 50% here. I just realized that. I've been walking and talking this whole time, and I've just been ignoring my hunger and thirst meter. Oh, you know what? I don't have to leave the ship. I can just go to the med bay. So that's kind of like my roadmap to like, and there's a lot of levers and dials you can like grab and like shift to have them to fix this issue, but it's just really making stuff be able to hit at longer ranges to worry fighters. Not necessarily destroy the fighters, just make the fighters worried that they may be destroyed if they keep doing stupid shit around your capital ship. Worry. Inducing worry. And there's play and counter. Hey, Asmer. Brother. Play and counterplay. That's also another thing that needs to exist within video games. You need to be able to make a move, and then your opponent needs to have some sort of counterplay. And then you need to have some sort of response to that. I mean, look at chess and checkers. Would be like the most basic. You know, checkers would be the most basic game I can think of where you have this concept highlighted, where you take a turn, your opponent takes a turn, you take a turn. So I can't remember who goes first in checkers. I think it's like red or something, where you move your piece, and then your opponent gets to move a piece, and then you get to respond, and your opponent responds. And then the game continues after that, where it's mostly just a response to each other's moves. Alright.
You are clear to launch.
We need to show everybody just how pathetic engineering is. So we're going to go verified, we're going to go mercenary, we're going to take the most expensive mission they got here. Handsome Heads. And we're supposed to take 3 friends with this, but we're going to take just the Polaris. Because we can. So the problem, okay, so I don't think Death of a Spaceman's ever coming. Because hardcore death mechanics is one of those things that just never survives most MMOs. Everybody wants to make a hardcore MMO until it comes to actually like getting people to pay for it, and then suddenly they give up. Especially hardcore MMOs that have PvP in them.
Thank you, and please visit again.
A lot of them fail pretty quickly, or they end up being very niche. Because here's the problem.
Stowe's here.
Shut up, Stows.
Thanks for picking up his patrol.
Oh my god.
I know it's old shit.
I'm here talking and Stows is interrupting me. He's gonna be calling me every so often, telling me, "Good kill, mate." So here's the problem with like having really punishing death mechanics is extremely punishing death mechanics only punishes those who are new at the game and those who are bad at games. People who are good at games usually don't see the game over screen very much. And in Star Citizen, you have very clearly, you have some ships that are designed to be preyed upon. You very clearly have ships that are designed to be prey, right? Like the Argo Raft. The Raft has absolutely no defensive systems, right? Supposedly it's supposed to have a bunch of armor, but that armor is not going to stop you from being interdicted. And armor doesn't, like, stop damage. It doesn't stop distortion weapons. I like to point that out, that distortion weapons exist, so armor means nothing. If you want to get past armor, as Rob Toll, one of my viewers, discovered, you don't even have to deal with armor if you just bring distortion weapons. So you very clearly have some ships in Star Citizen that are just designed to be preyed upon, and you also have ships that are designed to be predators. You have stuff like the Hornet Mark II, the Lightning, the Stinger, the Shiv, right? The Cutlass. You have ships that are overgunned, too much ordnance. What is it? The Firebird. That thing has a hilarious amount of size 3 missiles. So here's the problem, Zippo. Escorts don't work. Because if someone wants you dead, they'll figure out. EVE Online just demonstrates that. If somebody wants you dead, there's a way to do it. No matter where you are in EVE Online, you're not safe. You can't be suicide ganked in high sec because Concord doesn't stop people from killing you. Concord avenges you. And Star Citizen's going to be the exact same way. They can spawn NPCs on top of you when someone comes up to gank you, but they can kill you faster than the NPCs can kill them. Right? So your best bet, and it also doesn't stop you, like Zeth points out, it doesn't stop you from being backstabbed. Like hiring escorts. Just, your escorts turn against you and they pirate you or they blow you up for shits and giggles. Your best bet is security, right? Your best bet for security is scouting and vetting. Make sure the people you're flying with are really on your side. They're not with like another organization. EVE Online has that, where in order to join an organization, a business, a group, a clan, a corp, I think they call them. In order to join a corp, you have to be vetted to make sure you're not like in someone else's pockets. And sending a scout ahead of like your transports, right? If you're moving a bunch of expensive ship, a lot of people who run transports will have like an alt account that just has like a fast scout. They send them through the jump gate first. They scan the area, see if it's clear, and if they're reasonably certain that the area is clear, then they bring the transport. That's your best bet in even in Star Citizen. That's going to be your best bet. Sending someone first into an area to scout it out, then bring in your transport.
Shields are off.
Because I actually have experience with the whole bring an escort, and it's failed miserably in Star Citizen. And stealth ships. Just having a bunch of stealth ships that just can't be detected until they're within firing range counters the whole bring an escort crap that I hear. The fact that the Firebird exists, the Hornet Ghost exists, the Saber exists, the Eclipse exists, the fact that these stealth ships exist and can get within firing range just kind of nullifies the whole get an escort, bro. Because I was going down to it wasn't Dupre, but it was like Dupre over at Microtech. It was like one of the Gray Cat facilities over there, and it was like you could stack a whole bunch of delivery missions from the Gray Cat facility to Tisa Spaceport or Port Tressler in orbit of Microtech, and you can make 1 million credits in like under 30 minutes, easy. And I was doing that, and I got away with it once or twice on stream, and then after like the third time, like I just couldn't get out. I couldn't get loaded because I would land, and then my ship would just blow up. And Rob was there to protect me, and Rob is no slouch, right? Rob actually knows what the fuck he's doing. And the first time I died was an Eclipse showed up and just torpedoed my ship while I was sitting on the ground. And Rob tried his goddamnedest to shoot that torpedo down, but he just the crosshair was too wiggly, and he just couldn't get a good shot at it. And that's more of like Star Citizen's fault. And then if it wasn't an Eclipse blowing me up, it would be a Hornet Ghost dropping bombs on my ship. And again, Rob couldn't figure out where the Hornet was, wherever the stealth bomber was, because of just how stealth works, right? By the time my ship was gone, by the time my ship blew up, like whatever hit me with that bomb was gone. So you also see their engine trails. Okay, that's cool. Assuming engine trails actually show up, right? Assuming CIG actually like keeps those engine trails in the game. But the fact that stealth ships exist in Star Citizen kind of negates the whole get an escort. There's tons of ships out there that have insanely high ordnance that they can throw at you. Oh, this is a product ship, which should be pretty easy. So ships like the Caterpillar, ships like the Starfarer, they're very much vulnerable to ordnance, just having a bunch of ordnance thrown at them. Or focus fire, for that matter.
Shields are off.
Oh no.
Collision alert. Front. Shields damaged.
I think those are torpedoes. Maybe. Should have came out a little farther away. This is fine. Also, I found out that you really don't have to have the cooler running on this thing, because the cooler really doesn't do anything. Let's turn the cooler off. And the game's gonna complain about the cooler being off. This is like, bro, you turned your cooler off. Yeah, so the engine trails really don't matter if you can't do anything against the ship. You can't lock onto people. You really can't shoot at them very effectively. You're kind of guessing where they're at. But you can see their approach direction, which I guess is something. But yeah, like PECs can shoot down torpedoes. Eventually, like if we could say like, oh, did Vertigo, like eventually you'd be able to shoot down torpedoes effectively. Like, yeah, I guess. You know, you'd be able to lock on with a fighter craft and shoot torpedoes down.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields damaged.
Part of the problem is like you have to wait for the stupid stuff to engage here. I'm gonna get rid of this Sentinel before it distorts me. Like I like how Zippo's like telling me this stuff I already know. Like, you're responsible for your cargo. I know that. And I'm telling you this stuff, the responses I have to piracy are somewhat limited, is what I'm saying. Like, I understand that I'm responsible for my cargo. I understand I'm responsible for my character's life. I understand these things. But there's not much you can do to stop a gank. If people want you dead, they'll find a way to make it happen.
Shields damaged.
All right, and this is why solo capital ship can be done, right here. Is that the AI will constantly drift into your turret range. The AI really needs like an algorithm or something to be programmed to realize that like you're in a single turret, like there's a turret that's occupied by the player, and just don't go into that turret's firing arc. It would definitely make this a lot harder to do. And of course, the armor and shields on this thing are way too thick still.
Shields damaged.
If I wanted to, I could probably get like the Grey Cat PDCs, the PDT or PDC, because there's a Grey Cat with like a ballistic PDT, point defense turret, that we could rob. And then we get all the old damage back. There we go. Yeah. I mean, that was sold to us a long time ago. The idea that we'll have NPC turrets, NPC crew at some point. I should have came out of Hype Quantum a while ago.
Shields damaged.
Yeah, for some reason, like, the guns don't recharge very well on these damn things. Having the Gladius actually use his torpedoes would be a good idea. Dashmaster trying to put any responsibility on the victim until you remember some people are just dickheads. That's what I'm talking about, play and counterplay, right? You need to have responses to what other people are doing in Star Citizen, and manned turrets just aren't good enough, right? Having players in your turrets just is not an effective solution to, like, other players. Against NPCs, yeah, sure, because as you can see, NPCs fly like imbeciles. And if you have a ship with point defense turrets, right, they're actually dangerous enough to, like, worry down players, like 1 or 2 players. You could still solo a capital ship against other players with the point defense turrets, even though CIG nerfed the energy ones dramatically. You just get the ballistic ones on there, or you get the missile ones, right? The pepper box point defense turrets, which have size 1 missiles. And then you don't really have to worry about, because it's size 1 missiles, and there's the pepper box throw out enough missiles to kill just about anything. So you can take your Idris M, you can take your Idris K, you can take your Polaris down to Hathor, and just by yourself, you could do a lot of stuff to whatever ship, unless someone brings like the actual counter, right, to your ship. Like an actual torpedo ship, or they bring, like, I don't know, a Perseus or something. If you're just by yourself and, like, a fully crewed Perseus shows up, yeah, you're kind of fucked in an Idris. There we go. And then we have this guy, which we can't shoot. The PDCs won't shoot. Don't tell me it's not possible with the point defense turrets to, like, not shoot at fighters, because they won't shoot at certain ship sizes. Me teleported. And then we're gonna have to go to, like, damage control to figure out how much damage we took. And mind you, I turned the cooler off, too. So... there we go. I was supposed to start recording this. Hopefully I don't get an encoding error. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, if I can get the nose on, yeah. Alright, so... I'm gonna turn our face cam off, because, like I said, I'm recording. Let's go check our engineering. I do have a tractor beam. Do I have, like, a repair tool? I do. So let's go find out just how bad we were hurt. Also, we can lock these doors open, which is great. Right? Amazing. I love that. We finally have the ability to lock doors open. Alright, let's take a look at what we got here. So our armor went down to 53%, our hull's at 96%, life support's offline, hydrogen fuel's 90%, cooling system's offline. Give you an idea, our power plant is still at 100% health. Our shield generator, still at 100% health. It's 100 degrees centigrade. But we found out, like, messing around with the Polaris and turning the cooler off, the power plant doesn't get much hotter than, like, 250 degrees centigrade. And so it's really hard to get the Polaris to catch fire. It really is. So what we're gonna do, open that door. We're gonna lock it open. This door as well. With this door. Yeah, lock that door open too. Then we can go to the front of the ship. There's so many doors up here. And this is why I don't really like this system they have. Because when you get to this right here, look at how many icons there are. For, like, the doors and whatnot. I'd rather have, like, a list, if I'm being honest. Excuse me. Okay, we'll lock him open. Lock him open. And then we have, like, the cockpit. I think we'll leave the cockpit door closed. Is it my imagination, or is this shit just getting brighter and brighter? Like, I leaned over to, like, read the chat, and I was just like, why is my monitor, like, so bright? What the absolute fuck is happening here? All right. Does it just like throb, like, brighter and brighter or something? Like, what the hell was that all about? What? Yeah, it just gets brighter. That's an interesting bug. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Like, what the hell was that all about? I don't know how I did that. I was, like I said, I just kind of had my mouse kind of hovering over it, and I was, like, reading chat. Asmer was like saying, what is your org for? My org does different stuff. Cargo runners, smugglers, miners do their job. They try to implement different playstyles for a wing squadron. There's fun for everyone and profit for someone to split. Yeah. What I want to do is I want to open... I think I want to open this door at the very end here. Yeah, that one. Open door, lock it open. I think it's that one. I know that's the ladder door. Eh, we can leave it open. It's fine. Gives us a fast way to get downstairs. And then these doors we can lock open as well. There we go. Look at that. So how the hell did I do that? I don't think I clicked on them. I just kind of hovered on them. And I was just like reading chat, like leaned over. And I just noticed my screen was getting brighter and brighter and brighter. Huh. No idea. What if I don't want to be a part of an org? Why are you playing an MMO then? That's kind of the problem. Is like, I hate to break it to you, but and one of the M's in MMO is multiplayer. Like, if you just want to play by yourself, like CIG said, there's going to be content for you. But you know, if you're just going to do like industrial stuff by yourself, like mining and like cargo hauling, you're probably going to have to like hire NPCs, right? But we're not going to have NPCs. Right? We're not going to have NPC escorts. We're not going to have NPC crew anytime soon. So there comes to be this problem where it's like, okay, CIG, you've promised a long time ago. Chris Roberts promised. They're for solo players. I mean, I remember like EverQuest back in the day where like you had to. You had to, like, make friends, because there was no, like, looking for group button. Like, you literally had to go out and, like, you treat the game like a social experience. You had to go out and meet people, you had to get recruited. And if you had an organization or a guild or a clan or something, you had to go recruit people, right? You had to get people to join your group so you could do harder content. And yeah, that led to a lot of drama, but also led to a lot of friendships forming too. Eventually you found people you enjoyed spending time with. Or you found people you hated spending time with, but they were good enough to actually get the content done. So, like, here we're talking earlier about, like, how do we make turrets more effective that are crewed by players? And then we had we start talking about, like, oh, well, Vertigo, if you don't want to get pirated. Because I was talking about Death of a Spaceman. I'm just like, I don't think death mechanics are going to be that punishing. Like, permadeath and whatnot. I mean, CIG rolled back kind of on the permadeath stuff a little bit just recently with like tier 0 item recovery because people were complaining about losing their shit. Like, I'm never gonna use hard to find armor or equipment. If I drop it on the ground, I'm never gonna use like rare colored items that I find down the wild. I'm never gonna have like a coordinated outfit. Because if it takes me a lot of effort to go out and find an item, I'm never going to want to use that item because I only have one of those items, right? And I'm actually gesticulating because I think my camera's on, but it's not because I'm recording like me soloing a Polaris. So CIG rolled that back and said, oh yeah, you're just going to respawn with everything you have, right, on your character, and then we'll do something later on. We'll do something later on allows you to recover the gear you dropped. I realize I'm just going to cut out the audio for this anyways. We're just going to use the visuals. So we could definitely like throw on some like music or something, some BGM to listen to while I'm talking about this. Hey, Ace Pilot, come here. Come here, nerd. I want your helmet. I want your sweet, sweet insides.
Radar contact.
There we go. We'll swap out of.
Shields are on.
And you're going to notice that we don't really have a problem with heat. I mean, we're up to 66, 67 degrees centigrade. Radar's 176 with the cooler off. And it really doesn't, like... Yeah, T0. I agree, Dashmaster. I like T0 because it just saves me a lot of clicks. Like, I don't have to worry about re-equipping my gear after I die or after a bug gets me. I could just wake up, like, throw some stuff into my inventory, and then just go get my, if I want to get stuff that's in my pockets back, yeah, I have to do a corpse run. But I can tolerate that. But I still die to stupid stuff like falling through the planet all the time. You know, if I had to, like, re-equip my gear every time I fell through a fucking planet or died for some stupid bug, like a guy runs into me. Like, I had Rob run into me one time and shove me outside of an elevator. Luckily, I was able to, like, fly back in. I was able to float back into the station, but mother of God. Rob went down because he had an NPC, like, teleport on, like, spawn, literally, like, to appear on top of him. Out of fat air. So the game definitely has ways of just screwing you over still. Okay. I want to say he's back there somewhere. Because I saw his marker. I'll do a ping. Yeah, okay. So I see something over here. Let me go check out. Maybe wreck site. You see human-shaped in there? That's probably it right there. Well, we'll get out of the ship and we'll take a look. I don't really see a person in there. That's kind of like the problem. Like the ace pilots have been dying but not dropping their bodies. Is that close enough, Vertigo? Yeah, I don't see a body. Well, you could still solo unload. There's a button you can press when it comes to like unloading your ships to like automatically unload. It's supposed to cost credits. I did it recently, and it worked just fine. I don't think it took any money from me though. But yeah, like if you want to manually unload your ship, it's especially really big ships. I'm not quite entirely sure how like the whole B is going to be received. All right, where is this wreck site? Around here somewhere. Is that it? No. I thought it was like off. There it is. It's really hard to see like in the darkness of space. All right, here's the cockpit. Here's where the guy was piloting the ship is. I don't see anything there. There's a spinny javelin segment. Activate. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't think I have reshade running right now. Otherwise, I'd activate my night vision goggles. Well, the thing with drones, you can just have like sprites and stuff. Like there's ways of cheating. You don't have to actually have the drone, right, be an actual physical object with like collision mesh and whatnot. It could just be like a sprite or something, or a voxel, a set of voxels and whatnot. And you could still have a lot of ships in an area and it doesn't affect performance that much. There are ways to like hand wave like the drones to work that are efficient. Like you can have like the drones be you know a group of voxels, and voxels are pretty rendering efficient. And then you just have them fly on a set path, a path that's not a dynamic path, but a path that's very fixed. That way you don't have to, like, have dynamic pathing, which is, again, very efficient for computational purposes. Or you could just have, like, the drones just be, like, graphical, right? They don't actually do anything. They just fly out, grab a box, and then teleport everything back. Everything just kind of teleports off the ship. You spawn and despawn stuff. So there are ways that CIG could potentially do this that could be very, very render efficient. But Chris Roberts probably wants to do it in reality, probably just make it happen. Like, the actual drone is an actual little spaceship that comes out, grabs a box, and brings it in. I don't know, we'll see. Can you fit a bomb on a drone? How many drones can you fit inside of a ship? Yeah. I mean, they promised drone gameplay a long time ago, so it's coming at some point in the future. All right, so the Ace pilot, that's not a thing, unfortunately. We need to find out where we're going. It's 15 kilometers, 18, 12. Let's go to the 12-kilometer one, I guess. There's 11 right behind us. I guess we'll go to the 11 one behind us. Deliver a bomb to your ship. Didn't we look him up, like, recently? The Timothy McVeigh drones? Which is, he was the Unabomber. He was mailing bombs to people in America, like back in the 80s. I want to say, no, much longer, 70s or something like that. Oh, it was a long time ago. That guy was mailing bombs to people. Definitely cutting the audio out of this video. I don't think YouTube would appreciate that reference. Oh no, major torque and balance. We may have to go fix our thrusters. If only they had like a little screen that showed you like what was actually damaged up here. Well, I mean, they could just make drones like little remote-controlled ships and then be done with it. And that honestly isn't hard. Like, other games have done that, where you're able to remote control into stuff. Whereas Chris Roberts would make it really difficult. Because that's Chris Roberts for you. Let's narrow the scan angle. I don't know if that actually helps. You just take the character's camera. You take the camera out of the character's face, you put it into the front of the drone, and then you make the drone fly like a spaceship. There's probably a few more steps than that, but that's how I imagine it would be. Hello, I would like to scan this probe. I'm supposed to scan this. Where is the center of the scanning thing? I'm having the exact same problem like Exodus was having. Where it's like my scanner doesn't want to go. Do I not have my sensors on? No, my sensors are on. They're really hot, but I don't really care. They should work. Alright, maybe we gotta turn the cooler back on. Everything cooled down. There we go. Got it. Alright, where's our next one? There's 19, 26, 25. Looks like we're going for the 19. Let's switch over to nav mode.
Shields are off.
Hey, Stickaroo! Welcome. So yeah, there's definitely a video there to talk about, like, turrets. And how bad turrets are. Also, I don't need my tractor beam powered up. And this mode.
Shields are on. Radar contact.
Oh, we can just kill this thing. I usually run these over. I've actually been killed by running over one of these things. I ran into one of them and it just squished my character right in the pilot seat. That's one way to prevent people from ramming each other. All right, so we need to destroy this thing. Let's get into the turret. Yeah, I agree. Like turrets need something. You all wonder why? Like you have so many goddamn doors in a ship. This is why. Rendering distance. The reason why this hallway at the very end is black is to prevent it from rendering. That's one of the reasons why CIG don't want you to be able to lock your doors open. That's also why a lot of ships have like corners in their hallways. Like a 90-degree corner. You'll have like a hallway, then like a turn, like a corner or something. That's to hide areas loading in. Because they use like a streaming setup. So like yeah, you can see like how that fades out and fades in. That's because this area is loading in over here. And really what you want in Star Citizen, you want to have like a hallway like this, where it's very short. Now you can see towards the end of it. Right? There's no doors until you get like up to here in this area. You end up with this hallway that's very short, and then you have a 90-degree turn when you get to the end of the hallway. And this allows you to hide the loading, the area loading in around the corner. As your character gets closer to the corner, like you load in the next area. Probably because like it's loading in a bunch of stuff into memory, Zippo. Because that's the problem, is like you have so many different ships in Star Citizen, you can't load all of it into memory. So when you spawn a ship, you need to load all that stuff off the hard drive into your memory, into your system memory every time. If Star Citizen had like 7 ships, you could put everything on your hard drive into system memory. And then you wouldn't have like any loading times for like ship spawning. Also, another reason why we have the really slow ass elevator for our hangars. Like, it looks cool, don't get me wrong. But one of the big reasons is loading times. Alright, where's our next one? Because you have to have enough time to load the ship into memory off the hard drive. And that can be kind of slow, especially if you have a mechanical hard drive. Yeah, that's the one right there. Let's turn this down. As opposed to docking ports, where the ship just instantaneously spawns in. Right? And the thing with, like, Idris is spawning in someone else's hangar, because you're in that area, and that Idris may show up on your monitor or near you, those assets need to be loaded off your hard drive into your memory. Right? So that's why someone spawning in Idris slows down your machine, even though it's not your Idris. Because you may see that Idris walking around, you know, if you're walking around, like, let's say, Area 18, Riker Memorial Spaceport, and you happen to walk up to the glass windows, right, in the waiting area, the lobby area of Area 18, and that Idris leaves the hangar, you may see that Idris on your screen, so which means you need the assets for that Idris. One of the things, though, that was supposed to help this was You don't need to render the inside of the Idris on your computer. That was supposed to be like one of the pieces of technology, which was bind culling. Was you don't need to see with server meshing and whatnot technology. You weren't supposed to see the interior stuff. You just need to see the exterior of the Idris. So it shouldn't be that. But I guess maybe they need to load the interior because you could potentially see the interior. I don't know. I don't know how CIG's handling the interior-exterior switch of their ships. I don't work for CIG. I don't work on their rendering stuff. It could just be really inefficient right now that CIG's just like, it works, it's good enough.
Check fire.
Because we're at that point in development where we're kind of like putting new stuff in instead of like fixing all the old stuff we already have. We're making Star Citizen run better. They're kind of trying to they're doing everything at the same time, and it sucks. But the whole idea was you can call out the interior of the ship and separate the interior of the ship from the exterior of the ship. That way you only need to have the exterior geometry count for rendering and whatnot until you get much, much, much closer to the ship, where maybe you can see in through the windows, so you only need to like render like the cockpit or something because you're close enough to actually see people wandering around the cockpit. But you don't have to render anybody in the cockpit because you're not close enough to see people in the cockpit. And then you get much closer, and then you have potential to actually see the people in the cockpit, so you start rendering people inside the cockpit, but you don't need to be very accurate on the rendering of people in the cockpit because you don't need that level of fidelity from like a Gladius unless like the ship's standing still and you're much, much closer. And then you get a lot closer to the cockpit, like with 5 meters from the glass. Then you need to see what the people in the cockpit are doing, right? Then you need to see people with animations. You need to see people standing up, walking around. You need to see people eating the Whammers hamburger. And that's what LOD, or level of detail, is all about, right? Is you have very low detail the further away from an object you are, and then the closer you get to the object, the higher fidelity, the more detail. The more detailed the animations, the more detailed the geometry, the more detailed the textures, the more ray tracing you want to add to the scene, the more anti-aliasing you want to add to the scene, the more cool effects you want that are more graphically, computationally more just more, right? And that was like what we were sold with bind culling, server meshing, object container streaming. Was the idea like we could stream stuff out that we don't need to like render on the server or on your clients? Because there was server-side object container streaming, and then there was client-side object container streaming all those years ago. And it has improved Star Citizen. We got more people in the servers. Of course, they've added more play space to the servers, so you don't exactly really notice. You don't really notice you're playing with a lot of people. Yeah, we don't actually have to scan this thing. We just gotta kill it. Well, we have static server meshing, which really only affects certain areas, certain well-populated areas. The idea with dynamic server meshing is like CIG can spin up, they can move the server cluster to areas that need it. So if the entirety of the player base goes over to Seraphim Station, like all 700 people like pile into Seraphim Station, CIG needs to subdivide Seraphim Station into many different servers to control that load. But the rest of the game universe, because nobody's in Pyro and nobody's in Nyx,
Radar contact.
CIG can like spin those systems down. They can give like one system to the one server blade to the entirety of Pyro, right? Because there's almost nobody in Pyro. Same with Nyx. There's nobody in Nyx, so you only need really one server. You just kind of have like a maintenance amount of like computational resources dedicated. I get turned around every time. A token amount of computational power delivered towards Pyro Nyx. And then all your money, all the real money hardware is directed towards wherever the player base goes. That's the whole point of dynamic server meshing, right? We have static server meshing, where CIG has to manually move their money resources around on, their computational resources, how much memory and CPU usage the server has. They have to, like, every patch, they have to, like, okay, so all the player base is over at Bluesky. So we need to put a whole bunch of servers on Levski and sub basically makes Levski its own server because there's way too many players over there. And then 6 months later, like there's nobody at Levski. Everybody's back in Stanton because that's where the player base just wants to be. So we can have one server for the entirety of the next system. Right? Now Levski's got a lot better now that the player base has kind of lost this infatuation with like the new spot. When the P2 released, everybody was at Levski. And there's still parts of Levski which have like really bad frame rate. And I think that's more like due to optimization issues. Like it's a new spot and there's probably like doubling of like objects or stuff. Like a potted plant may have like 10 copies inside of itself that the level designer didn't realize. They copied it like 10 times over. So you have like one area that has like a stupid number of polygons for no reason. And CIG needs to go through and catch that kind of stuff. But for now, like, Levski's out, right? I just needed to ping the area? Okay. And then waits. So that could be part of the problem. QB Facility didn't work, that's why Nyx is dead, yeah. And that's a Star Citizen thing. Like, CIG releases new content, the content breaks, and it is what it is, right? It's Star Citizen, and I hate to say it, it's just something we gotta put up with. And that's what I'm talking about, Dashmaster. Levski just, for some reason, doesn't run very well when you get close to it. And that could just because, like, again, it's not well optimized. CIG needs to go in and, like, figure out where all the frame rate's going. It could because, like, the inside doesn't call out properly. Like, you're still rendering stuff you shouldn't be rendering on the server client side. And that's something they'll figure out as they continue. But it requires CIG to actually put resources to that, actually want to fix that. I don't know if they're going to get around to it. I don't know. I know my Perseus would have... I would fly the Perseus over there, and I would try to dock, and it would give, like, the wrong dock. The docking port would be in the wrong alignment. So I would never be able to, like, land at Levski, because it always gives... If the Perseus would always get a docking port, right? And it'd always be fucked up. So I don't know. I haven't been to Levski in a Perseus in, like, forever. I'm assuming the docking port's still messed up. But I think it's specifically the Perseus that has the docking port that's all messed up. So I'm hoping this is like a combat one right here. This is like kill all the ships. Because then I can use this as part of my video, the engineering video I'm making. Yeah, Levski just doesn't have a docking port in my mind, yeah. It's the Perseus specifically. I think I've seen Idris's dock there just fine and Polaris's dock there just fine. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't bothered taking my Polaris over there. I mean, we can go over there. Search the area. Okay, so this is just going to be a search the area one. So this may be... I may have to do a second one of these. Oh no, Vertigo. Like, to get some actual good I'm just trying to capture B-roll for my video I'm making. Like I said, the last time I went over with the Perseus I have, that CIG loaned me, I wasn't able to dock properly because it was all the docking port on the Perseus was like not registered properly. It was like 90 degrees to the actual docking port. If you lined up the docking port the way it looked like it should be lined up to actually dock, it wouldn't let you dock. Like, at all. And if you lined it up the way the UI showed you it should be lined up... Okay, we're done. Yeah, we have to do another one of these. Oh no, we have to earn more money and get some more council scripts. Oh dear, Vertigo. What will we ever do with all this money? Like I said, you can solo your Polaris doing these missions. Everybody was like, oh, engineering's going to come out and you can't solo your Polaris anymore. Or you can't solo your Idris. Like, no, you can. You can. It's going to take a while for the mission to show back up. We can do the next level one. Like standard ground. It'll be even easier because I was hoping that this mission would like spawn a hammerhead and I have to fight the hammerhead, but there we go. How's our temperature doing? 132 centigrade or Celsius. It always powers up the tractor beam. I don't know why it does that. Just wants that tractor beam to be powered. There is positively, absolutely no reason to have the cooler powered on the Polaris. I'm not quite sure about other ships because I don't own like the Idris. So I'm not entirely sure if it's the same on the Idris, but the Polaris does not need its cooler powered. None of the components will get hot enough to actually like shut down or malfunction if you turn the cooler off. I don't know what it is about this ship. Maybe it has like magical backup coolers somewhere. I do know if you go look at the room system, like this elevator right here sucks heat out of the ship, but that's mostly just atmospheric heat. That's not actual heat for the for anything else. So let's go look at the systems. So we go look at the shield generator, which is off right now, which is cooling down. Yeah, the jet module. Yeah, this guy's only 135. If you go look at the power plant is 222.7. And it never really, yeah, now it's cooling off, 222.6. Probably because the shield generator's not on. That's a water-cooled power plant. Yeah, that water cooling should fail after a while, right? If the cooler isn't on. Like, just sitting in a bath of coolant, like, trust me, I was a mechanic. I was trained to be a mechanic. I know how cooling systems work. You need to be able to dispose of that heat somehow, and that's what the cooler's job is. Like, the cooler should be basically just a really fancy pump that pumps coolant to, like, a radiator system. There really is no way that I know of to destroy heat unless Star Citizen just wants to use space magic. But if you go look at this room back here, this elevator shaft, which is back here, for some reason it has negative 273.1 degrees Celsius, which is absolute zero. It also has 0.0 atmospheric pressure. I'm pretty sure like this is sucking all the room heat out, this elevator right here. Like that could literally be what's sucking all the heat out of this ship. Which is causing the ship not to heat up. I don't know. But yeah, this guy right here. I'm sure they'll fix it too. So we go into the cargo bay. Yeah, you really don't notice. Like, the room system tells you, like, it's negative something, you know. You can get the power plant to heat up a little bit more. If you, like, pull it out of the coolant pool. Yeah, see, 100%. Fuel generator. Yeah, so right now there just really is no reason to like turn your cooler on. It gives you more power to play with. Because everything stays super cool, right? Go up to engineering. Yeah, I know you could raise the power core. Need to go lay down in a bed. My character's getting thirsty. And you have like this thing. I don't remember what this is. This is the gravity generator. Or does it say unknown? Unknown. I think this is the gravity generator back here. This is life support. So we got that. This could be like the radar. Is it called out on the terminal? Go to systems. Yeah, it's called out. Radar. Yeah, there's a little lever. We can go down there and show it off. There's a little lever next to the generator itself. I don't know what it's for. You can repair it while it's like sunk into the thing. Oh shit. Down we go. And just throw this lever. I think there's one on the other side too. Yeah, there you go. It actually causes the thing to heat up even more when you pull it out, but it does tap out though. Future hot swap cores, maybe we'll pull the rods out or something, or it could just be rule of cool. Just a button you can press to like do things on, because the capital class components require you to go to a shipyard to get them swapped out, from my understanding, what they said years ago. Yeah, there's another lever over there. Up we go. Yeah, size 3 components, you'll supposedly not be able to pull those out either. This way, I'm assuming. Size 3 and capital class components. You won't be able to pull them out. I'm assuming CIG is going to nerf the amount of air you have in your flight suit to make turning off life support like less than optimal. You're going to go from like several hours worth of oxygen to like minutes worth of oxygen. They don't really give you an idea of how much oxygen your suit carries. But I haven't been on a ship that it's worth keeping the air on for any reason. On every ship I get into, the first thing I turn off is like the air system. Because you just don't need it. Just put a suit and a helmet on. You'll be fine. Alright, let's go get this mission done. Unless there's like a better one. I want to do the more higher difficulty ones. Not because it's worth more money, because it would just be more impressive to show off. Yeah. They have a cooldown to print you from making a shit ton of money. But if you can turn it back on, Stakeroo. You can turn the life support system back on if you need to eat or drink. It's that simple. It's easier to do it that way. What if my life support gets destroyed, Vertigo, and I need to eat and drink? Well, even if you had your life support system on, like, you'd still be screwed. Right? Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to take your helmet off and put it in your lap and then, like... Okay, so we're having a problem here. It would be nice to be able to take your helmet off while you're seated. Alright, let's do a potato count. Because maybe that's the problem. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, and engage. Alright, so we have this issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday, and I was having this exact same problem. So let's warp to Arc 5. Let's just see if we can go someplace. No. Let's go to Endless Odyssey Station. No. All right. So I have a theory. We're up to 126. Let's turn our cooler back on. 125. 24. 20. 19. Okay, let's see if we can go now. It may not be a bug, it may be a feature. Let's find out, Zippo. Let's find out together. Oh my god! So are you telling me... Hold on. Are you telling me I can't quantum if my quantum drive is overheated? That is delicious. That is absolutely delicious. If that's the actual cause of this... I'm gonna get some more water here. I mean, sometimes, like, I talked about this yesterday. It's like we wonder, like, what is a bug in Star Citizen, or what is a feature? And I'm thinking to myself, why have my cooler off? Is it because my quantum drive is kind of overheated? Well, I mean, it is giving us a notice that the cooler has failed, right? 132 Celsius. So let's try that. Failed. Mic 3. Failed. So, you cannot just turn your cooler off and use the ship. You must have some cooling, right? You have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. That is a thing, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there should be like an overheat warning on the UI that says like, warning, quantum drive overheated.
Quantum drive is now on.
So if your quantum drive is over 130 degrees Celsius, like, you cannot. And that's probably what that streamer was experiencing the other day, because he was really badly damaged. And it's probably because his quantum drive was overheated. If you open all the doors, does it cool faster? No. No. I'm sure I could, but it just heats up and, like, it doesn't. I don't know, we could try it. The open exterior. I don't think my exterior is opening. There we go. We can try that. We can turn the cooler off. Quantum drive's at 70, 73, 75, 76, 77, 77, 78, 78, 79, 78, 80, 81, 81, 82. So I have the cooler turned off. I have the entire ship opened up, right? Yeah, vacuum. Vacuum is a perfect insulator. So opening the ship up through the power of convection, or yeah, convection. It would cool the ship down a little bit to remove all the hot air, but then you'd have conduction, where heat would just pass through the structure of the ship into the quantum drive. So we have the quantum drive is all, but it's a size 2 quantum drive for the ship, which seems really weird. Oh, it's a size 3. So yeah, here we got the quantum drive back here. So because it's attached to the ship, it would just heat up naturally. We do have a warning, believe it or not, but it's only on this screen that the warning shows up. 117. And if we go to cooling, and we look at the quantum drive, gun warning damaged. There's actually a warning here. It says it's overheated. You have to go to the actual engineering screen. to see the warning. Or the 3D view to see it. That's 130. So we found out today that your quantum drive does not work. Yes, engineering does have a purpose. I'm gonna clip that out because that's a really good clip right there. So if we go to content, video producer, because I was wondering about that yesterday while I was watching that guy. I can't remember his name. I followed him yesterday. I was like, what the hell is this ship's problem? It's like, is it a bug or something? What's going on there? What's going on with this? Because there's a few times I've seen that bug. Actually, you know what, Vertigo? I just realized I'm recording. So I can click stop record here real quick. Stop. And then I can just like transfer over. I can show you all how I make clips. So if we go over here to this other computer. I have to like mute this thing. Shh. So you don't have to listen. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna grab this. Probably not gonna use this just for the clip, but I can't clip it out over there. And then we're gonna move it into public videos. No, not there. We're gonna go straight to the gaming tower. It's gonna take a few moments. And then we go to our public. Here, we need DaVinci Resolve. Do I have replay pluffer? No, I don't. I actually have to remember to click, like, record. I can turn my camera back on because we're not really doing anything. All right, there's my engineering video. Let's see what to call this. Overheated Q drive malfunction. Creates. Pull out our public video, which is going to be this one. And I was boop, 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 boop. Yeah. We can come in here. Now I could use FFmpeg to do this as well. I just need to find out where the timestamps are in like the video that I want to clip out. And there's like a command line prompt for FFmpeg for like, you need to know the exact timestamp of the area you want to clip out. But I want to do more with DaVinci Resolve. So we go to YouTube, have a new folder every time I do a new project. So this is going to be called Q drive overheat which stands for short for malfunction. It's going to be a clip. Paste into there. Throw that into that. Don't change. It's fine. DaVinci Resolve, you're okay. Throw that into the timeline. Go to the edit view. Zoom in just a little bit and sweep till we find it. Towards the end somewhere. Was this it? Let's go to Endless Odyssey Station. Yeah, this is around where I need to be. Because maybe that's screwed. It's easier to do it that way. What if my life support gets destroyed, Vertigo, and I need to eat and drink? Well, even if you had your life support system on, like, you'd still be screwed. Right? Yeah. It'd be nice to be able to take your helmet off and put it in your lap and then, like... Okay, so we're having a problem here. It would be nice to be able to take your helmet off while you're seated. Okay, honey. Where do we first realize that we have a problem? Come on, Stakeroo. You can turn the life support system back on. So right about here... Oops, I was a little too close. Right about here is where we want to start our cut. Click, cut, deletes. So we don't need all that stuff before that. Then we need to figure out where the end of our clip is, where we suddenly discover where our cooler. 32 Celsius. So let's try that. Failed. Mic 3. Failed. So, you cannot just turn your cooler off and use the ship. You must have some cooling, right? You have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. That is a thing, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there should be like an overheat warning on the UI. There you go. So we discovered. There you go. And then we don't need the rest of this. So that is, how long is that? We can never find out. So that's like 3 minutes. Is that literally 3 minutes long? Yeah, it is. Oh my god. So we really want like 60 seconds. It's gonna be about, let's see here. So what do we ended at? We ended at 12. So it would be 2:12. Right about here ish. And they'll put a marker right there. Just give us an idea. I talked about this yesterday. It's like we wonder like what is a bug in Star Citizen, or what is a feature? And I'm thinking to myself, why have my cooler off? Is it because my quantum drive is kind of overheated? Well, I mean, it is giving us a notice that the cooler has failed, right? 132 Celsius. So let's try that. Failed. Mic 3. Failed. So, we can't cut out... You cannot! We can cut a little of this out. Click. Click, click, click. And reduce the amount of time. Reduce these awkward pauses. And this is like mostly what I do with my videos. It's mostly like just editing out the unnecessary... I talked about this yesterday. It's like we wonder like what is a bug in Star Citizen, or what is a feature? And I'm thinking to myself, why have my cooler off? Is it because my quantum drive is kind of overheated? Well, I mean, it is giving us a notice that the cooler has failed, right? 132. I think we can Celsius. So let's try that. Here. Failed. Mic 3. Failed. So, you cannot just turn your cooler off and use the ship. Okay, so we get rid of that second cannot. You cannot just like, we can get rid of this right here. We can get rid of this. Probably get rid of that so as well. Failed. So, you cannot... Yeah, right here. Boop. Failed. You cannot just turn your cooler off and use the ship. You... Yeah, delete some of these awkward pauses here. Like, we're trying to get this under a minute so we can get it, like, onto a YouTube short or something. And so if we remove, like, all these weird awkward pauses... And use the ship. You must have some cooling, right? You have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. Some cooling, right? You have to have some... Okay. Get rid of this. The weird, awkward way I talk, where I repeat myself constantly. You have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. That is a thing, folks. Delete that. If only to use your quantum drive. That is a thing, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. There we go, and we get rid of this awkwardness at the end. That takes us down from 3 minutes. That took us down from like 3:13 to 2:52. So we managed to scrape a few seconds out of that. And let's see here. Yeah. Then wiggle our thing. What What if my life support gets destroyed, Vertigo, and I need to eat and drink? Well, even if you had your life support system on, like, you'd still be screwed. Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to take your helmet off and put it in your lap and then, like... Yeah, it'd be nice to be able to take your helmet off and put it in your lap and then, like... Okay, so we're having a problem here. It would be nice to be able to take your helmet... And then we can get rid of the... Okay, so we're having a problem here. It would... Click. Okay, so we're having a problem here. It would be nice to be able to take your helmet off while you're seated. Get rid of the helmet thing. We don't need that. This is more about the quantum drive than the helmet. Okay, so we're having a problem here. All right, let's do a potato count, because maybe that's the problem. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, and engage. All right, so we have this issue. And engage. All right, so we have this issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday. I can't remember who the streamer was I was watching yesterday, but I followed him. And he was having this exact same issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday, and he was having this exact same problem. So let's warp to... Exact same problem. So let's warp to Arc 5. Let's just see if we can go someplace. Oops, a little too far. No. Let's go to Endless Odyssey Station. No. Alright, so I have a theory. We're up to 126. Alright, so I have a theory. Get rid of that. No. I have a theory. We're up to 126. Let's turn... click. Get rid of that. I have a theory. We're up to 126. Let's turn our cooler back on. 125. Cooler back on. 125. 24. 20, 19. Okay, let's see if we can go now. I don't need the calibration in that. 19. Okay, let's see if we can go now. It may not be a bug, it may be a feature. Let's find out, Zippo. Let's find out together. Oh my god! So are you telling me... Hold on. Are you telling me I can't quantum if my quantum drive is overheated? Can't quantum if my quantum drive is over... Okay, how do we get it? We need to clip this whole part needs to be cleaned up because of the weird way I speak. Yeah, that's right there. If my quantum drive is overheated, if my get rid of the if my quantum. All right, let's see if we can like fix this a little bit. Right here-ish. Let's see if that fixes it. If my quantum drive is overheated, perfect. That is delicious. There you go. Yeah, I was listening to the stream, which crazy voice jumping, thought my internet was going out. Welcome back. Drive is overheated. No, we're doing that is delicious. That is absolutely delicious. If that's the actual cause of this. There we go. Click that, click that, click that. And Omega, thanks for that follow on YouTube. Appreciate it. Don't forget we're streaming on YouTube, folks, so you can follow us there. This will probably be up today. Do it like a list. We're just doing like, we're trying to clip this down to get it to like under a minute. I don't think we'll be able to get it that far, but we were at 3:13. Now we're at 1:59, so 2 minutes. We managed to clip enough stuff out of this. Absolutely delicious. If that's the actual cause of this, but get some more water here. Clip that. That goes I mean, sometimes, like, I talked about this yesterday. It's like we wonder, like, what is a bug in Star Citizen, or what is a feature? Yeah, clip that out. This. We wonder, like, what is a bug in Star Citizen, or what is a feature? And I'm thinking to myself, why is my cooler off? Is it because my quantum drive is kind of overheated? There we go. Well, I mean, it. Clip that's overheated. Well, I mean, it is giving us a notice that the cooler has failed, right? 132 Celsius. It's about just getting rid of the stuff that's not 2 Celsius. So let's try that. Failed. Mic 3. Failed. You cannot just turn your cooler off and use the ship. You must have, you have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. That is a thing, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. You have to have some cooling to, you must have, there we go. Clip this out. I think that's cooler off. Close to everything we can clip out. Use the ship. You have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. That is a, and use the ship. You have to have some cooling to use your quantum. You have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. That is a thing, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. So we're up to 138. That may be enough. I know 1 minute worth of audio and video. I'll wait for the Spotify remix. I know 1 minute I can get into Discord. So, let's see here. Audio, I think audio is fine because we're at max volume. Let's see here. Q, drive, heat, mouth. Location is going to be YouTube. Where is it? Over here. Save over there. QuickTime, no. WebPF, this is like a new thing. MP4. So video. Do they have the H? No, it's just MP4. I can do it as JPEG if I wanted to. You can also do AVI. Codec, H.2.4. Actually, we can do the new one. It's H.265. Coder auto. Timeline resolution. We can also create one for YouTube. The resolution we can go like, which is can't remember which is the phone resolution. I have to like set it someplace else. Coding profile main, balance, quality best, advanced settings. Why are you doing this to me? Dimension resolve. Audio codecs, AAC, fine. And render queue. And render everything. And then we need to make sure, go through and check the quality of the file. Okay, so it's 76 gigabytes for like a minute. Obviously, we need to go through and redo our settings a little bit. Ah, not now. Okay, so we're having a problem here. We actually need the codec extension. So we need to use the other one. 224, 264. You have to pay for the thing. I think that's what Exodus was talking about. 265 requires like actual license. Hey, Luminaria, welcome. Let's see how that worked out. So that's 100 megabytes. That's not gonna. Okay, that's not going on Discord. So we have a bug in use the ships, ladies and gentlemen. I definitely need to go through and like do a better job of like getting my resolutions and like presets. Constant bit rates. Yeah, 8,000 kilobits. Let's try 6,000. That's 60,000. Let's see if we could do that. Let's see if we can get the size down a little bit. 100 gigabytes, 100 megabytes for a fucking file this short is not a... there we go. 71 megabytes. We're making progress. Okay, so we're having a problem here. That is the failed thing, folks. All right, so we can also do variable bitrate. Let's do 3,000. Let's do a Mark III. Let's see if the variable bitrate crunches our file size a little bit. Yeah, supposedly. So yeah, we're up to 4,000. So we're making some progress there. We still can't upload this straight to Discord, unfortunately. Okay, so we're having a problem here. So let's go to endless audio. But drive. I don't think we've lost a lot of quality. I don't think we've lost a lot of quality. Maybe change the audio. Audio really doesn't. Variable bit rates. Let's do 160. Let's go half. Mark IV. I don't think audio really. I don't think audio really adds a lot of stuff to the video. But yeah, supposedly Squadron 42 is coming out this year. I don't know when. Yeah, we didn't. Audio doesn't count for much. We went from like 39,765 to 39,379. So we didn't manage to shave much off there with the audio. So it's gonna be mostly visual stuff we need to like. Okay, so we have this. If my quantum drive, I don't really need to worry about audio. So it's going to be the video formats that really. Profile base main high. So what if we go to 2,000 kilobits? Presets, performance, quality, advanced settings, data levels, audio. Yeah, 12/31/2026 at 23:59:59, exactly when the ball drops at New Year's Eve. All right, so let's do a Mark V and see if we can get this down even more. Just fucking with the sizes now. I could also run it through the 2-pass filter for WebM, convert it into a WebM. Okay, so we managed to go to 26 megabytes. Let's see how bad this is. Okay, so we're having a problem here. So we have this issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday, and I was having this exact same problem. So let's warp to our cooler back on. 125, 19. Oh, hold on. Are you telling me I can't our citizen failed, right? Cooler off. That is a thing, folks. I don't think I can go much. Well, fuck it. How about... How about... okay. How about 200 kilobits? Or how about... yeah, how bad was that going to be? Mark 6. I had to rent a coup. Like, 200 kilobits would just be terrible, right? Not quality, but resolution. Like, for 4K. I am at 1080p. Like, I go to 720p or something. Lower than that. Yeah, we're up to 5 megabytes. Okay, so we're having a problem here. Honestly, that's not bad. All right, let's do it. Let's do a potato count, because maybe that's the problem. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato. I mean, there's a lot of artifacts. All right, so we have this issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday, and I was having this exact same problem. So let's warp to. Oh, I take that back. It's terrible. Like the first fucking frame was actually pretty decent, and then as it continues, it just gets worse. Let's go to Endless Odyssey Station. But I can 5 megabytes. I could load that up to upload that to Discord. So if we double, if we change the resolution a bit, maybe 1500 kilobits to Mark 6, Mark 7. I mean, yeah, it's not the first time that CIG has told us. Like, we have Chris Roberts dead to rights on camera back in, like, 2017, 2016, saying that Squadron 42 was going to be released next year. And it didn't get released. So, like I said, they've done this to us before, where it's like, oh, yeah, Squadron 42 is totally coming out S20. I think this is probably the lowest we can go. Okay, so we're having a problem here before we start losing quality really badly. All right, let's do a potato count. Because maybe that's the problem. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, and engage. All right, so we have this issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday, and I was having. Let's find out if that's the actual quantum drive. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not terrible at like this one, but this is not. I can't upload to the Discord without like subbing or something. But that's probably what I want right there. I can probably go to 1,000. But yeah, and we'd have to do like, let's do performance. See if that scrapes some more out. 8. We get kicked out. Shit. Well, it means we have to load back in and get our stupid thing. Let's see what that gets to. That didn't. Yeah. That didn't get us anything better. Okay, so we're at 4 potatoes. I have a theory. Hold on. Drop your cooler off. Yeah. So, I mean, honestly, Mark 7 is probably the best we're going to get. I could run that through the 2-pass filter on FFmpeg, see if that gets any. See if I can crunch that down even more. Delete that. So let's get rid of this one. Copy, paste, rename, and then run a command. Oops. Command prompt. 2-pass settings. See. That's gonna take a while to cook. If we can compress this down even more. But yeah, we could definitely upload Mark 7 to like Bluesky or something. Or Reddit. Star of Citizen. No, it's under YouTube. This could be final. Really, the difference between all the other ones is like. Let's see if that. Let's see here. Who was the guy I was watching yesterday? I need to find out. I followed him. I was talking to him for a little bit, and I can't remember. There's some guy named Chaos. You know what I could do? I can go through my history. Search history, not my search history. Fuck off. History. Show all history. Yesterday. A bunch of Reddit stuff. Yeah, it was after I raided Loken, I think. King Chaos. It probably was King Chaos. I'm looking through here. Because I wanna like be accurate here. If I follow the guy, let's see here, King. Searching. No results. So, he spelled his name kind of weird. That's what I'm doing, Rob. Yeah, here we are. I think this is the guy, King Chaos. I think this was the video. The guy. Towards the end of it. Kind of sweep through. He was in Stanton. And he was flying a Hornet, and his Hornet was just all fucked up. And he couldn't quantum anywhere. He was like, why can't I quantum anywhere? This may not be the video. Maybe I was thinking of another time. I was kind of scrubbing through. It doesn't look like he's in Stanton. But he was in Stanton. He was trying to get to, yeah. He was in Stanton. 2 days, 17 hours ago. 2 days ago? And he's at the worm. I thought it was this guy. He may have deleted the video. Deleted it up because it was embarrassing. It looked really bad for Star Citizen. It looks like he's doing the worm. This one, like 3 days? Was it 3 days ago? Couldn't have been 3 days ago. This one actually looks like he's in Stanton. Okay. He's actually by Crusader, doing some dogfighting. Huh. This looks like about right where it should be. He was doing some dogfighting around here. He got damaged really badly. I mean, really badly. And he couldn't get back anywhere. And he was just like, why can't I go anywhere? I was thinking really hard about what his malfunction was. Flying the Hurricane. I swear to God, this was the guy. I can't find the actual incident. I swear to God it was this one. It was like yesterday or something, but it looks like he's in Pyro in this one. He's not in Stanton. Because he was having problems getting to Crusader. Yeah. I don't know. I swear it was him. I vaguely remember it being him. So... what's this guy's name? King Chaos, that's how you spell it. Did it actually upload? Watching... King Chaos on Twitch having problems with... watching King Chaos play Star Citizen. Well, having problems. Let's do hashtag Twitch. Having problems with Quantum Drive. Thank God there's a Control Z on that one. With his. Can't remember why. I remember him not being able to QT, but I can't remember why. Yeah, Iron Fuzz, exactly. I was watching him, but I can't find the clip, the exact spot. And I had the exact same problem today. It turned out my Quantum Drive was overheated. So I fixed it by like turning my cooler back on, my Polaris. We actually need to get back and reclaim the Polaris. What? Why am I recreating my character? Oh, this is not a good sign. No. Back the fuck up. Oh my God, what am I doing? Oh, we're locked out? What the fuck happened there? Someone stuck a bit in his steel pipe. I think we may be done with Star Citizen today. Did this render queue get finished? No, it's still cogitating. I was watching King Chaos play Star Citizen on Twitch, watching King Chaos play Star Citizen on Twitch yesterday. Having problems with his Quantum Drive. Wondering what the problem could be. If you do not have enough cooling in your ship, the quantum engineering doing something. There we go. Watching King Chaos play Star Citizen on Twitch, having problems with his Quantum Drive. I was wondering what the problem could be. Had a similar issue today. I had a similar issue today. Turns out, if you do not have enough cooling in your ship, the Quantum Drive will not engage. Engineering doing something. All right. Yes, I can enter. I'm gonna go to best. See if that helps. So there you go. Yeah, so it looks like, the post seems pretty good. Watching, if you want to proofread something, read it backwards. Engineering doing something. Turns out, if you do not have enough cooling, your ship to the Quantum Drive will not engage. Had a similar issue today. Watching King Chaos play Star Citizen on Twitch, having problems with Quantum Drive, wondering what the problem could be. There you go, let's post that. There you go. And then of course we can put that on Reddit. Definitely worth sharing. Definitely worth sharing. Because I think a lot of people will see this and they'll be like, Star Citizen, it's a bug. What's going on? No, check your heat on your... Check the heat on your Quantum Drive. See if your Quantum Drive's overheated. Because you can't engage your Quantum Drive if it's like 130. Alright, hey, look at that. We spawned in our hangar. And then we need our Polaris. Polaris has probably been destroyed. No. About to place to something else. That sucks. We'll have to, like, do some more recording. I didn't intend to get kicked out. So we need a thing for Reddit, which is going to be YouTube. Where's the final? Open. It's uploading. I don't like contractions that much. Subreddits, Star Citizen. It's a gameplay, I guess. Apply. Q drive not working? Check your heat. There we go. And submit that. There we go. And then we can take our, we can reuse our post here. And copy paste that. Everybody gets to see just how Vertigo does like content creation. Watching King Chaos play Star Citizen. Having problems with his Q drive running. What the problem could be, I had similar today. Turns out you don't have enough cooling in your quantum ship, and your ship quantum drive will not get injured doing something. There you go. There we go. We're getting the word out. We're getting the word out. And if we want to do a short, are we done? We're done. Okay. So we go to bin, we go to output. How low is our output? So 20. So our input was 20, and our output is 25. So I need to figure out what the fuck is going on with my 2 pass settings for WebMs. WebMs should be a little bit smaller than the MP4s. So that doesn't help me at all. Zero help. Now what I can do is I can go in to DaVinci Resolve and I can change the timeline output to timeline resolution. And I can lower the resolution to like square. Right? Okay, so we're having a problem here. Do a YouTube short. All right, let's do a potato count. Because maybe that's the problem. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, and engage. All right, so we have this issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday, and I was having this exact same problem. So let's warp to Arc 5. Let's just see if we can go someplace. No. Let's go to Endless Odyssey Station. And another thing we can do with this, since we're going to do a short for like Instagram or something, we need to put a watermark on here. So we need to do a collection, audio, video. So we get our watermark out. Let's see, I know I have watermarks somewhere. I got this guy. Boop. Come on. Does not want to go in there. Do I have to do it here? Come on, you know you should be able to go in there. Should be able to drag that in. There we go. I knew I could put it somewhere. So we got a watermark there. Then we need to go back into YouTube, and we should have art, branding assets. There we go. And then we go to edits. And we need to resize that dramatically. There we go. The entire way. Ba, 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 ba. And then there's opacity as well. We want to change the opacity. There it is. Give it about 30%. 30% opacity. We don't need our faces to be that big. Let's see here. Again, 30% opacity. Which probably should have added these watermarks at the very end. Okay, so we're having a 125. Quantum drive is kind of... That is a thing, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. We could probably actually move this to the bottom, because there's less bullshit happening on the bottom of the screen. Like that. All right. In order to shake our thing. Yeah, we have an hour and 8 minutes. Don't worry, we'll get done with this eventually. Okay, so we got that. All right, so this is going to be... what's the resolution? Timeline resolution 720 by 1280. Watermark. Final. Variable bit rates. And render queue. So this will go onto like Instagram, and this will go onto like YouTube Shorts. I think I can do a YouTube Short that's almost 2 minutes long. Yeah, it's 1 minute and 30 seconds. There's a few other things I can delete out of here to like kind of compress it a little bit more, but quite honestly, it's kind of difficult. Ah, kitty. What the fuck? That cat just dragged itself to the fucking pole. All right, create, post, select from computer. Then we'll go to YouTube. Okay, so we're having a problem here. All right, let's do it. Let's do a potato count, because maybe that's the problem. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, and engage. All right, so we have this issue. I was watching a... I mean, like the... I don't know. Cover photo. It probably should create like an image for that. And then we could just copy paste this shit. There is literally no reason to think about the text for this post. I don't know if King Chaos is on Instagram. He is? Is he? We can find out about... Are you on Instagram, Mr. King Chaos? Merchandise, socials. He's on Twitch, Discord. Oh, look at that. He is on Instagram. There you go. So I could probably add him on Instagram. There you go. So we get something on Instagram that's useful. And then give something on YouTube. Upload video. I don't know if I want to show this off. It's a little more complicated. See here. Shorts. All right, great. Upload video. And we need to find the stupid vertical thingy-mabobber. And it's thinking. No, we are not. Let's see here. Hashtag Star Citizen. Hashtag Star Citizen. Hashtag Twitch. Gaming, I guess. Description is going to be this. That's fine. That's the is that King Chaos is here? I don't know. Oh, he is. Look at that. You can actually name him in the description. Let's see here. Title. We'll put that at the end. Let's see here. Having problems. We actually have one on Reddit, dipshit. You don't need to think about. You don't need to think about the title. I was here I am like, okay, what am I gonna name this? I need a name. And it's just like, I already thought about a name like a half hour ago. Just use that name. Right? Let's see here. Show more. Paid promotion, no, it's not paid. Add tags. We do have tags for Star Citizen, believe it or not. I don't know how well it's gonna help my YouTube stuff, but we might as well use the tags. That's how we created for Star Citizen videos. Star Citizen gameplay. Let's see here. English, blah, 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 standard YouTube license. Gaming. Yes, it is gaming. What's the game? Star Citizen. There. Star Citizen troubleshooting. We'll add some extra tags for this. Star Citizen Quantum Drive. Star Citizen bug. Star Citizen quantum bug. I don't know what else we can do with that, but there we go. Looks like everything. All right. Next, add related content, add subtitles. Next, copyrights, no copyright problems. Next, and we can publish this thing. Hashtag short. There we go. It's only a minute and 30 seconds. Oh, get some wins up here. All right, so we can post that into Discord. Oh, and then Star Citizen crashes in the background quietly. Literally a black screen. Thanks, Star Citizen. I appreciate you just dying to the math. All right. Okay, so we'll post that there. We'll share that everywhere. And there we go. And what else? Yeah, I was just idle in my hangar. Probably afford to close some of the stuff. System to command, we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Don't save. Alright, so finally. That's content creation, folks. Live on Twitch. And then, of course, we have to be, like, checking our notifications. Oh, this one's funny. I love this one. No, fuck off. Fuck off, Star Citizen. I don't want to verify. I love this comic. Nice place. Oh, they do match. In fact, her hair is brown, the curtains are brown, and the carpet's brown. I don't know if I need to explain that one. There's Randprint. I don't know if I missed you, Randprint. But hi. Happy New Year's, Randprint. There we go. Alright, so we got that. Good. We got 7 upvotes. I appreciate everybody upvoting my bullshit. Hell, we can even upload. We can even, like, mention that on Spectrum. Like, hey, everybody, if you're having problems with your ship not entering quantum and you've been in a firefight recently, check your quantum drive heat. Maybe your quantum drive doesn't have enough cooling and it's overheated. Because I didn't know that was a thing. Like, this patch. Like, this is the first time I discovered this. I figured it was like the old quantum bug where you spaced out. Yeah, I was just doing some content stuff. I was clipping, making some edits and whatnot. Now, the nice thing about what we just did is I can go back into what is this? Going back into my other YouTube folder. I can go into here. I can delete half of this stuff. So the mark, what is it? The final? Yeah, we can delete all this stuff. Because we're going to go with the final one. We don't need those. That was just kind of an experiment. We can also get rid of this. Oh, I'm locked into Europe. So yeah, the word's out that heat is now a thing for quantum drives. I don't want to hear any complaining about not knowing that overheating was a thing in quantum drives. I've talked about it. I made clips for you people. So that you know. You all know now. You should know better. I know content creation isn't very sexy, but it's one of those things where if I don't do in the minute, like if I don't do it while I'm thinking about it, it just never gets done. So I have to do it. You wish fire extinguishers, they technically do, but it only works against some objects. It doesn't work on people. That's how basically it puts out fire, because you know if you've because we had a fire with the MSR like a couple days ago on stream with me and Rob, and the temperature being really high is what causes fire. I'm pretty sure it's just a temperature thing. The fire is just a graphic effect. Really, it's just kind of heated controls, and that's basically how fire extinguishers work. You spray the fire and it cools it down so the fire doesn't reignite, but it doesn't work on players. And we got 56 minutes, so we'll just have to do something else for a little while. Oh, we have the Conning Andromeda over here. I think that's how it works, Randprint. You can just keep spraying the components and it'll cool them down. Forever. I don't know, Library! What do we got? We got the Microtech Library, the Hurston Library, Dark Green, Constant Crusader, ArcCorp. We'll do ArcCorp because we're a fan of ArcCorps. Do we have... So the question is it worth upgrading the day? It should, in theory, be worth upgrading the Daybreak. If we go to Performance Viewer and go to the Constellation Andromeda. Because I got it. It's one of those things where, like, are you actually getting more power by upgrading the power plants? Do you actually get an extra power pip, or are you just shit out of luck? Power plants. Daybreak. Civilian grade. 18 segments. Alright. So yes. Upgrading to a ballite will give me 20 segments, which would definitely be an upgrade. 2 more power segments. It gets me 24 in total. So that definitely gives me something. So that's what I wanted to know. Is this like, I have a ton of ballides in my inventory. It's just like, okay, let's slap some more ballides on there. Now we have the Froststar EXs. I think going to a glacier would be better. I have 3 glaciers. I'm not using them for anything. The problem is, like, equipping stealth components to a colony just doesn't help. I mean, yeah, I could go like snowblinds. I don't think it'll help. There is a way to get some B-rated. You know, I should probably follow this guy since I followed him on Twitch. You'd probably follow him on Instagram. There we go. I think the Prowler, Spirit Prowler, has like some decent. I think it's just the power plant. Nah, it's just the power plant, which is an Eclipse A-graded stealth A, 18 segments. I can't remember where I can get the ice boxes from. I think you have to find the ice boxes. And of course, the Quantum Drive, Hermea. Let's unequip that. Hermea is such a good quantum drive. We do have XL ones, but I don't want to get rid of them. I kind of just want to sell the XL ones. Because, I mean, they're good, but I just don't really want to equip them. And either, you can do a parapet, or you could do a civilian. Not the Lorica, it's the, can't remember which one it is. You can buy stealth bees. Yuki wants to know, which is better, Red Dead Redemption or Red Redemption 2? Well, if you haven't played either one, you should play the first one, Yuki. That way, because if you're going to do the story, right? You play the first one, you get used to the story, then you play the second one, and then you continue the story. At least that's how I would do it. So I have some Gamma Maxes. Let's see here. I do have an Avalanche. I have a single Avalanche. Glacier. That's a size 1. Icebox. Nightfall. Polar. No. I could probably just upgrade to, like, civilian coolers. Alright, let's take a look at the coolers here. On Arcani. Yeah, the Narn gun. What's the difference between the Narn gun and the Akura? The regen rate, regen time, down delay is a little bit better. The power is the exact same. EM heat's the exact same. Health, the Narn gun has a little bit more health. And the amount of hit points they have, but the recharge rate is probably like the biggest selling point. Yeah. I'm just kind of like flipping through. Yeah, the Narn gun's going to be slightly better. And I'm pretty sure I can buy the Narn gun. And with the default coolers, I can basically turn that off. I'm -3. You have Galderine laser repeaters, that's fine. So we can just upgrade to like A grade, like ultra flows. Max IR, Snowpack, Industrial. Gilead. 29. That's size 1. Why does it allow me to pack size 1 in here? We want the... I'm sorry, we want the Aphus. Okay, so yeah, didn't do the second one first. I'm sorry, I haven't played a lot of Red Dead. Play them in chronological order, would be my advice. So if we go with the Aphus. Aphus? Office? Is it office? I don't know how to pronounce that. I get some more cooling, which reduces the amount of that. I also have some snowpacks, I think. But it takes a lot more power to run a single snowpack. So I'd rather just have, like, the Ephus. Ice Drive. I think I have a couple Ice Drives as well. Yeah, with 2 of these, I can... Civilian grade A's. I'm pretty sure I could buy these. Alright, so how do I pronounce this? Help me out here. I've never heard these words pronounced in my life. How to pronounce... No. How to pronounce Afus. Off ice. Off ice. That's first found that off its German word meaning ice on top. I knew it was a German word of some kind.
Auf Eis.
Auf Eis. Auf Eis?
Auf Eis.
Auf Eis. Auf Eis. Auf Eis. Auf Eis. Okay. Honestly, like, I played Red Dead 2, and once I got out of the snow area, I really just lost interest in the single player. I don't know, I just didn't like the characters that much. I mean, we could go and play it. I think I still have, like, my access to my account, the Rockstar Network, or whatever the hell they call their own launcher. They don't... It says we're at -3, but we just turn off the life support. There you go. Now, where can I get this? Universal Item Finder. I don't think I have any of these in my inventory. I have to go buy them. I do have one. I don't know where it's from. Auf Eis. Did I just type? Pyro, Stan, Crusader Orson, Stan, Hurl 2, Hurl 3. So we can go over to Hurl 2 to pick one of these up. No problem. Hurl 2, Stan, jump point. Yeah. I'm gonna head over to Stan to do that. They're really not necessary. Bolide Power Plant, Light Blossom. I do have a GS400. Only one of them, though. Bunch of fluxes. Never played... Yes, I played the multiplayer for Red Dead 2 on release. The PC release, right? I didn't play the console release. I think it came out on PC like a couple years later. But I played the PC release, and I swear to God, it was full of hackers. They have these little mini games you can play, where you get a pop-up on your screen that says, "Hey, there's an activity happening. Press this button to join it." And you press that button, you get teleported to another part of the map. that gets cleaned out of like NPCs and like certain other stuff. And then you have to like, depending on the activity, can be like, oh, just kill all the players in the area, right? And you have this little arena where everybody's like spawns in, and you have to like shoot them dead with your guns, or you have to go like capture a horse and race the horse to the end of the thing. The number of times I saw somebody just like teleport around, just blast everybody in an arena, or grab the horse and teleport it out of the arena was too damn much. I eventually got to the point where I just stopped doing those PvP side objectives because everyone was just hacking all the time. It was basically I needed to download hacks to like be competitive, or I just needed to stop doing them. And sometimes you'd be wandering around the open world and you just have a guy teleport on top of you and just blow you up, and then you just respawn and they blow you up again, you respawn, blow you up again. And then you just activate pacifist mode and you just go about your day. Alright, so I think the ball-eyes are fine in our build. Yeah, we have plenty of cooling. Can we run with just one cooler at high? Yeah, we can. So we could run off one cooler if we wanted to. At full power. And so all this is fine. All this is good. I'll live with this. I'm gonna get the Narn gun. Where is the Narn gun sold? So I need to write. So we need to head over to Hurl 2. I always like visiting Hurl 2 from time to time. I'm gonna write it on the back of my palm here. So Hurl 2 for coolers. And then we want... What is the shield generator? The Narn gun. 7 CA. Narn gun. Our core Bajini point, so we can just come up to the Bajini point and grab the Narn gun shield generator. That's why I don't have like a hilarious number of Narn guns in my inventory, because you can just get them at Bajini points. I'm okay with that. Also, Arc 1 has them. So yeah, our build is basically finished, so we need to head to BJ Point and get a, what did I say it was? The 7 CA. And that'll complete our build. If I wanted to, I could like replace all these strike forces. They really need to update this. They really need to update this stupid thing. I wish I could just unequip all these missiles at once, but you can't. Because I have Pioneer missiles. Instead, the Pioneer missiles are EM guided size 1s. They're like so much better than the cross section guided, or can't remember what the other ones are. The strike forces are cross section guided. The Dominators are better because they're EM guided, and it's harder for ships to hide their EM signatures this patch. Okay, so that's all the Dominator missiles we can put in there. You can't. You literally cannot load different missiles into the same rack. They changed that a long time ago. You used to be able to mix and match missiles, and then CIG for some reason decided that that's illegal. So yeah, these are electromagnetic. They're like, you're not allowed to do that. That's illegal. So we've got to keep these strike forces on here. And these marksmans are what? Infrared. Yeah, infrared kind of sucks against small targets, because it's easier to hide your heat than it is your EM. So that's why you don't see people mixing stuff, because they just can't. The game won't allow them. Alright, cool. So we got our skin on there. Cool beans. So yeah, like, I didn't much care for the single player stuff for Red Dead. I just didn't like the characters that much. It was pretty clear that they were just, like, evil. I'm pretty sure if I went through and, like, you know, spend time with them, maybe I'd, like, find them a lot more sympathetic or something. Or maybe not. Gotta wait for the colony to come up. Also, I need some drink. I just realized my character's getting thirsty. We have meds, we have ammo. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think we really need anything else in our inventory. Unfortunately, the Connie is one of those ships that cannot have its internal stuff repaired. So you're kind of like shit out of luck. If it gets damaged, you have to like hit the repair button, you have to head back to base. One of these days, the Connie will get a gold standard. Don't know when. You have to use cheats to use anti-cheat features. The Connie Mark IV. I think we're already up to the Mark IV, right? I think this is the Constellation Mark IV. I can't remember which version of the Connie we're up to. But I know there was like the original one, and there was like a rework and concept. But yeah, it definitely needs to have its internal stuff kind of fixed up a little bit. It already has a weapon rack for 2 guns, which is fine. It needs to have like suit storage on it. Component access. Really, it doesn't need much. These magazines for the missiles kind of need to work, or just delete the magazines. I don't really give a shit. But it has space for like where the components go. Just need to have them installed. You know, you got the power plant, grav generator. Has fuses already, so that's the thing. But honestly, like I said, the Connie, it suffers from one of those things that it works. Kind of like the Retaliator. People want the Retaliator to be like changed, and the problem with the Retaliator is that it works. And there's a saying, I think it was Red Green. Remember, folks, it's only temporary unless it works. The Red Green show. Power him up. I think we can, like, reduce the power out of these guys. Definitely cut this power. Yeah. Full power to everything.
Take off, Princess. Activate raised. Collision alert. Front.
All right. Oh yeah, I mean he's on YouTube, so if you want to watch all those all those videos, I think Red Green's still kicking around. I saw birthday messages uploaded recently for him. He's like in his 80s now. I don't think he's well enough to actually do any recording anymore. But yeah, it was like one of the few shows me and my parents can sit down and actually watch together as a family because it was good enough for everybody. Good old family-friendly content. My favorite one was me and my mom. Our favorite was where he goes to change the oil in the car and he like has to rip the entire engine out and he just ends up just cutting the car out from underneath the engine. And also another one where he goes to change a light bulb on the car. Oh yes, the man's prayer. I'm a man, but I can change if I have to. How we can just go watch clips. Like this is some great comedy. Let me tell you what. Yep, Steve's turned 80 last December 24th. Yep, just recently. Great guy. Loved his stuff. It's still a comfort show. Like if you're sitting in bed, got the laptop open, you go to the Red Green YouTube channel, and you can watch good old comedy. CH better give you a free ship. Watch him give you an Argo MPUV Venus. They'll give you a ship, but it's gonna be like a Merlin. Yeah, sure. Here's an Argo MPUV. You guys love this stuff. All right, let's get a ATC. Hangar. Where is my hangar? I swear to God, I can never see the goddamn notifications. Little marker. They need to move it closer to the center of the screen. Instead of the edge of the screen. Probably based off your resolution or something.
Landing gear deployed. Collision alert. Front. Collision alert. Landing complete. Engines are off.
Let's find the red-green. And I kind of want to, like, talk about that. Morphologist. Yeah, we can do this one. Let's see here. Light. Oil. There's the oil change one, which is hilarious. DIY electricity. Light bulb changer. Here we go. Wind-powered boats. This is the entire episode, isn't it? I just want the one where he changes.
And then there was a loud pop and his spleen come out through one of his body orifices and damn near killed a guy. This week on Handyman Corner, gonna show you how to change a headlight. Now I know what you're saying. Everybody knows how to. Well, they don't. There's a lot of people don't know how to change a headlight, and it's something you can do yourself. And not only do you save money, but it gives you a feeling of self-reliance because you can't trust anyone. Now this here is Bill Smith's car, and he told me he's got a headlight burn out, and so I thought I'd just kind of do him a favor and change the headlight. I might charge him $5, not. The screwdriver's not big enough. Screwdrivers on these, I should say the screws on these are way back in there. But who the heck designs these things? Probably mechanics.
No, I have no
I
say.
can't see if the screw is a flathead or a Robinson or I can't see what kind it is. So, okay, we'll just try another method here. I think this will just pop right off here. Get that in there and take it the other side. All right. What we're gonna do now is so wiring. I guess it's catching that in there, and we'll just use the this is a special tool that I keep in my closet. There's some metal or something caught back in here. That's all right. I think the wiring is the thing that's messing this up. So we'll just clip that out of there. You know, these new cars, they got so much wiring in them. It's just more things to go wrong. No, what's just occurring to me, I think, with one of these modern cars, this is the type where the hood, the headlight comes out from behind, from out in the back. And so what you need to do is you need to open the hood. Let's try this.
We're always fucking the possum man out.
All right.
I don't know why he had it on ramps to begin with to change the light bulb.
Okay, now I think things are gonna go a little better now. Oh, God. I don't know. Oh, safety. Yeah. Okay. All right, yeah, I can get her out from the inside here, but I'm gonna have to take a few things out to get at her there.
I think that later on in the
we'll be right back with a lot more fun than I think.
Where he gets to this part.
No, I still can't get her.
Well, I guess.
You know the saying we got at the lodge. If at first you don't succeed, switch to power tools. Tell you something, I'm gonna charge Bill $10. She's coming. Yep, she's coming. Oh yeah, almost got her there now. Got it. Oh yeah. She's coming. All right, no problem.
He just starts wailing on it.
All right. And what we've done here is we've freed up the plug, so I'll just get the replacement bulb.
There's just a bunch of fucking water underneath the car.
Pop that in.
Hey Rob, welcome to like changing a light bulb with the Red Green Show.
We're all set. I'll just give that a try, see how it looks. Perfect. Oh, I guess this was the burned out headlight. Well, it won't take as long now because we know how to do it. I'm gonna charge Bill, I think, $200 or $300 for this. Anyway, until next time, remember, if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy.
That's one of the things from him I always loved. It's like, oh, I think we got the wrong light bulb. I think I'm about to charge him $200-300 for this job. Exactly, Ranprint. How to get someone to stop asking you to fix their car. Just fuck it up royally. I always found that, like, leaving their car in bits and pieces around your yard also helps, too. Like, nothing ever gets done, so they eventually stop asking you for favors. that helps as well. All right, let's get this, what was it, 7CA, Larica, shield generator. We also need to store the ship if we want to get this done. Where's our Connie? Store that. First was a couple of comedy singing duo with his wife, and a bit of Greg Green so Papa became a show for them. I'm gonna go to the Galleria. Alright, so I need to find the... not the weapon shop. Yes, Platinum Bay. Aufweis. Aufweis. Hey, there it is. That's what I want. I'll buy 2 of them, just in case. They have, like, coolers here. Icebox. Size 2 B grade, so yeah, you can buy the Icebox, the size 2 stealth ones. God. They really need to come through and change, like, this UI. God, I can't wait for this fucking thing to get changed. Let's see here. Iron gun. So we don't really get a lot of extra hit points. We get, like, shield hit points. We get better regeneration. And I think we get better component hit points, but not much else with this upgrade. The Akura is actually kind of fine the way it is. And then, of course, we need the size 2 coolers. Hangers and hams. Here's a guy. Looks like he's ready to go adventuring. Look at the Connie out. Doing pretty good, getting ready to break. All right, hey, where's our ship? So I swear to God, I summoned the just kind of vegging out there a little bit. I have some more tea. All right. There she be. kind of want to go do like an FPS mission. Contracts. We could definitely do some merc missions. Handle the launch pad, Lyria. Sure. Lost and found in Walla. Let's go get this guy. I don't want to use the Gallant that we got. Get this done, then we can head over to Brill 2 and do some missions around Hurston. Using the Connie. Alright. Fire it up. Since we're in quantum mode, we don't need that much stuff going on. Yep, all that stuff's good to go. Ooh. We actually have, like... Are these, like, players? That was like a Firebird I was detecting. There's a Paladin. Maybe they got destroyed? Okay, whatever. There's an Asgard, another Asgard. But over to Area 20, I think. It should get us around. What? God damn it! Maybe not. That also made me another thing too. Like, I mean, my quantum drive may be overheating. No, it's only 21C. So it can't be the overheat that causes that. Head back over to Walla. Oh, we got a Clipper. Mr. Pterodactyl. Interesting name for someone flying a Clipper. I'd expect that guy to be flying like a Hornet or something. Right? Objective neutralize Quincy Zwick. Alright, let's get this guy. my god. Do I actually have my, like, blinders turned on? I thought I turned it back down. Yeah, I do. Turn it down to 50. 51, 55. There we go. That's not so bad. It's, I don't know if the turrets are gonna work. I don't really trust. Yeah, the turrets are working. Gotta get down. There we go. Yesterday, they weren't working. Today, hey! Found another stoic size too. That's cool. Let's just park next to this guy. We could do a pop-up attack where we, like, destroy the turrets, but we found out that turrets respawn really quickly. So, it's not worth your time. Yeah, I appreciate the one you gave me. It's really good. It's nice that you got a second one. Maybe I should head back down to Jump Town. I don't even know how to get to Jump Town, like, because I never go there. Never have a reason to go there. Well, a lot of stuff goes for way too much on UEX. If I lose it, I can just go get another one from, like I said, just go to Jump Town myself and just get one. I'm not really, like, it's good, but it's not world-shatteringly good. It doesn't kill everybody in the room for you automatically. You still have to aim the gun. And I could probably just use the Gallant without an attachment. And I'd be fine. Or even use the E-Mod 2s. See, and there's the, it's a Hurricane. I actually have a skin for a Hurricane. I need to buy one of those one of these days. So I can actually use the skin. Wee. 360 no scope. Credits for credit due. If you think how flat moons, planets were years ago, like when they first came out, because I played 3.0 when it released, and this is basically how most moons and planets were. The fidelity has increased. Don't get me wrong. They've done a lot more with like rocks and like ground textures and whatnot since the planet shit is first released. But terrain variation, been pretty much the same. No, they had hills. If you're talking about like Delamar, didn't have quite like this. Delamar had craters and whatnot. I don't know. Asmir, I have no idea what you're talking about. Because like I said, I remember playing on Delamar. I remember playing on Yella. I remember playing on Selen. I remember playing inside and outside the craters. I remember going to Jump Town. Jump Town was in a crater that had a gigantic hill on one side. Kind of like this, really. So unless I'm misremembering things. There we go. Let's go with like the I'm using the 5-round burst mode on this thing now. A lot of those early outposts were hand placed, so they generate the map, right? They generate the planetary surface, and then they have a level designer fly around until they found some place that looked nice, and then they manually put down an outpost on that place. I think Benson Mining on Yella used to be on like a cliff, right? They had this like overlook over this they'd have like a plateau, a raised plateau for the outpost to sit on, and then you'd be able to park your ship on the plateau overhanging the cliff face. I thought that was pretty cool, but then they changed it years later. But yeah, like stuff like cliffs. Well, they still really don't have cliffs and canyons in Star Citizen because they have to like build up rocks to hide the stretched textures. So they have to they can't have like massive elevation changes because you'll end up like having the vertices get stretched out too much and it looks like ass. So they have to like place rocks to like hide the stretched vertices. So even with this one, they really can't do mountains that well, but they can. They can now compared to like the version 1, if that's what you're talking, Microtech kind of stuff. A little hard to do what I'm doing here. There we go. Got him. Need to heal up. But you're right about that. They didn't have like massive elevation changes back in the day, but they still had hills. They had craters on most of their moons. Even most of the terrain like you find on like Hurston is basically the same as it was during release of Hurston. Yeah, Hurston didn't have any mountains really. It had like junk fields. Who the hell is shooting at me? Oh, well, the corner ate most of those shots. Let's switch over to like the short burst mode. Yeah, it definitely makes the gallons a lot more controllable. The stoic suppressor. Exactly, Jade Cynic. So they put rock features, and that was like Daymar, right? They did have like weird like artifacts that would had like massive like changes in elevation. Like you had the spire on Aberdeen, it was, where it just had this gigantic pole sticking out of like Aberdeen somewhere. It was just a gigantic spike of terrain sticking up into the air, like a kilometer into the sky. I mean, like I said before, Zervokine. Thanks for that follow, appreciate it. I think CIG is just kind of slapping shit together, Rob, to kind of get it out the door. Like, hey, let's make a new gun attachment, and then they're gonna do balance later, I think. But yeah, this thing is like really good. Like I put it on the Karna, and the Karna has like almost no recoil. And it's a suppressor, so like, but I noticed the NPCs are still reacting to me even though I have a suppressor. Oh yes, the butthole on top of like Hurston. If you went to like the North or South Pole on Hurston, because of how CIG generated the planets, they would take a flat texture for the ground. Well, they would generate the planets based on a flat surface area, and then they would wrap that flat surface area around a sphere. And if anyone's ever tried to get a piece of paper to wrap up around a balloon they've blown up, it works really well when you wrap the piece of paper around the equator of the balloon. The paper touches perfectly, but when you start getting to the ends, to the top and bottom of the paper, like it makes a cylinder really good. But when you start folding the paper to touch like the actual top and bottom of the balloons, like the paper doesn't work that well. You start having to like cut out pieces of paper to get it to like actually like not crinkle up and whatnot. And that's a thing in map making too, where you take a globe and you put a light in the center of the globe, and then you project that globe onto a wall, and then you trace the outlines of all the land masses onto a piece of paper. And what ends up happening is the equator is the most accurate. The equator area is the most accurate like scale, And then as you start getting towards the poles, the opposite, away from the equator, the land masses start getting all stretched and distorted. That's why if you go look like a flat map of like the world, you start looking towards like the north area, like Canada, north of Canada, Iceland, Greenland, Russia, and Antarctica, and towards the south, like everything starts getting really distorted. Like Greenland is not that big. If you go look like a globe of the planet Earth, you get to see the actual size of Greenland. And there actually is like digital maps that have everything like the appropriate size. I can kind of show you what that looks like. Yeah, you have these kind of maps, which they're not flat maps, but if you look at like this map, like yeah, this is the wrong size for Greenland. Or this one. This is even worse. As you get towards, yeah, Alaska is not this big. But you do have maps that kind of fix that problem. You have them projected, like you have a sphere, like you actually unfurl, but that doesn't look right. There's ways to fix that, but different ways to like draw maps and whatnot. But that's how they do flat maps back in the day, where you'd make a globe, a transparent globe. You put a light source in the middle, like a candle or something. You project that globe onto a surface, and you trace the lines. Yes, exactly. The Mercator projection. That's what I was thinking of. And so CIG did something similar with like making their planets, where they design a flat texture for the terrain, and they wrap that terrain around a planet, a sphere, and that's how they generated the terrain. Well, the problem is, as you got towards the poles of the sphere, like the terrain would get all sorts of crinkly and whatnot. And so when Hurston was first added, if you went to like the OM1 or OM2 points and you flew straight down and you got to the pole, it just we call it the butthole, because the terrain was all just weird angles and whatnot. It was almost like Cthulhu land or something. He tells their external stuff to get them sorted because he doesn't care about explaining some stuff. I mean, CIG can always remove some stuff and add stuff. Like, World of Warcraft has like dozens and dozens of items, and they've had to remove stuff over the years. If I remember correctly, there were literally stuff that you couldn't get in World of Warcraft because there was no way, because they just removed content over the years, right? Same with Destiny. As much as people hate like removing content from Destiny, but eventually your player base just doesn't engage with that content, right? So the question becomes is, what's the point of having, you know, X, Y, and Z in Star Citizen? Eventually they're gonna get rid of Hathor. Eventually they're gonna get rid of that Standworm in Pyro. Eventually, yeah, they may remove ships. Believe it or not, if no one's flying a certain ship, they just may quietly remove it from the game. They did that with they basically were going to do that with the Hornet Mark 1. Hey, Pickle. The Mark 1 Hornet. If you owned a Mark 1 Hornet, you'd be able to keep it, right? But they were going to make it so you couldn't get the Hornet Mark 1 in game, and you couldn't buy it from the web store. And CIG would probably just make it so NPCs wouldn't spawn it. So you could fly a Mark 1 Hornet if you had one in your inventory, right? You could take it out and fly it around. But eventually, if people melted their Mark 1 Hornets, eventually the Mark 1 Hornets would just go extinct. You'd never see them again, right? All right, where the hell are the last guys? I'm hoping like the NPCs will respawn. So it is possible for a line of ships to go completely extinct, Asimir. CIG has drawn us a roadmap on how they would remove a ship from the game. Remove it from the web store, say it's like outdated and we're not selling on the web store, so suddenly the ship disappears off the web store, the Robber Space Industries web store. So you can't buy the ship with real money anymore. Only in-game. And then CIG removes it from the in-game the website, right? The in-game shops, the NPC shops. So you can't buy it in-game anymore. And then CIG removes crafting. Like, they said you'll be able to build ships. You can't get blueprints for it anymore. I don't know how CIG removed the ships from players' inventories. That's the next question, right? My guess, if players upgrade the ships or melt the ships, CIG just makes it so you can't get the ship back, right? So they encourage you not to get rid of the ship. It becomes a collector's item. Eventually, just nobody's going to spawn the ship anymore, right? And so CIG can just forget about it. So there is a path for CIG once they get too many ships in the game to just remove old ships. If nobody's flying those ships, CIG can just delete them and just give everybody like store credit or something, or just give everybody a free upgrade. Encourage people to cross chassis upgrade, but there definitely would be outrage, just like there was outrage in Destiny 2 for deleting like old content. Just removing stuff that people paid real money for is just not the way forward. I don't know how CIG is going to do it. Like, they're going to have to make infinite ships, right? And their storage requirements will just get higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, right? They'll keep needing to have more hard drive space because of all the ships they're going to make. And you know, I can't remember how many ships they made last year. It was like 24 or something. So they're gonna have to make like at least 24, 25 ships a year to keep up funding. And whoever's buying those ships, that's how they're gonna support the game, right? I suspect CIG will try to like get like subscriptions in the game. They're gonna give you in-game reasons to subscribe to the web store, like enhanced insurance cooldowns, item recovery benefits, you know, FPS item benefits, something like that. Access to a special subscriber store where you can buy like actual, you know, in-game items like components, maybe B-grade components, maybe crafting stuff, crafting blueprints. So, like, I think of like War Thunder and a battle pass. CIG may turn the subscriber store into like a battle pass kind of situation where you do stuff in game and you unlock a battle pass track on the website. And because we already kind of have like stuff, you can do stuff in game and earn rewards already. That's already a thing. And so you spend 20 bucks, you get access to a battle pass and it gives you stuff as you do things. So CIG can do that. I mean, a lot of multiplayer games, live service games have battle passes, and so people just swallow that shit. I mean, as much as you hate this kind of crap, microtransactions, macrotransactions, battle passes, live service games, I hate to break it to you, everybody, this is just the new way things are. It's coming to Star Citizen. CIG, they don't need to like aggressively monetize Star Citizen right now because ship sales are enough, right? Ship sales are enough for now, but eventually the future is going to come, and CIG's realized like, oh shit, ship sales are kind of falling off. We need to sell. Like the Meteor was an example of like desperation in my mind. It was just a ship with a bunch of guns slapped onto it because the community values firepower. There's a bunch of morons out there that just look at a ship and see just how many guns it has, like the Perseus. The Perseus is actually not a very good ship. There's a ship review I can do, video. The Perseus is not that great. You actually need a few Perseuses fully crewed to actually do anything to like an Idris or something. One Perseus gets actually shredded by a partially crewed Idris or Polaris. Those size 3 shields don't do enough. And same with the armor. The armor on the Perseus doesn't do enough. Those guns don't do enough to when they actually hit the target. So you need multiple fully crewed Perseuses to actually accomplish anything against like a capital ship, which is kind of like what a gunship needs to be. You should have a squadron of gunships. And Perseus really screams for like NPC crew. So you can throw NPC crew at the turrets. You can have like a partially crewed Perseus with players, and you can have like one person with his own Perseus with like a full NPC crew contributing to the fight. But we don't have that yet. I don't say it's a shitty ship. It's just really like not that great. I I like the design of the Perseus. I think that it's okay as a gunship. Like, it's basically just like a better constellation, just like a plus 20 constellation. You know, if we're looking at like D&D terms, like a +5 sword, you know, magic sword. It just doesn't do enough to justify its existence in your fleet. It requires, it's like, you think it's like a perfect like multi-crew ship, like, oh, it's like 2, 3, 4 people, you throw them in there and you can actually do stuff. The problem is the Perseus is extremely vulnerable to fighters because turrets kind of suck. And the anti-fighter turrets it does have aren't that great. I mean, you can upgrade the PDCs with the ballistic PDCs or the pepper boxes, and you do have a couple of remote turrets to help shoo off like fighters, but again, turrets really, even manned and remote, just manned turrets in general just don't do a lot. Even remote manned turrets don't do a lot. And the 2 size 3 shield generators, you can upgrade them. They don't really do enough. The armor it has isn't thick enough. I've taken the Perseus fully crewed into like NPC scenarios, and I get shredded. Because you just don't have the DPS coming out of your point defense turrets, plus your remote turrets to really kind of like stop fighters from tearing you apart. So we're just gonna head out. This guy is just not working. That's unfortunate. Yesterday it was working for me, but today it's not. So, like, my advice to fixing the Perseus, some people are like, oh, it needs better guns. And then my take on the Perseus, it just needs thicker armor. Like, a lot thicker armor. Make it a hull tank, right? Just make it be able to brawl. The Perseus really wants to be a brawler. It wants to be able to get into a fight, take hits, and then dish out damage. The 2 turrets that it has just really don't feel like they do enough. Mostly because it needs engineering. You need to be able to actually target subcomponents and like take out like a cooler or a power plant or something, but you have to know where the power plant is to actually hit the power plant. And as we found out, fighting an NPC Polaris, or even as we found out recently, trying to damage the cooler, the power plant, or the shield generator on the Polaris just doesn't give a shit. For some reason. All right, Yuki. Yuki's gonna go play Red Dead Redemption here in a little bit. Exactly, as Rob mentioned it. When engineering gets better, the Perseus may start shining. We found out that me and Rob, trying to attack a Polaris and damage the components inside. And I think me and Marcus were flying around an attack. We found it out as well. A lot of ships don't actually have engineering hooked up right now. They just have a second hit point pool that once it depletes, that the power plant starts being damaged, right? So yeah, so that's one of the problems with the Perseus. Perseus just, it's underwhelming. I don't think it's a terrible ship, but it's not a good ship by any stretch of the imagination. Now, it looks like our frame rate is actually doing pretty good today. Looks like our bit rate's not fluctuating really badly. Yeah, the Perseus, it just those ballistic cannons, in order to actually work against like the Idris and the Polaris, engineering has to be hooked up properly. We already got a placeholder system right now, so we have a new armor system, right? Like tier 0 or something, tier 0.5. So we technically already have one. Azimir, no, Kazarm, whatever your name is. I want to get out of here. I want to go to Hurl 2 to get my coolers. It's unfortunate that Hurl-2 it's just really unfortunate that that mission didn't go. It's sad. So yeah, the Perseus, you know, for the amount of people you put into it and the amount of impact it has on a fight, it just doesn't seem worth it. The final version will, like, I don't know. I'm not sure. Everybody's been saying for years that armor, when armor gets added to the game, it's going to change everything. And armor was added to Star Citizen in 4.5, and it changed fucking nothing. Light fighters still go pop. We literally had engineering and armor show up this patch, and it has. And this was the video I'm going to talk about, right? I need to get the Polaris out and actually do like some solo shit for the video. I actually need to fight hammerheads and Carracks and shit. But that's the problem. Like, nothing's really changed because CIG hasn't hooked everything up, right? They advertise that engineering's out, but it's not. And the community's like, oh, you can't. And the community gets so wrapped up in this shit for some reason. They get so excited. And it's just like, nobody just, like, waits and sees. But everybody's like, oh, you can't... I see this on the forums, and it's like, you can't solo capital ships anymore because engineering's coming. Yeah, you can. CIG never hooked up engineering on the capital ships. You just have another hit point bar that hides your power plant, and once your power plant goes to 0, it just blows the ship up. Or you get a timer before the ship self-destructs. It activates the ship self-destruct until you repair the power plant. That's all engineering does right now for certain ships. And if you're in a small fighter, single-seater fighter, it just blows the ship up when your hit points. When your whole hit points go to 0, boom, you're dead. You have no chance to repair the power plant. So I was flying with Marcus and his Freelancer TAC. No, it's Starlancer TAC, sorry. And the only component in that ship that took damage while we were getting our ass kicked doing like a... What was it, one of those headhunter missions? Was the power plant. So... hull damage gets passed through to the power plant. That's how it works right now for a lot of ships. So we have like more placeholder, right? We have the armor placeholder. We have an engineering placeholder. It's not full engineering. It's like engineering engineering 0.75, like 3/4 of engineering. Some ships do have. Yeah, and exactly. The power plant self-destruct. You press auto repair. And the power plant does stop self-destructing. And I'm torn on auto repair. On one hand, like, small ships would have no chance once their shields go down. Yeah, once a small ship and shields go down, like, you're basically dead. As I saw with the Arrow and like the PTU, I went to Arena Commander to play around with the Arrow, and as soon as my shields went down, I lost my radar, and then I lost the ability to fight. As soon as the shields went down. Like my radar, because the radar is like in the nose of the ship. And there are some serious knock-on effects to like the way engineering is that I don't think CIG ever considered. Like what happens when you lose your radar? I don't know, we didn't think about it. Honestly, if engineering had just been like a % chance to like damage stuff after your whole hit points went to 0, I probably would have been better. Like kind of like Wing Commander. Back in the day. Once your shields go down, your armor starts taking damage. Once the armor starts going to 0, then you start taking, like, component damage. But it's a % chance. In my opinion, this components need to be more tough, right? That was the problem with the Arrow. Like, the radar was just too fragile.
Take off.
And the radar is, like... For light fighters, the radar is way, way too necessary. For it to be knocked out so easily. If you want to have a fighting chance, you need to have a radar. Exactly, Q-Pan. NPCs will just keep shooting you until you're dead. They don't care if you're disabled. And that's an NPC programming issue. Players will keep shooting a wreck till it blows up, just to be sure, you know, nuke it from orbit, right? That kind of idea. To quote that movie, Aliens. It'll be a game over, man, for you. Let's store this thing. But yeah, like, I would really like to go like the War Thunder route. Like I said, either armor needs to be thicker, Or I think just increase the component health dramatically. Like, I'm fine with components, like, increase the component health and then increase the percentage necessary to induce malfunctions. So malfunctions start like 75%, like light malfunctions, and then as you get down to like 25% health, you start having really severe malfunctions. But it just takes more firepower and effort to like knock components out. Thrusters, engines, that kind of shit. That would be like my advice. CR Manchester told us on stage that FPS PvP people won't do the finishing blow. Are you kidding me? Have these people haven't played video games before. They have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. People always finish off. If you have a game where you have a knocked state or a down state, like, I don't know, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Ark, Call of Duty Warzone, Star Citizen, I'm trying to think of other ones. Ark, isn't there one to Ark Legends right now out that everyone's playing? There's also like Ark as well. What's the other one where you have like the PvP where you base build? I can't remember what it is. I think it's Ark something, right? Survival, Ark Survival or something, Survival Instincts. Anytime you have a down state, even like Arma. Rust, thank you, Slickback. Pimp name Slickback, thank you, appreciate it. DayZ. That's the one I'm thinking about specifically, DayZ. Even in DayZ, when you knock someone down and they're bleeding out, the vast majority of people will run up to you and put a bolt in the back of your head just to make sure you stay down. And I swear to God, like, if you think people won't finish you off, you are dead fucking wrong. Because in Star Citizen, if we go into a contested zone, I'm gonna buy 2 of these. If we go into a contested zone and I knock someone down, I am taking them out. I am sending them back to respawn. Because there's a very good chance that they have a buddy, their buddy revives them, and they will be combat capable when they get revived. And then I get shot in the back because I didn't finish off somebody who I should have finished off. Same with like spaceships. If you have the ability to repair a spaceship and make it combat capable again, I'm gonna finish you off. And if you want boarding, if CIG wants like boarding actions, you have to make it so you cannot finish off a spaceship with ship guns. You have to go inside to activate a self-destruct on the reactor itself. Or you have to kill everybody inside the ship. And I think that's what CIG is going to have to do in the future. They're going to have to make it so... All right, kill cams work. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. That's another great point you bring up, Pim named Slipback. I can go into third-person cam. Well, I don't even need to go into third person, right? When I'm down on the ground in Star Citizen, I could just use the vision, the little vision I have, to feed information back to my teammates in Discord or TeamSpeak, Mumble, Ventrilo, AOL Instant Messenger, IRC. Just trying to think of all the old voice chat commands. Like I said, or I could just like send smoke signals or Morse code back to them, right? There's tons of ways I can signal my teammates over third-party apps while I'm in a disabled state in Star Citizen, or even just third person, because Star Citizen doesn't get rid of the third person cam when you're disabled, and it should. Star Citizen is going to have problems with third person cam, I guarantee you, and they're going to have to get rid of it. So there is a huge number of reasons to finish somebody off while they're on the ground, right? I'm writing notes to myself. There's some ideas here. So yeah, like, I don't know if CIG said that, but yeah, no one's gonna spare anybody. Like, if I knock someone out, I'm killing them. I'm finishing them off. I'm not, unless most people are gonna queue the roll number and scrape your plate. You're start something, you finish it. Exactly. I mean, it's like we have clips of people like helping each other in like the new Ark game, Ark Legends, I think it is. So, but that's rare. That's like super rare. It could happen in Star Citizen, but I don't think it's going to happen most of the time. Most of the time, you're going to shoot somebody, you're just going to finish them off, send them back to respawn because they're less of a threat that way. And that's how a lot of games go with PvP. Like, if you're not in my friends list, if you're not in my group, you're a potential enemy. The DayZ syndrome is what we call it, because there's nothing more threatening to you than another player. And trust is like the worst thing you can have in a game like DayZ, because players will kill you for the beans in your pockets. You'll be walking around with a can of beans, and players will kill you just because you're there. And Jinguns!
Jinguns just gifted 5 subs.
Thanks for those gifted subs. I appreciate it. Happy New Year, Jinguns. It's been a while since we've seen you here on Twitch. I was thinking about you the other day. I should have called you. But thanks for those gifted subs to M4Sex, Jade Cynics, Avexer, Digits1, Omega Riach, Rechart. I guess I'll call you today when I get done streaming, done working. I got a bunch of shit to do. Gotta get some work done. I got a video I'm already working on that I need to finish. Streaming to do. Got to make some art for the channel. Trying to get some more stuff done for the channel. We may end up towards the end of the day, towards the end of the stream, I may end up just switch over to doing like art for the channel. Yeah, sure. Want to talk to you, see how the wife and kids are doing. Like I said, I've been thinking about my problem with ADHD. I think to myself, like, I want to do this thing, but I'll do this thing after I take a shower. And then I get done, then I get into the shower and I start thinking to myself about all the great things I could do with like content on YouTube and Twitch. This is the video ideas I was writing down. We were talking about like ship turrets and like why you should disable people in Star Citizen. These are actually great ideas for like talking about in Star Citizen themes, right? And then what ends up happening is I end the stream, I go down, take a shower, and I think to myself, I need to go downstairs and I need to take a shower first. Because if I don't take a shower first, if I go cook dinner, if I go prep stuff to like a pressure cooker, because we have a pressure cooker and sometimes I'll throw like stuffed rice and beans in the pressure cooker and I get it started. If I do stuff in the kitchen first, my roommate is going to get into the shower and he's going to take an hour and a half long shower, and there's going to be no hot water, and I'm going to have to start cooking dinner and there's going to be no hot water left for me. Okay, so I'm going to take a shower first so there's enough hot water for me to enjoy a shower. Then I'm going to go do some cooking. And then I think about stuff about what I want to cook. And it's just like, do I want to cook some beans? Do I want to make some tacos? Do I want to do my usual stir fry? What do I want to drink? I got coffee and I got milk. And then suddenly, this stuff disappears from my head. Right? This stuff just doesn't exist anymore in my brain. And that is ADHD, folks. And that's kind of the problem. That's kind of the creativity problem I have. I have tons of great ideas. It's just fixating on those ideas and actually getting them produced. Getting those ideas down. I'll have great ideas in the shower. And then I step out of the shower and all those ideas are gone. Like the steam escaping through the window. It's like I got in one ear and out the other. So I almost need to walk into the shower with like a pen and paper to start writing stuff down, or record myself talking. And I had these back when I was a mechanic. See if this is safe to show off. Yes. These little Mead pocket memos. These were great. These little memo books. I had tons and tons of these pocket books in my toolbox because I'd keep them in the pocket of my coveralls like this with a pen. And I'd walk up to a piece of equipment that I'd be working on. And I go, okay, find a blank page here, and I find a blank page. Okay, let's see here. It's a Nissan forklift, model number FGK 42069. Serial number is 123458732. It has 10,032 hours of operation. And let's see, the headlights are out. Let's see here. It needs a fire extinguisher. The tires are getting low. Let's check the oil. So you put that down. You can pull the oil stick. Oh, it's low on engine oil. And the engine oil looks kind of grungy, so it probably needs a service. Let's look at the filter. Okay, the filter looks like it's been on there for a while. Let's check the air filter. Pull the air filter out. The air filter's full of crap. All right, so this thing needs a service. The oil filter looks like it's been on there for a while. The air filter's all plugged up with shit. So I'm gonna go talk to the customer about getting these tires replaced, that fire extinguisher put on there, get those headlights. We're gonna sell them a service, and we're gonna find more problems after the service, because we're gonna do like a 200-point inspection, which is really like you just kind of look at all the shit. Probably need to check the brakes. So that's what I would have all the time. And believe it or not, those little Mead memo books saved my ass a bunch. Because just having like notes for like the service helped me a lot when I was a mechanic. Because people would ask me questions about, hey, Vertigo, like you were out at this, hey, Wild Volus, nice to see you. Have a Peppo. People would ask me all the time and be like, hey, Vertigo, like you were out at Joe's Blows wrecking yard. What do you know about their piece of their crappy Caterpillar out there they have out there? Well, hold on. Let me go open my memo book and see. Flip. Okay, so here's some of the stuff I found on the service. Right? Last time I was out there. I tried to sell them some tires. Oh, yeah, they looked like it needed some tires. Yeah, well, I tried to sell them some fucking tires, and they didn't want to buy it. So, good luck. Right? And there you go. There's a little bit of Vertigo. So Vertigo's going to take a break. I need to go stretch my legs. We've been streaming for a while. Get a snack. We actually have a banana up here already, but I want to stretch my legs, use the restroom, and then we'll come back with more Star Citizen for a little while. I want to get some B-roll for the video we're working on. So we need to get the Polaris out, get into a mission, fight some NPCs, kick their asses, prove that it's possible, and then we'll probably work on a little bit of art. Get some art done. All right, so we'll be back in a little bit. All right, let's see if we get this done. Fist. We got ourselves some snacks. We got ourselves some vegetables for our snack. We got ourselves a banana, cauliflower, broccoli. Ah. All right. We need to get this Polaris out. All right. All right. We need to get out, head back to whatchamacallit, Area 18. Everyone's asking, what's the current meta? People begging for money. All right. Head to the lobby. No, not the lobby. Want to head to our hangar. Okay, cool. I remember we can't call the ship out in the lobby because it'll just get stuck on the floor. And new this patch, for those you don't know, you can click this button at the very top to find just the ships that are available to be pulled out here. No longer do you have to scroll for days to find the one ship that you can spawn. Oh my god, the hangar noise is just unbelievable. Hello? Oh dear. Come on, you know you want to. We may be stuck here. For those you're wondering, I'm eating cauliflower. Not my favorite, but it's edible. All right. I guess maybe we're stuck here. We have to, like, backspace. All right, a no noise DLC. It's thinking really fucking hard. Holy crap. Maybe I shouldn't have quit out of the server. All right. We got all our veg eaten up. I guess that banana can survive for another day. Take that down after we're done here. Wash it out and put it in the trash. I mean, it's there. Fuck me. Like, I summon it on this thing, and the thing is loading. I'm like, is it ever gonna load? I'm just eating my snack, waiting for it to, like, start doing something, waiting to hear the elevator. The fucker just teleported onto the goddamn pad. I mean, I guess it's very convenient, but here I am waiting for the elevator to start making some dumb noises to indicate that the thing's being delivered. And the thing's already been delivered. Alright! Alright, this is what we're doing now. This is fine. This is fine.
Welcome to Rocket Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Take off. Landing gear raised.
We know why Port All-Star was removed 1 minute from spawn to flying the ship. Exactly, Kazarm. It was way too convenient. Alright, so we want to head over to ArcCorp. Actually, you know what? We can just type in 18. A18. Suddenly, you get Area 18. Because we actually really need to head to Area 18. So this thing's fully upgraded, basically. Except for the missiles. We need to, like... I don't know if the APHIS coolers... Off ice coolers? Alf ice. It sounds like Alf ice. Off ice, but it's Alf ice, I think. Alf ice. Trying to learn a little German. We do have a few German-speaking people that show up every so often, so I could probably stand to, like, pronounce German words a little better. Where to go? Kazarm, I know you speak German, right? I can't remember if you... I vaguely remember seeing you throwing some German words around. Reveal your secrets. All right. Yeah, Danish. Yeah. Well, that Germanic kind of area. Same with, like, Swedish, Dutch. They can kind of understand German because their languages are pretty close. If I remember correctly.
Auto drive is now off.
Da, da, da. Alright, where is our... There it is. So we don't need full power to our coolers, which is great, because we have a shit ton of power now.
Auto drive is now on.
You know what? I actually have iced coffee. This is the last. I made coffee on our break. Similes is close enough. All right, let's go get. Hey, Firefly. I see you over there. All right. So land, get our Polaris out, try to get some B-roll recorded for the video, get that fucker working today. Maybe do a little bit of art. I do have an idea for the stream deck that I want to try out for an animation. Chromont. Is he flying? Vulture. There you go.
Docking request initiated. Docking unavailable. Landing gear deployed. Warning, leaving safe zone. Warning, leaving safe zone. Collision alert. Front. Collision alert. Low. Landing complete. Takeoff complete.
There we go. I think we'll have to like put the Vulture away at some point. just maybe not today. All right. Yeah, Kurt, we're not. I don't think we're ever getting back into this thing now without the help of another ship. I mean, at least we found a place how to. At least we figured out how to park this thing so it can't get stowed. Just gotta park it on its side. For the first time since launch, actually pretty. Yes, they've done a lot of great stuff with Cyberpunk. Let's see here. We need the Connie, which is down here. We need to store that. Especially the DLC. The DLC, which is basically just a spy thriller, like James Bond novel. It's basically a James Bond movie. Phantom Liberty. It's just more of the good stuff, right? If you like running around and shooting the guns and stabbing, and you want a good story to go on top of it, I highly recommend Phantom Liberty. But the base game for Cyberpunk 2077, the base storyline for Cyberpunk 2077 is so good, it's worth the entry price. It was a high-stakes game. I love it. Let me hit you with the rim shot there. I actually have that in my memes folder, right? Where is it? Oh, Firefly, you'd be so proud of me. I actually put out content today. I actually did a YouTube short. You'd be so happy. Do I actually? Yeah, I put it up on like Instagram. Put it up on Reddit. Actually did something, right? Content, Vertigo. We discovered Firefly, and this is a credit to CIG and their engineering update 4.5. I discovered today. So we're having a problem here. Let me turn off the music here. All right, let's do a potato count. I was recording B-roll for a video I want to do on engineering, and I came across this problem, and I'm just like, you know what? I need to mention this to people so they actually realize that this is a thing. Because I was amazed that it's one of those, is it a bug, is it a feature? And it turns out it was a feature. Because maybe that's the problem. 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, and engage. All right, so we have this issue. I was watching a streamer yesterday, and I was having this exact same problem. So let's warp to I couldn't get my quantum drive to engage. See if we can go someplace. I'm just like, the hell's going on here? No. Let's go to Endless Odyssey Station. Can we go to Endless Odyssey Station? No. I have a theory. We're up to 126. Let's turn our cooler back on. 125. 24. 20. 19. Okay, let's see if we can go now. It may not be a bug. It may be a feature. Let's find out, Zippo. Let's find out together. Oh my god! So are you telling me... Hold on. Are you telling me I can't quantum if my quantum drive is overheated? That is delicious. That is absolutely delicious. If that's the actual cause of this, we wonder, like, what is a bug in Star Citizen, or what is a feature? And I'm thinking to myself, why have my cooler off? Is it because my quantum drive is kind of overheated? Well, I mean, it is giving us a notice that the cooler has failed, right? 132 Celsius. So let's try that. Failed. Mic 3? Failed. You cannot just turn your cooler off and use the ship. You have to have some cooling to use your quantum drive. That is a thing, folks. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I didn't realize it. I didn't realize that if you turn your cooler off, because you could do that, right? I know it makes sense in hindsight. Kind of shit Chris Roberts wants to actually be a thing. But if you're flying a certain ship and your ship gets all fucked up, because some ships do have full engineering enabled, like your power plant, your quantum drive, your coolers, your headlights, your fucking guns, your missile racks, all that stuff can get damaged. And if your cooler gets damaged to the point where your quantum drive overheats to a certain amount, suddenly you can't use your quantum drive anymore. And you're sitting there to yourself, scratching your head, like, why isn't my quantum drive working? It must be that old bug, right? It's not a bug. It's an actual feature of engineering. Your quantum drive is too hot to engage. You have to cool it off. So it means you have to start turning stuff off. You need to put more power to your cooler, or you need to repair your cooler, or you need to put the fire out in your inside your Mercury Star Runner. Exactly. So I was like surprised today because I thought it was the old quantum bug, right? A long time ago, around 3.5, 3.10, there was a bug which looked very similar to this. Okay, so we're having a problem here. Where you engage your quantum drive. All right, let's do a potato count. It would spool up, because maybe that's the problem. One potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato. And you'd spool up, you press the engage button, you press mouse 1, and it would just cancel out of the animation. It wouldn't let you go. And so you had to do a potato count, or as I would do a potato count, you'd have to wait after it's spooled and calibrated. You had to wait a few seconds and then engage the quantum drive. Then it would let you go. That's what I thought this was. I thought this was this old-ass bug. You ready? Yes, Steve to answer. I am so ready for this shit to get fixed up. So that's what I thought this bug was. I thought it was that old quantum bug where your client would desync from the server. This is what I thought it was back in the day, where the animations for the UI were faster than the server would allow. So you'd spool and calibrate on your client, and it would show you as ready, but you're waiting for the server to allow you to engage quantum. And the server was like behind, a few milliseconds behind. So you'd have to like count in your head, 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, 4 potato, 5 potato, after the animation was completed, to allow that server to give the server time to allow you to like finish the calculations or whatever. Then it would give you permission to engage quantum. That's what I thought it was. But it's not. It's just I turned my cooler off because I thought the cooler was unnecessary. Because with the cooler off, you get to use the entire ship. The Polaris. You can use the entire ship without having the cooler on, and I'll show you here in a little bit. Without starting fires, the reactor will put out the same amount of power. The guns still work. It just turns out once the quantum drive gets too hot, it won't let you go anywhere. So the warning I'm giving to everybody is if your quantum drive gets too hot, that's why you can't go anywhere. So coolers are important this patch, as opposed to previous patches where you just throw whatever the fuck in there. That's how it's been for a few years with coolers. You just throw whatever in there, and as long as the ship turns on and works, you don't have to care about cooling anymore. Like you could, the only coolers that were worth slotting into ships was like a stealth cooler, so they could reduce your emissions, just make you stealthy. Oh, are you absolutely kidding me? We may have to swap servers. What if we go to a different terminal? See how this works. Oh my god, it takes so long to get to Wrecker Whirl. This will probably won't work too well, but we'll try it. How long? Years. See, the problem, Steve the dancer, the problem is Star Citizen is nowhere near beta. Like, we have a 1.0 on the roadmap, but we really haven't made any progress on that 1.0, right? You with me on there? So, every patch that releases an alpha is going to have issues. This shit that's happening right now on my screen. We're going to try swapping servers. So, until we get to beta, none of this shit's going to get knuckled down. CIG can't really knuckle down and fix anything permanently. That's the whole point of beta, is like everything is feature complete. All the features are in the game. You're not experimenting anymore. You're not trying to design anything and then wiggle it in. Your design document is locked down. Everything, all the features that you're going to have in your finished product are already in a buggy, incomplete state. But they're in. You're not going to put anything else in there. So now you knuckle down and you get everything working, right? That's the whole point of beta, as from my understanding, right? Maybe you decide to slot some new stuff in there and you have to like kind of start over again. But the idea is you're not experimenting. You're not adding new features. You're not thinking of new stuff to put in when you hit beta. The foundation has been laid. Now it's time to build the house, put the plumbing and the wiring, get the walls in, the drywall in, start mudding up the screw stuff and that kind of stuff. That's kind of like beta. And release is like, okay, we can start putting furniture in. You know, get the cabinets in the kitchen and whatnot, start breaking stuff out. But we're nowhere near that. Right? We're still putting in plumbing, we're still putting electrical in. We're doing it right on top of each other. We got all the tradespeople in. We're still building like the front porch. We're putting plumbing in. So the plumbers are having to cut drywall open. They're having to rip out like the electricians work to put their fucking work in. The electricians are ripping out pipes and cutting through timber, cutting through drywall to put their shit in. Star Citizen is a mess because of how they have to have a playable demo to attract more customers, to convince customers that this isn't a scam. So they have to have this shit at the same time while they're developing the game. And it's just a shit show as a result. That's why I'd rather have fewer patches per year. I'd rather have 3 to 4. I'd take 3 patches a year. Right? Three big patches a year and then like a maintenance patch at the end of the year towards the holiday season. Yeah, here's our last patch of the year. We're just going to take 4.4 and then we're gonna fix a bunch of bugs and we're gonna give that for until the next quarter. And then we'll talk to you guys later. Let's see if this works. There we go. So that's the problem. Vertigo, will this shit ever get fixed? When we ever hit beta, I don't know when beta's gonna get hit, right? We have 1.0, which probably is gonna be beta. But Chris Roberts is crazy. He may decide that we need to add more features to Star Citizen. Chris Roberts may be like, oh, well, you know, we can always afford to add more. And then they go back to like the cutting room floor on certain features. I hope they don't. I kind of want to see Star Citizen progress to like being finished instead of like constantly like restarting everything. Exactly. Yeah, I've brought that up several times. Like, yeah, there was that guy, student Star Citizen. The lawyer said that, oh, the 3.0, it's been released. Star Citizen's already out. Never get released. I know, right? I think AI is important, but I don't think it's as important as some of like the investors are showing off. I think there's going to be like a reckoning eventually with AI because I think we're overbuilding. We're probably overbuilding. We're overestimating just how important this technology is going to be. If it is a bubble, it's not going to be I don't know. I don't want to say too much because I've been proven wrong before, but I do think it's a bubble. I think a lot of people are putting way too much money into this. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some benefits to AI, but they're going to try to shove AI into everything, like microwaves, you know, refrigerators, home office assistants, pens, calculators. And then you're going to find out that that people don't much care for it. Or something. It's not as important or not as impactful in certain residential or commercial applications. Or there's some serious drawbacks to it. Like it consumes way too much resources to be really what it comes down to is like how much can you get paid for this shit, right? The economy, right? If it takes a hilarious amount, if it's not worth, if you can't make the amount of money it took to like build the data center and pay for the electricity and the cooling, then you're going to see a lot of businesses like go tits up because they just can't afford to stay operational. And electricity is kind of a big deal, right? Depending on where you build. So, like there's renewable, there's solar, there's wind, there's hydroelectric power, but that you're competing with like residential and commercial and other industries. Yeah, the smart bed, I saw that too. Same with like the people with smart homes where they got locked out because they got like an AWS went down. You know, beds, I know, right? I can't imagine having like a Wi-Fi enabled bed. Like, nah, I'm sorry. I have to agree with the boomers on this one. The bed is a spring and it springs fabric and like some material. That's what a bed is. That's what a mattress is to me. You go to the store, you buy the mattress that you like the most, and you sleep on it for the rest of your goddamn life, right? Maybe a couple of decades you buy another mattress. But it's just springs and fabric. That's what a mattress is. It's one of those door locks. I can understand like having like an electronic door lock if you have like like my living situation where you have a bunch of renters and you need to be able to control access to the front door without giving everybody a key. You can just give everybody like a combination, and everybody just punches in their individual combination and opens the door for them. And then you can disable people's like combination. when you evict them. You don't have to like change the locks. So I can understand why an electronic lock, but you don't need to have Wi-Fi access for a lock like that to work. It doesn't have. This is the thing with like cloud services. Everybody was putting cloud services into everything. You didn't need to have cloud service in everything. I guess it makes sense for like hotels to have like you can just wave your cell phone at the door and the door just opens for you. What happens when you lose your cell phone? I guess you get fucked, I guess. Alright, so we're gonna do some B-roll here. Where's mine? There it is. Alright, so we should still have our microphone. And we're gonna start recording. Because we're trying to get some footage of us soloing a Polaris today. Yeah, I don't know, Firefly. Like a smart stove. I guess if you want to like, download recipes and you want to program the stove to like cook some stuff for you without too much of a trouble, too much of a hassle. I suppose there's that. I'm not going to go all the way to Pyro Gateway. Or you can just get I'm a boomer on this one. I have a recipe book. I have a book full of recipes that I follow. And if I don't like the recipe a little bit when it comes out, I just write notes in the margins. And say like, oh yeah, use less cumin because cumin sucks. Use less cloves because cloves suck. Use more mustard because you like mustard, Vertigo. Tovik, an oven that cooks for you. Yeah, so we need to turn that off. Turn life support off. We don't need life support. We don't need this many. There we go. Yeah, the AI tends to like eat itself. Like that's one of the things that'll probably hold back AI. Ouroboros, where AI starts to feed itself. Other competing AI starts putting content out on the internet, and AI picks up on that content, and they start regurgitating the same facts the same way. And yeah, like eventually the dead internet theory, where everything on the internet is bots. That's an actual theory going on right now. And eventually it's not even like AI, it's like LLMs, like large language models. They just start picking up on all this artificial content, and they start considering, that becomes part of the, that becomes that becomes part of their data set. A rum based off Captain Picard. Picardy. Ah! Vertigo, you're a genius.
Shields are on.
Instead of Picardy, it's Picardy.
Move this man!
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. It was a slip of the tongue. Do you seek Jamaharon? Oh, I do. And some Picardy. No, I'm not. Damn straight I'm not. We were actually telling puns last night. No, not last night. The night before, when we were at New Year's. I'm gonna let the PDCs finish this guy off. We were telling puns, but mostly like child-safe puns, right? I'm trying to remember the ones we were telling. I did the father tomato, son tomato. We're like walking down the road. Son tomato starts lagging behind, so the father tomato steps on him and says, ketchup. Kids love that. I thought it was pretty funny. Then we did the, you know, 2 guys walk into a bar, the 3rd guy ducks. I did the horse one. A pony walks into a bar, goes up to the bartender, and says to the bartender, "I'd like a cup of hot tea, please." And the bartender's like, "What's wrong with you?" And the pony responds, "I'm just a little hoarse today." There. That one went over really well with the kids. They love that. If a forest had a military, would there be different branches? Oh, I love it, Kovakin. Thank you so much. Wait for this guy to get killed by the PDCs. Apparently one PDC is working. There we go. Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! You got it. Yeah, look at this. And then we were doing like your mama jokes as well. Like, your mama's so old, she still has her original Jesus and Pals t-shirt. Your mama's so old, her social security number is 1. 1 putt away from figuring out how to change my tier 3 sub to a tier 2. Hey, Firefly, you never responded to me. I made your dog into a emote. Just for you. Actually, not just for you, just for the channel. Right. Fuck off. This no. Game. Oh my god, Twitch. Thank you, Twitch. You're fucking amazing. Oh my god, Twitch is killing me. Mostly because we're like having problems here. Where is the doggo? There's the doggo. I think it turned out really well. Mostly because we need more cute doggos. There, Jason got one for me. I saw that picture. I saw that picture on my Discord, and I'm just like, I have to have that. I have to have this. Look how happy that doggo is. Look at that face. Look at that smile. That's a doggo that is loved. That is in love. That is having a good day. We went out for some walkies. We saw a squirrel. We got some treats. And then we're going to go home and we're going to spend the rest of the day with our favorite people. Just made me feel like, made me actually feel something, right? Just want to pet the doggy, kiss the heads. Just give him little smooches on his heads. So adorable. All right, so we need to figure out where we're going next. There's 11 kilometers over that way. Let's go to the 11 kilometer one. There's a doggo that's up to something. But I just want to share that with everybody. I just want everybody to have the ability to share that moment. It's like I had to immortalize that picture as an emote. I asked Firefly if it was okay, but I never heard back, so I just like, fuck it. I'll ask for forgiveness instead of permission. And of course, we have Inner Hype's doggo, too. He's just trying to get some treats. He's a whore for the treats, Vertigo. You didn't see the Discord, okay. Is that the doggo's name? Maybe I should change it from Hype to Riku. All right. Dun, dun. And we're done there. All right, where's the next spots? 18, 20, 20, so I guess we're heading to 18. He's a dire wolf.
Shields off.
Oh, I put the landing gear down? Why did I do that? Dun, 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 dun. had a friend that had like Malamutes and a Husky, and yeah, the Malamute was a little bigger. They're dogs I can never own. You need to have a proper yard. Huskies are very high energy dogs. They also have dual coats, so they have twice the amount of fur with that undercoat, and of course they shed. They shed, so you're constantly grooming. Or else they get matted, which is really bad for the dog. Really unhealthy. So you have to maintain those coats, and you have to maintain their energy levels. And I could never keep up with them. Not in my age. Not with my health. Jason has the stupid coats. I don't know why it points me that way.
Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. Enjoy the ride.
Pew pew pew.
System check.
And I think that's it. Like, sometimes you'll have, like, dudes spawn on top of you. Yeah, I lost the ace pilot marker, so I don't really give a shit. Well, he sheds a coat every time he comes in, right? Every time he comes in from the cold, he sheds a layer. Sheds one of his coats. Verto gets it. All right, so we have ping area 17. I guess we're heading to 17.
Shields are off.
Let's find this guy.
Shields are on.
Nikwa! Thanks for that raid. I appreciate it. Hopefully everything's going well for you today. What did you do today? Can we get a shout out? I don't know, Firefly, if you're available. Glad to command one of my mods. Otherwise I have to reach over to my other keyboard. The amount of channels you don't follow that gives you subs, it gets annoying. I mean, like, I think how gifted subs work is if you've ever been in the channel, like, and there's not enough viewers, like, it just gifts subs to you. As a content creator, I like the idea. I was a little lonely today. Well, yeah. It happens. Welcome to the joys of streaming. Trying to stream for some money. Trying to be a pro gamer. Sometimes it can get kind of lonely. So Star Citizen's done now? Oh my god, Jinx. You're killing me. No. No, not even close. I want to say yes. I want to say yes, Star Citizen's done. They do have like a 1.0, like, sarcastic air quotes release on their roadmap, but they're nowhere near getting any of that stuff done. Squadron 42, the single-player version of Star Citizen, is supposed to come out this year, but we don't have a release quarter. We don't have a release date. We don't know. We assume it's going to be later this year, right? That's what we assume. So hey, we'll have like a version of Wing Commander, right? I don't know if Jinx, did you ever play Wing Commander 3, Wing Commander 4? Back in your day?
Radar contact.
Alright, see if they have like a... I've given up on the 100 star systems. Like, honestly, like, the star systems we have are enough. If we have, like, just 5 star systems, you'll have more space than any MMO that's ever existed. 10 would be plenty. Yeah. Well, like 2 years ago, I met, what was his name? Jake Acapella, who was one of the, I can't remember what Jake did. I think he was like a community manager, but he basically said 2 years ago, he's played through the entirety of Squadron 42, and it was fun. But, you know, that was like a couple years ago now. So I don't expect Star Citizen to like be anywhere near beta at the end of this year or next year. I'm hoping when they get done with Squadron 42, they can like divert resources, and Chris Roberts can stop fucking around with like mocap shit, and Mark Hamill and Mark Strong and Gary Oldman, all those other actors that Chris Roberts loves directing. That's Chris Roberts' kind of problem, his flaw. He wants to be a director, but he can't make it in Hollywood. So he makes video games that are basically movies.
Auto drive is now on.
So you're saying we need space ice, Naquan. Get out of my country. But this is Japan. Every country belongs to America. Yeah, exactly. Want to be James Cameron. Just like Hideo Kojima. As much as I like Kojima, like, he goes really hard for, like, the cutscenes. Like, Metal Gear Solid 4 proved that. That game had, like, a point where you had, like, almost an hour-long sequence of cutscenes where you basically just put the controller down and just let the game just go. I think this is going to be a protect mission, yeah.
Shields are on.
And at this point, we can actually, like, turn off the cooler or turn the cooler down, but we don't really have to. Oh, there's the sound bug. Hopefully I don't crash. That would suck. Space ice would be spice. Good thing we don't actually need the audio for this shit. Oh my god. Star Citizen, you're killing me. Alright. Probably want to get within a kilometer. I don't think there's anything really big here. I'm looking around. Nah, there's nothing really super massive here. We can use the top turrets. This is the new sound bug in Star Citizen, Naquan. What happens is the sound goes all funny and then you crash. Like it's happening right now. So I'm expecting I'm going to be in desktop. I'm going to be going to desktop here in a moment. I don't know what the hell they did, but the sound engine just has this problem. I was going to attribute it. Dispatch is 10 out of 10. I would love to play Dispatch. It looks good. Or at least the story looks good. The few cutscenes I've seen. I've been trying to avoid spoilers on Dispatch. Because I do expect to pick it up one day and play it. Just for the story. Up, here it is. And... desktop. Right? Yep, there's a little spinny thing of doom. No, we're not going to verify. You know, I just wanted to get some fucking B-roll of me soloing a goddamn high threat mission with my Polaris just so I can have to show off on my goddamn fucking video. And Star Citizen just has to make things so goddamn hard. Just so goddamn difficult. Just, it's almost not worth the effort. If this was any other game, I would have had this shit done by now. Watch me load in, and the Polaris is, like, gone, and I have to, like, claim the insurance on it. It's gonna be another hour before I can get it. Right? Have you updated my NVIDIA drivers? No, I haven't. I should. Yeah, I got the camera off. I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to get B-roll footage, Firefly. So I don't need my camera. Since this is gonna go up on YouTube eventually. Maybe. Potentially one day. So I don't need the camera. I don't need the chat. Hey, Merry Christmas. Thanks, Jenkins. We'll probably stream that. Hey, how would we stream that Monday and Tuesday instead of Star Citizen? Oh, Nakwa. Speaking of which, I actually found out. Are we loading? Oh my god. So, fuck you, Star Citizen. So I crash out, I load back in, it doesn't put me back in the ship, and now the ship's gone. So we're gonna stop recording. I'm gonna have to do it like off stream or something. This is just fucking stupid. Unknown Corvette claim. I just don't know what to do here. I can expedite, it's 18 minutes. I am just so fucking shot down right now. Alright, but speaking of something actually positive in Star Citizen, right? I actually made a thread recently. On error code 32 21 22 50 54 77. And I had a guy come in and complain about this specific error code. It prevented him from actually getting into the main menus. He would crash out before he even got to the main menus. And it turns out there was an easy anti-cheat angle to this too. We were talking about this in chat between me and him. And I was like, did you go to Google, type it in? He's like, yeah, I did that. Okay, so I went to Google, I looked and see if there was anything interesting. I'm like, okay, did you go to the customer support website? He goes, yeah, I did. Did you look up the customer support article? Because there was an actual article that had that specific error code in it. I'm like, did you check out this article? Yeah. Did you do all this stuff in the article? Yeah. Did you delete your shader folder? Yeah. Did you delete your user folder? Yeah. Did you verify your files? Yeah. Did you restart your computer? Yeah. And then I go through, did you go through the issue council, and did you look through all the issue councils that have the same error code? No. All right, let's go there and see what happens. And there was like 5 different issues, 5, 6, 7, it was about 7 issue council reports that all had like one person as response, right? And there was one that had like 6 responses. And so I open them all up as separate tabs in my browser, and we start going through each one to see if maybe somebody reported a solution. And if you're reading this while you're listening to me, you already know what this is getting to. There was one guy in one of those posts that said, I had a similar issue with the code when I searched in my Windows folder System32 and found the file name in EAC. The last one with DL at the end, Googled it and belongs to and deleted the app. Was a Paramax driver for a VR headset. So I turned to the guy and said, okay, so this guy deleted a driver for his VR headset. Why don't do you have a VR headset? He's like, yeah, I haven't used it in a while. Okay, so why don't you just delete your drivers for your VR headset and see what that does? And he got back to me, he said, Vertigo, I deleted the VR drivers and it changed the error code. And then I Googled that error code and it said to flush my DNS, so I did that, and now I can play Star Citizen. And so I posted this on Reddit, and I actually got a couple people responded like, hey, I did exactly this, Vertigo, and it worked for me. I'm now playing Star Citizen again. And so now I'm patting myself on the back for another week. Good job, Vertigo. You actually did something useful, right? You're not a salty piece of shit spitting on Chris Roberts because fucking Star Citizen doesn't work. You're like, hey, delete your VR drivers. And then you can launch Star Citizen. You can play. I know, right? This is shit I used to do as a mechanic. So there you go. So I'm kind of proud of myself about that. And then we got this other issue that we like posted here. I don't know. It could be the heat. Heat could be causing it. Really best if they decide to implement your Q drive as 120 can't quantum without any UI warning. Yeah, true. These people think an issue council posts have to look into, and of course, frustrated player can't figure out the problem. I agree. Does it also shut down quantum drive if you travel? I haven't had any issues following on quantum drive. Now I'm going to double check heat levels too. I'd love to know. I would love to know if this solves the issue. Because I too have sometimes I have that problem where you engage quantum and it cuts out early. But I don't think it's a heat problem. You always be a salty piece of shit to your friends. I know, right? I try to do the... Let's see if we can make a heart with like our middle fingers, right? I don't think it's possible. Right, kind of flip you off while we're making the heart symbol with our hands. What else? So yeah, we got this other thing where we figured out like your quantum drive overheating causes you to prevent you from like going into quantum. Alright, so... Fuck me. I don't know, it's gonna be kind of hard to get B-roll footage of this pile of crap. So how about we just, how about we do some art instead? How about we just do some goddamn art? Instead of being sad while playing Star Citizen, let's be sad while making fucking art instead. Alright. What are we doing? We probably need to change stream over to some art. Alright, let's just change our category. Let's go into the art category because I'm sure we'll do great there. Let's see here. There we go. We'll just flop over there. I guess we can change the YouTube stream. Nakwa, thanks for the gift.
Nakwa23 gifted Dovahkiin 2,134 a subscription.
I could use the money this year.
Nakwa23 gifted a tier 1 sub to Dovahkiin 2,134.
Right.
They have given 920 gift subs in the channel.
I can use the money this year. I can use all the help I can get. So I appreciate your generosity, Nakwa. I really do. I guarantee you I'm not a piece of shit. I'm not going out buying like cocaine and like hookers. Just trying to like stay alive this year. Alright. Is there arts? Is there an art category? There's science and technology, nonprofit, activism, music. I guess it'd just be like entertainment. There we go. We'll do that for the YouTube stream as well. Hey, Nikwa, thanks for that sub as well.
Nakwa23 just resubscribed for 84 months. Ahem, you're not a piece of salt, but you're ours piece and salt.
Pieces, yeah, the bot doesn't swear. So what we need is GIMP open. I'm gonna hand animate this. One of these days, I'm gonna get like Blender going to actually do animations in Blender. It's one of those things where it's more stuff I need to do, more stuff I need to learn. But you know, with support from all my fans, Vertigo will have enough time in his life to learn how to sit down and improve himself. All right, so we do have a folder, if I remember correctly, in our documents where we had all the work in progress crap. Right? Documents? Oh, that's a bullshit. So, view, large icons. So this is kind of like our base images that we're working off of here. We have our icon packs. This is kind of like our finished final products. We do need to go through and like add text to these. And of course we have our GIMP files. We have Drake. We're not really doing a lot of stuff with Drake. We have work in progress. So the Anvil flight ready icon, this is the one we're working on. And I have an idea of how to make an animated one. So let's see here if I can do this real quick. Get into the base files. I don't have like the cutout like I want. But the idea is we're making a power-up icon for our Stream Deck. Here's our Stream Deck buttons if it wants to load. Doesn't seem to want to load. Do I have to reset my computer? For some reason. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to close the deck. Quit Stream Deck. Star Citizen creates some problems. Should give some boobies, some memories. Your music sounded like Canada's anthem. That's the Stellaris soundtrack we're listening to in the background. Right, and that was Utopia Mainline. No, it was this one right here. This one, which is 414. I don't know if there is actually a track listing. Oh, fuck off. For this. Oh, there is. Okay. So 414, Brighter Tomorrow is the name of the track. That's the name of the Stellaris track. They say this is like the Canadian anthem? Alright, so let's talk about what we're doing here. So first of all, let's rotate this, because we kind of wanted to point in that way. So the idea is, we're going to have a power plant icon here. Oh, with a solid color here. So we're going to have like a green power plant, and then we're going to have wires running to all our components, like this. To the thrusters, right? And then we're going to have like power running out here. Kind of like, it's going to be a very simple animation. But the idea is we want to show the components powering up. So we're going to have like the weapons like slowly filling up with green energy, or filling up with energy like that. Same with the power, same with the that thing. So that's kind of like my idea, right? You're going to have like the power, like a power plant symbol radiating power to the actual extremities of the ship, and the ship's going to be powering up. Is how I want to do this, how I want to represent this animation. Let's see if this... Okay, cool. So you can see the Star Citizen icon we have already. I don't particularly care for it. I don't like it. Maybe a little lightning bolt. Hey, corpse. Music's just a little loud. But this gives me it gave me an idea. I wanted animations, and I was playing around with a couple ideas. And Nakwa, thanks for that.
Nakwa23 gifted a corpse a subscription. Nakwa23 gifted a tier 1 sub to a corpse. They have given 921 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much. Alright, so there is no streamer protection mode on the deck. So I like these buttons. These buttons are fine. This button needs work. This is like power on it. This is gonna be a power switch, so I need to like figure out how to do that a little bit better. But this one we can definitely do a better job on. And work in progress. So let's come here to this one. And we've already compressed this one, so yeah. Cancel that. File, new. 1920 by 1080. Hey, thanks for giving sub to Kazarm.
Nakwa23
So
gifted
here's
Kazam a
the
subscription. Nakwa23 gifted a tier 1 sub to Kazam. They have given 922 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah, I kind of like this lightning bolt idea. Problem is, though, when you get to really small icons, it's really hard to tell what's happening. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm probably going to carve out some power lines here. I definitely want to add the engine. We can easily carve out the engine here, change its color. Yep, Riku's excited for gifted subs. Yes, when you crunch everything down to like a really small size, you lose a lot of detail. So we do need to fix these up. We need to find out where the thrusters are. I think they're here, here, and here. We just put 4 dots, equidistance dots. No problem. And the engine too. But thank you so much, Nick. I do appreciate it. Don't break your bank on my behalf. Don't do it. We don't need 2 backgrounds, really. I do like having 1, though. All right. So we need to think about how we're doing this. So we're going to save this as... Where is it? Documents. Work in progress. So this is going to be... Anvil... Hornets... Flight ready... Work in progress. What's the... this is 1920 by 1080. So work in progress. I don't want to like change anything too much, but now we have the ability. Bank will just have to cope with it. Yeah, but I don't want you to be. I want you to be able to pay your mortgage or your rent. I don't want your wife to leave you or anything like that. I have no idea what that's for. I think it was something I cut out. I do like this lightning bolt. I figured out how to make these lightning bolts. You just take 2 triangles. And you just put them, you create 2 triangles and you invert one by 180 degrees and you just kind of stick them together and it makes a lightning bolt. Yep, Patreon is also good. If you want to support me month to month, Patreon's a great one. I thought I had like timers in the chat to remind people for Patreon. Just kind of as a minder. I don't know if those have popped up. I need to like make sure they are working. Because I'm trying to use stream elements more and more. All right, so what we do have a power plant icon, which we could probably drag in here. Power icon. Boop, boop. Cancel that. So we do have this power icon. Right here, which we could use. This is like the power plant. Get rid of that background. And really, we could just kind of merge all this stuff down. I don't know how well this is going to show up. In our little icon. And then edit or select, what is it? Then we want to copy or cut. And then add a new layer. I'm going to drag that to the top. Then we're going to paste. We'll anchor that layer in place into the background 3 layer, and we can get rid of this guy because we don't need him anymore. And then we add the Hornet back. Okay, so we have that. We have a little power plant icon. Right there. And then we can crop to layer. Crop to content. So we don't need, like, that entire area. We could probably delete this one as well, since we don't need that. Okay. Is Patreon not working? Is the Patreon command? Like I said, it should be a Stream Elements command. Need to make sure. No. All right. Dear Stream Elements, what the heck's going on here? Yeah, accept all. Chatbots. Chat commands. Custom commands. My custom commands are gone. Or empty, in fact. Hold on. That was like, hold on, did I fuck up and do the YouTube shit? No. Yes. Okay. So I was adding commands to the YouTube channel. Let's see here. Is there a way to share these commands? Also, they're all moderator. Well, that's moderator shoutouts. Hold on a second. No. Like, there's... Okay, so Stream Elements has a weird thing if you're multi-streaming where you have to log in to the specific Stream Element website. Right. So there we go. So I was like, okay. Let's see if it's in here. Nope, it's not in the YouTube chat. What the fuck? Stream Elements. Okay. So, if we do... Default commands, custom commands... Okay, yeah, variables, I know that. So let's do this. Okay, so does the status work? Status works. Status works. So that's definitely one of the commands I wanted to have. Right. So we're on the Twitch page. Okay, cool. And the problem is, I should have timers, right? And I do have a Patreon command set up, but there's no command to run it. So I could just, I could fix that. Okay, so let me get this done. Let's add a new chat command while we're live. Custom commands, add new commands. Command name, Patreon. Actually, we already had the announce. All right, there you go. Patreon should be active. There you go. It's supposed to do a timer every so often. The Stream Elements. to shill for my stuff in the chat. Okay, it does. So there is an announcement earlier for Patreon. I just needed to make a command for it, so you can ! Patreon in the chat. Okay, so as long as the timers are working. We also have like roadmap, Urkel, SP viewer, handle, which is my Twitch name, statuses, or status. Status, right? And I need to create like some YouTube chat commands too for Star Citizen. That gives you an idea. There we go. We fixed it. It only took us... It was. So, like I said, I've been taking stuff off the Streamlabs bot, which is this one. This is the Streamlabs chatbot. I'm removing commands from that guy and moving them over to Stream Elements. And I've been meaning to do that for a long time now. There you go. There's 1 cup of coffee each bunch. Oh, thank you, Nico. I appreciate it. Helping support HC Vertigo's... I do have coffee. Still. That's some, I don't know if my mic could pick that up, but in shake around I still have some coffee. Oh, it smells so good. Delicious. I'm one of those weirdos that actually likes drinking coffee. The kids these days are all drinking their Monster Energy. I know what kids these days are drinking for energy drinks. All right, so we don't need that lightning bolt. We have this guy here. So again, the idea, we're gonna have another element here, so I don't have to fuck with this thing, is we're gonna get the pen. We're gonna add some red color. So the idea is we're gonna have power coming out to the various wingtips, the various things, to the engines here. And the way I can animate this, I'm supposed to drink it, not sniff it. I like the smell of coffee, right? I like the smell of roasted coffee beans. I've always had, ever since like I was a kid. Walking through, because they have coffee aisles in the supermarkets, like the high-end supermarkets, Safeway, QFC, Trader Joe's. They'll usually have areas where you can pull your own beans. Pull your own coffee beans, like roasted coffee beans usually. So you have like you can get like a little bag from one end of the aisle, and you just walk down the aisle and they have like different manufacturers, different coffee producers and their brand. And you take your little bag, you shove it underneath like a little dispenser, you grab a lever, you pull the dispenser down, and it gives you like a couple, chunks of coffee beans, like a couple cups of coffee beans. And if you want more, you can pull a lever, or you can get a bigger sack, or you can just go out with what you got. You got some beans, and then you can take them home. You can grind your coffee yourself at home, because fresh ground coffee is like so much better. But that was a thing back when I was a kid, like grinding your own coffee. And they still sold manual coffee grinders when I was a kid, so you could actually have like an actual crank style grinder, and you have like a little drawer you pull out underneath the crank and you dump it into your percolator. Yep, I usually drink my coffee with a lot of milk. Literally half and half. I'll put like I'll fill my cup halfway with coffee and then the rest of the way with milk. And that's how I enjoy my coffee. Because here's the thing, despite what some coffee purists want you to believe, there is no wrong way to drink a cup of coffee. You can add all sorts of weird shit to your coffee: cinnamon, nutmeg, milk, creamer, goat's milk, butter. There's people out there who put butter in their coffee. I don't understand it. I don't care. If they like it, you like it, right? Just don't try to serve me shit I don't like, right? Because I'm gonna be grumbly about it. You can put chocolate in there too. We used to make, when I was a mechanic, we used to make really shitty mochas, which is basically like Swiss mix, which is like powdered cocoa. You take that, you take a cup of drip coffee. You can jump that powdered Swiss mix, hot chocolate, into your coffee, stir it up, and it's so good. It's basically just it's a bunch of sugar with like some cocoa powder in it. That's what like Swiss mix is. All right, so what we need to do is we need to figure out how we're going to do these weapons here. And the engines. Well, how are we going to do this animation? What we could do is, well, we don't need to really worry about the cockpit too much, I don't think. Or do we? The power plant, we're going to change the power plant size later. This is mostly just kind of get everything kind of branched out. So what I think I would need to do is I need to black out the guns. Black them out, like block out the guns to make them look good. And the engine needs to be like kind of blocked out too. We can kind of bring the engine up a little bit too to make it, you know, better. And thrusters. I'm trying to think of how to do this because I don't really know. Schematics, yeah. That's what I was thinking, schematics. Wiring schematic. We already have the power plant. We can actually make this a little bit smaller, get rid of the side pieces because you're not really going to notice that the thing. I would like to not have text because adding text kind of reduces the amount of space I get to play with. So if I just have this thing working for me and I rotate it 90 degrees, the whole image 90 degrees, so much the better. So it is going to be an animation, so we do need a layer group, right? What is that? So that needs to be in that layer group as well. That's just kind of like the draw layer. Whip layer. And I think this we can get rid of this. Well, I don't know. I'm going to keep that around in here. But then don't forget to save your drawing. There we go. So that needs to be on top of that. All right. So I definitely know I need... The one way I could do this is you delete... The one way I think I could do this is I use the erase tool and I just erase stuff off this Hornet right here. Right? And I just erase stuff off this thing, and then I just have a transparent effect going from here to here, right? And then I could just use a color underneath. I could use another layer underneath this one, and then I could change gradients underneath this to kind of show that power is like going out here to the various things. Because I could just use like a circle as it expands, right? This is kind of how it would work. I just use like a circle that slowly expands like this to demonstrate like power is going through the wires. And that would be kind of interesting animation. So I think that's what we're gonna do. So always remember before you make any big changes to save your progress. And we need to select this right here, or at least just the gun. And what we can do is we can grab that, copy, add a new layer, and then paste. Now I have to do it from the selection menu. And then anchor that layer into that new background. So it doesn't look like I've done anything different, but I have this piece to mess with. So I can come in here with the erase tool, and I can get rid of just the stuff I don't want, because we just want the weapon. Right, this. I'm not quite sure how big these laser repeaters are going to be, but... And now... Because I have that, I can change the color of this piece here with the bucket tool. I definitely want it to be transparent. Also, I can have a shield effect too, right? Where I outline the ship to show the shields coming on, right? You know, because shields are coming up too. So I can do the kind of an outline of the shield slowly powering up, going from red to yellow to green. So that's another thing. So first I want to color this with the dropper tool. So let's get the paint bucket like this, so we can actually have like an idea of what we're erasing. Okay, there we go. So this gives us a good idea of like what's happening here with our thing. And I can probably, yeah, once I get this good enough, I can just copy this and rotate it and just move it to the other side on top of this gun. But I definitely want the gun to be a little bit part of the wing. Yeah. Vertigo is having good ideas today. And we want to do a square on this guy. Like that. So we're gonna... hardness needs to be 100%. Smooth stroke. Hard edges. Incremental. So I think we'll leave it like that. Nope. There we go. Is it not possible to take the 3D model from the game? Yes, it is. You can take the 3D model from the game. The problem is, and this is the problem you're going to run into, is what we're doing here for the art, is the 3D model loses a lot of definition when you get down to 96 by 96 pixels. I mean, he used 144 by 144, but it still resizes the image. And there is absolutely positively no reason to use such a high definition image on something so small. There's copyright too, and I do have like the base images. I have this. Fuck off, OneDrive. I do have a high def image, right? But again, when you're working with imagery that small, there's absolutely no reason to have that much detail. If we go to my Twitch folder here, where my emotes are, right? You know, you're at 112 by 112, and then Twitch resizes everything to 28 by 28 pixels, the smallest. Yes, you can get pre-made icons, Kazarm. Guess who pre-makes those icons? Guys like me. And this is something that annoys me greatly when people tell me, like, Vertigo, stop fucking around doing stuff on your own. Just go use AI. Just go find someone else's work. Fuck you, I'm doing it myself. Jesus Christ. Because yes, I'm aware that people have already done this, but I'm doing it now. I'm stubborn. Yes, I have an icon pack already. Someone gave me an icon pack, and you know what? I'm not using it because I'm making my own icon pack because I said so. And it annoys the fuck out of me. And people are like, Vertigo, just let someone else do it. Get some other cunt to do the job, do the work for you. I'm like, no, I'm doing it. This is stuff I want to do. So yeah, there's a whole icon pack for Star Citizen that already exists. So why do it, Vertigo? Look at it. It's right here. It's right. Just fucking use this, because this icon pack sucks. I don't like it. I'm making my own. I'm making stuff that I want. All right, so this is gun. And for gun, we can layer cropped content, which is good. And then we can copy and then do another layer. This is gonna be gun. Let's see here. What is that? Right side is starboard. I don't know what the shorthand for starboard is. And this is gonna be gun ports. Left hand, right hand. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy, edit, and the one of the big reasons. I don't need this open. One of the big reasons why I'm doing this is because I want to do it. Is because this is how I learn, right? I'm teaching myself how to do stuff. Because there was an episode of Star Trek Enterprise, not Star Trek Enterprise, Star Trek The Next Generation. I'm pretty sure that maybe there was a Star Trek Enterprise episode about this. But there was an episode of Star Trek Enterprise, Star Trek The Next Generation, where they came across a highly advanced civilization. There's probably, TOS as well probably had this as well. They come across a highly advanced civilization that has, like, their civilization's run by a computer. And the computer there was an episode of TOS, I'm starting to remember now, where the computer starts malfunctioning and starts hurting people because of the malfunctions, and then Enterprise, like, Kirk has to shut it down, or Spock has to shut it down, and then the people are like, oh my god, how are we gonna live? We had the computer thinking for us for so long that we've lost all the ability to actually be a successful civilization. And the one for Star Trek The Next Generation was they come across this highly advanced civilization that steals all the children off the Enterprise because they can't have children anymore. Their entire civilization is sterile. And it turns out the power plant for their supercomputer, the power source for their entire civilization, which makes it possible for them to actually have such advanced technology, has basically rendered the entire population sterile. So that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons why I want to keep doing this stuff. I don't want to have AI doing stuff for me. Because eventually this kind of stuff is going to become lost tech. Nobody's going to remember how to do this kind of stuff because nobody does it anymore. Just the computer does it for us. So what do we want to do? Paste. Right? And it's something to do, right? It's something to do. While Star Citizen is pissing me off, right? While Star Citizen is pissing me off, I could do something vaguely related to Star Citizen that produces something of value for the community, that either the community that watches me or the community at large that enjoys Star Citizen. Because one of the big things that caused me to look at this and want to make my own, besides I want to do it, right? It's something to do, was the icon pack that was given to me. I'm going to combat here. The icon pack that was given to me predominantly features the Gladius. Very predominantly features the Gladius. And I don't much care for the Gladius. I prefer Anvil ships, right? The Anvil Hornet, right? So I'm thinking to myself, I could make this icon pack with a little bit of effort, and I could have the Hornet featured instead of the Gladius featured, right? And I already had some success. If we go look at, like, the stuff I've already done for the Anvil pack, these icons right here, they're ripped straight from the Carrack. This is the Anvil UI theme. This is already finished. This is an icon I've already done. It's finished and actually in the Elgato Stream Deck. I don't quite like it, but it's ready to go. Ready to be put out into the Stream Deck. And it's basically a take on an icon from the other pack that already exists. Icon files, controls, I think it is. There is one in here called controls. You also have, like, yeah, the Scorpius and the other one, the Corsair in here. But there was a control icon in there. And the so I looked at the animated stuff. The animated stuff sucks ass. I'm like, ugh, looks so cheap. I could probably do a better job. Combats. Try to find the exact Gladius one that I ripped off of. Yeah, here it is. Kind of like this one. Right, there was one that was like controls, like combat. So you can kind of see what I'm going for there. I'm like, I could make one that has the Anvil theme, right, UI color theme, and features the Hornet. Right? Because I wanna. And I am. Right? Ship combat, there's an icon right there for that. And I can do the shield icons as well. Not that bad. Right now we're focusing on making a power-up icon, because the animated ones they have suck. They're just bad. Whatever this is. And I'm just like, we could probably do better. And if I wanted to do better, I'd probably be using Blender, but we're not using Blender today. So that's going to go there, but I need to flip it. So, what is it? Layer, transform, flip horizontally, and that should slot right in. Not entirely, because I didn't clip it out the way it's supposed to be, but that's good enough. Ain't nobody gonna notice. There you go. I can erase these green pixels just for this one. Alright, so we got that. Easy peasy. Gun port, gun starboard. That's the power plant. Always label your layers. And then we need to grab the engine. We need to add another layer. Then we need to paste it in place. Then we anchor that layer. And then we have... How come that's not showing up? That should be a movable layer. Apparently. Oh, I know why. I'm a moron. So we need to grab this guy. You have to select the layer you're copying from. You can't just grab any old layer. Edit. Copy. New layer. And then edit. Paste. And then we anchor. And there we go. Then we just need to come here and clean this layer up. Oop. Not quite sure how much the engine we need, but you don't need this stuff here. How about coolant distribution? I don't think you really can't do coolant right now in Star Citizen. Like, it doesn't really do a thing. We're doing power right now, if that's what you're referring to. Where's the puddle icon? There it is. There we go. This will give us an idea of what this is going to look like. We can change the color later. So yeah, there you go. That's good enough. Where's my brush hardness? I need to do that. And no, we don't need errant pixels. So the guns are called out. The engine's called out. I don't feel like this is correct. Right here. Just want to make sure that's like equidistance. Alright, and then we need to create like power lines going to all this stuff. And then we need the little thrusters to hook up. And don't worry about the power plant. We'll make the power, adjust the power plant a little bit. And we'll change colors for these guys. We need to black these guys out and then make them fill up. We'll probably use a black background on this thing, or we can use a transparent one. We're making Stream Deck icons. Exodus. Slowly. And then, of course, we need, like, a shield grid, too. I'm like, well, the shield grid should be pretty easy to do, because you just, like, outline the entire ship and then get rid of, like, this area. Right? Let's add that. This will be... using a layer in OBS. I could do transparent layer. So the shields will just do like the magic select tool, right? Layer group. Or we can just do the Hornet layer like this. And we need to grow it. I don't know, 5 pixels? There we go. Feather edges. And then we'll just see how this works. It has to go down that way. And the idea is like you have like the, as the animation continues, you have the shield layer grow and grow and grow. All right. There we go. So radius, threshold. Don't select transparent areas. And edit, select, grow. Let's try 10 pixels. And then go to the shields. That's actually pretty good. I like that. Right? Shields layer, shields level 1. Because we're gonna have to we're gonna animate the shields to be like bigger and bigger, bigger. And we can get rid of this area by here. And then we can do and then we're gonna go back to this. Turn that off. And then let's grow the layer by another 20 pixels, by another 10 pixels, you think? And we can work with the color on this. So the idea is like you're gonna go through boop, boop. So your shields will start coming up, right? And it'll keep getting brighter and brighter to indicate your shields are... And we could probably do more anti-aliasing, but the idea is like we need to show the weapons powering up. Obviously we have problems with this getting washed out, the engine getting washed out, the cockpit the inside of the cockpit doesn't need to be a thing, which we could fix by just kind of like doing this for the cockpit. Then coming back here between the fins, kind of doing that. I don't want to do too much cleanup, but it kind of gives you an idea how we're going to do this, the shield animation. We'll just have several layers of like the shields coming, like growing as power starts getting distributed. And that's really just kind of a prototype to give you an idea of like and we can use a different color besides red. We're not going to use red. We're going to use probably like blue or something that stands out a little bit better. We could even do a level 3 beyond this. But yeah, that's just kind of like a prototype. Like I like that. I like that. So we're going to use that idea. And of course we need to do pipes between here and here, and then we need to get the little engine thingies. Thrusters. That's gonna be over there. And we'll just do like, we're not actually gonna get the thrust because again we're at such a small level of detail that there's no point in ripping the thrusters off the main Hornets. Is this 1080? Yes, 1080. So we could if we wanted to actually get their placement proper. We could just copy them out if we have like the icons. Probably be faster. Documents, base icon, base images. We also need to do like a landing mode. We'll probably use that for like changing gears or something. All right. So what we're gonna do is file new. Okay. And we'll just take this guy, throw him in here. Because the thrusters are right there and up here. So we can kind of get... Kinda. Their location. Off the original Hornet. Where's the game? I don't think that does anything. We can just use this one. Paste, anchor him, and then crop the content. Let's see, here's a transform. There we go. That gives you kind of an idea. There we go. Gives you kind of an idea where the thrusters are supposed to be. And that's what I want. So we can take this image and put it down here. We'll probably use it for the thruster layer. The timer? What are you talking about, A-Corpse? What are you talking about? Alright, and then we can just kind of erase this kind of stuff, because we really just need the thruster placement. Oh, okay, so okay, cool. And then... Oh, this is going to be so nice, because I actually have, like, a nice little angle here for this. So let's get the pin out. The pin. Let's get this guy. Appreciate you letting me know. I think I have the bot blocked in my, like, combined chat for both YouTube and Twitch. There's 2010. Hey, 2010. I should probably, like, do this with, like, another layer if I'm going to draw this on top of this. Yeah, like that. We could do it by hand, but honestly, like, doing it by, like... We do have, like, this smart select tool we can do it by. Now, let's not feather those edges. And then, let's try filling with foreground. And then we'll have pipes running to the various thrusters on top. Doesn't that look good? Doesn't that look good? I think it looks good. This one will be easy. You just follow the white bits. I think. I pray. And if I want to, I could probably just copy and paste those bits and just flip them. Hey, straight white chainmail. Instead of doing what I'm doing here. That way I can just do it. I just copy one and then just flip it to the other side. I probably want to do that. Oops. I think I just delete. I think it went a little too far. Oh, a cut layer. Yeah, we want to do this one. All right, so what I want to do is go into this one. I want to go back. Yeah, I want to do that. And we're going to take this one, we're going to fill it in. And then we're going to copy. That's thruster. Port forward. Port side. WD. So port forward. And we'll try to see if this works. Okay, it does work. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're in this layer, so we'll just flip him and rotate him. Probably go more generic on the representation of the thrusters. I mean, that's what we're trying to do. Like, they're just kind of there. Because it's going to be a really small icon, so we need to make, because we don't need a whole bunch of detail. And we'll find out when we finally get down there. Let me kind of do it already. We can kind of do something. So layer, let's see here, flip vertically. No, that's not what I want. Flip horizontally, sorry. Transform, flip horizontally. Oh, look at that. I don't even need to do anything. So like I said, we'll have the power plant in the center. We'll have the thrusters outlined. That's really all I want. Thrusters, engine, weapon, and shields. And so, because it's flight ready, right? So you're supposed to be everything's getting powered on. That's what we need to demonstrate with this icon we're building. And so if we want to, image layer. I do need to scale the layer to scale this thing, but I like having this much shit here. So if we go layer group, and then we select everything we have right now, and then copy, go into like this, file new, yeah, and then paste in here. We could do a temporary. Anchor that. Oh, we forgot to get rid of the background. So plus that. Control V. Anchor. Select that. Image. Cropped content. File or image. We want to scale the image to 144. Scale, and then file, export as, no, not a template. Export as, Hornet test into our work in progress. Nope. Flight ready icon, whip, test, PNG. Export. And we'll try that here. So the red bits, the thrusters, are tiny on the thing. Yeah, Rob, we're doing arts. It is very difficult to see the red thruster icons on there. 2010, so you're probably right. We don't need to go too crazy. But they're there. They're kind of there. But it just kind of gives you an idea of what the scale of things we're dealing with. When you start getting to icons this small, you do need to test them every so often to make sure it is readable. And it kind of is. So there is some merit to doing that. Some, not a lot. Because when you're working on stuff like this size, it's like, oh yeah, I can totally see all this stuff. It looks really cool. Like, and then you actually get it to the icon size, the 96 by 96 pixels, and it's just like, oh, I can't. That detail's just gone. All right, so what we need is our layer, and this is going to be thruster rear. Right rear. RR. This is, I mean, we could do the front forward, or right, what is it? That is front left. We'll do FL, front left. We'll just do like the mechanic stuff. Front right. All right, thruster layer, come here. We need to get our thingy bob out, which is, no, this guy. And we want to do the right rear, which is just going to be this guy over here. So we can actually afford to like be more aggressive. Oops. we can afford to be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to like making the thruster sizes. In terms of like selection. Selecting them. And then, yeah, we got the proper thing selected. Because you're going to lose a lot of detail in this. There you go. And if we get rid of the layer, good enough. And then we want to copy that. And then new layer. And that's going to be left to rear. And then edit, paste, anchor that. And then left rear, layer, transform, flip horizontally. And it kind of ends up in the same spot. We may have to adjust it a little bit. Yeah, you can definitely see it doesn't quite go there, but we can just make a manual adjustment. There you go. A lot of that is due to how the model is set up that I made. I could just like drag them like that. There we go. You're not gonna notice just a little bit of stuff being offset, but here we go. Things are starting to show up, right? And then we have like the shields are going to be powered up like that. Cool. Cool. I love it. Now we need to make the power plant bigger. I need to make the power plant a lot bigger. So is that really how the thrusters are laid out on this thing? Yeah. That's how they are, Vertigo. All right, so we don't need this anymore. That can go away. This work in progress layer is just kind of like how it is. All right. The shields are great. Yeah, no, I thought the shield effect is going to be really good. We could definitely have a little more diffusion in it. Have some more water here. Yeah, so now we need to figure out how to do this. How are we going to do this? Like, we have an animation we want to do. So this is going to be your first frame right here. And then we're going to build off this frame. So you basically just copy this frame and you go on to the next frame, the next frame, next frame, next frame, next frame, and you just have like animations you apply between the frames. And I need to go use the restroom because I'm getting excited. I'll be right back. Just need to go take a piss. Too much water. All right. Who would imagine me doing art? I know, right? It's me expanding my horizons. It's good for you. I recommend you do it too, Nakwa. Every so often, if you find yourself getting like upset or something on stream, find something for yourself. Find something else for you to do. You never know. You never know what's gonna be your breakout success. It could be some little tiny project you start. Like, I'm teaching myself how to do art. Come watch me fuck around with GIMP and watch like videos and learn how to be an artist or something. And it is relaxing. I have to admit that. Like, I'm not stressed out because guess what? This program I'm using just fucking works, right? It's not like Star Citizen where it just crashes the desktop or kicks me out for no fucking reason. I could sit here in GIMP and I could use GIMP for hours and hours on end. And as long as I just have to remember like to save my work every so often, right? And I make progress too. Like, I'm literally making an icon. I'm putting a lot of effort into this icon, probably more than I should, but every hour I spend on this thing makes it better in some way. As opposed to Star Citizen, every hour I put into Star Citizen doesn't necessarily make my account better, worth more, doesn't enrich myself. I'm enriching myself mostly doing this. I'm teaching myself how to make animated emotes or animated Stream Deck icons using a very archaic method of animation. But there's a level of enrichment that happens here while I'm doing this. Yeah, self-education, exactly. Enrichment would be another word for it. Does my viewership really care that I'm doing this? No, but I needed a break. Like, Star Citizen was just fucking beat obnoxious. All right, so we got some cool stuff going on here. We have some good ideas. The hard part is like, okay, how am I going to get this stuff? I like the glow of the shields. I think I may do something similar for the weapon systems, where I definitely need to like make this not glow so much. Luckily we have the guns underneath them. I don't need to clean this up because you're not going to notice. You're not going to notice these green pixels at the level we're dealing with here. So having a transparent layer that runs to all the guns and whatnot, like cutting through this guy right here, the main layer, is probably what I want to do. I need to figure out where I want to slot this thing, the power plant, because it's gonna be kind of like the whole thing. I need to scale it up. If I even want this fucking thing. Yeah. And like I said, if you want these 2010, I don't know if you care. If you want some of these icons, I'll let you have them for free. Or you have to subscribe to get them. Nah, I just give them to you for free. I'll probably put them on Discord or something. You can't resell them. Don't sell these things, because I could sell them if I wanted to. Let's see here. A little bigger. A little bigger. Also, we can modify this thing too. I like the idea of like what this is, this icon, but cutting it straight from the. Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do smart select. So we're gonna use this guy. Use this. I just want the kind of the general shape of it. I wonder if I could like make this shape in here. In Paint, I can easily make this shape. I can easily make whatever the fuck this is. Jonelle, yes, Jonelle, I'm making art. I'm making art for Star Citizen. Also listening to the really good Stellaris soundtrack, because it's amazing. So what we need to do, go to the whip layer. Yeah, I feel like I could just make that shape with some other form. There's got to be a better way to do that that's more precise. Because it's basically just a barrel shape with some, like, tetrahedrons on the side, right? I feel like I could just make that. I mean, if you want to trace the shape, here you go, right? There's like tracing, which is kind of like really bad artistry. Battery cells. I mean, there's got to be a better way to do that besides tracing. Tracing is kind of lazy. For some reason, Microsoft Paint just has a better selection of, like, shapes and whatnot, geometric shapes to play with. I don't feel like GIMP has a very good selection of different shapes to play with. Like, it has round select and, like, square select, and it's just like, oh, well, I want to play with more shapes. How do I do that? Like... So I could, like, do this. Red outline, white with red outline. We'll do, what, 400 by 400? Make a square. If I could actually do a 400 by 400 pixel, that'd be great. May have to, like, do 4.9. Oh, I probably should have filled the color. There we go. It's not quite a square. That's nice. I don't care. We'll just, like, copy and paste. We can just do that, and then we can just do a select. Yeah. Can't do that. If I could do a 400 by 400, that'd be great. There's also Paint doesn't have the ability to, like, select stuff directly. The nap crashed after work. Was so cold outside. Yeah, he lives in the northern countries of Europe, Switzerland. It's cold out there this time of year. There we go, 400. And a couple pixels up. Boop. Look at that. 400 by 400. Crop to selection. Actually, we need to do cut and crop. Not Switch, Sweden. It's not, or Swiss. Sweden. I always get confused. I think I have like a reminder on your account on Twitch that you're Swedish. Do I want barrel shaped? Is it like, hold on. I think it's a perfect square. We can find out. Size. No, it's rectangle shaped. Let me give you a hint here. -40 degrees centigrade. Well, negative 40 degrees Celsius is the same as -40 degrees Fahrenheit. Believe it or not. All right, so we need to find another study music. Music to work to. Oh, we have the Heart Spaceship Breakers soundtrack. Also works. So yeah, it's barrel shaped, I think. Because it's 32 by 43 is the size. And burning dino flesh to stay warm. Dino juices. Dinosaur juices. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Alright, so it is difficult, so we're gonna need to do a rectangle with this. So we can do... What is that? We also do this, right? So we can do 500 pixels wide, 500 pixels tall by 400 pixels wide. Something like that. There we go. I'm just using red as like a thing. All right, and then we need to create like a thing here, right? For the power plants. We even have lightning bolts built into this thing. I think I want to do like this triangle here. Trying to see if I can remember. No, you can't really do that. But we can use this diamond shape to do what I want to do here. Kind of like that. Then we can copy that and paste it over the other side. Yeah. Or we could use the... Oh, God, yes. Okay. Yeah. I see now. Do y'all see what I see? I see it perfect. And then we grab erase tool. No, I'm gonna do like be white. Grab that. There's our power plant right there. We have part of it. We do need to clean this up right here. There has to be easier ways to do this. But that kind of gives you an idea of like how you'd make it. That shape. And then you put a lightning bolt in the center. I know how to do the lightning bolts. It's just a triangle. There has to be a better way to do this in GIMP, though. That's my problem. GIMP would be a lot more... Like, I'm happy to do freehand shit in Paint, and that's not optimal, but it gives me an idea of how to do it. With GIMP, I could go, like, I don't know, 400 by 500 pixels. That's way too much. Gives you that barrel shaped. And then we can do... Let's do 40 by 50. That's way too small. Right. So that gives us that. How come you're not erasing? I'm on the erase tool. No. You're not locked. You're not locked. Or anything like that. There we go. Select all. Apparently, I didn't have anything selected. But anyways, we're gonna do what this is gonna be our power plant. I think I may end up just doing like what they did here, minus these little weird things on the side. We'll just do like this curve thing. Like I said, it's so much easier to do it in like Paint because I have more options. This doesn't give me a lot of options in terms of like weird shapes I can make. I have like freehand stuff I can do. It's also available on Linux. Ooh, there you go. Because it's open source. Grading tool, clone tool. I don't know. That's very much a radius. So we do want a bit of a radius. Yeah, that's the problem with Windows. There's just so much stuff that Windows is baked into. And that's the problem the Chinese are having right now, too. Believe it or not, the Chinese want to get rid of Windows as well and have their own operating system, but Windows works with so many enterprising softwares. Like, not just in China. It's not just for internal use, but external use, too. Like, if you want to, like, send a file to, like, someone else in another country, they're probably using Windows as well. Yeah, there's the European Union wants to do it as well. They want to make their own version of an operating system. They've been trying for years, but Windows is just too embedded into everything, like throughout the entire world. China is putting a lot of effort in developing their own operating system and trying to break away from Windows. But again, like if you send files to a foreign country because you do business with other countries, You need to convert that file into something that is usable in Windows. So that's the problem. I can't remember what they call it, but Windows has its own little garden, and it's hard to dethrone Windows because of just how ubiquitous all the apps are for it, and everybody uses Windows. Oops, got a little wet there, a little moist. All right, so the size, we can actually make this fairly. I think it was like 40, maybe more barrel shaped. Yeah, like that. What if we made it... They're getting something there. How about a 10 radius? What does that do for us? No. About a 37, you become a circle. We just need like a little bit of radius. I don't even know if that's like exactly centered. We could show grid and grab this guy, move him to the group. Look at that! We have a grid now to work with, Vertigo. Who'd have thought? If you work within the grid, you'll get stuff done. Okay, so we got that radius. Let's do like a 2 or 3 radius. Let's bring it down half. All right. There's our power plant right there. And then we put like a little lightning bolt in the center, like we have here. And again, I can make lightning bolts. It's just a triangle. Right, you take it, you make one triangle, and then you flip it. That's how you make it. So I'm like, let's just not trace. Let's make our own thing, right? Right. So what we'll do is we'll bring this outside our stack here. We'll add a new layer group. This will be the power plant. Nope, cancel that. Don't print that. So power plant, PP group number 1. PP stands for power plant. And so we need another background. This is going to be lightning bolts. You should probably get some sleep. I'd recommend it, Naquo. Alright, so how are we going to make a triangle? Well, we have the Smart Select tool. You really need like an acute. It can't be a right angle. It has to be fairly acute. So you have to do something like this. There we go. I probably want it a little thinner. Something like that. And then fill with foreground color. And then layer, Crop to content. Let's see, layer. Is there a copy one? Select copy. I'm going to show you how easy this is, everybody. Right? And then layer, transform, go vertical. Oops. Layer, crop to content. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad thing. So we got that. We got the lightning bolts. Okay, so this background one. So we want to layer, we want to rotate, transform 90 degrees, and then we go to this other lightning bolt and rotate 90 degrees. Nope. Yes. And we already have a lightning bolt. It's right there. You can make it adjust it a little bit. Boom, lightning bolt. That's how you do it. There's two triangles, just two acute triangles like sitting next to each other. That's a lightning bolt icon right there. It's, I mean, like when I figured it out, when I was looking at like the icon pack that I was trying to copy. Where is it? Icon pack. There was like it was for like controls or something. Yeah, this one. This master mode or master one where they had the little lightning bolt inside the circle. I'm like, how the fuck did they make that little lightning bolt? Then I realized, like, oh, it's just two acute triangles, like, sucked next to each other. Oh, I could do that. I could fucking do that all day. And so we just kind of merge that down. Where's that? Merge down to that. So now we have a lightning bolt that's combined. Like that. We can move that around. Power plant goes on top. Actually, lightning bolt goes on top. And then we could take this, and then we can change the color. Because we probably have to get to red. I mean, red is kind of a placeholder color right now. We're not really doing a lot with red at the moment. But we're using red to, like, as a stand-in for stuff we're going to use later. And the red just kind of stands out really well. And so we'll switch this guy over to, like, whites. There we go. And then we can scale him down. I mean, come on, folks. Look at that. That's so good. And now we have our own... Oops. Our own homemade power plants, right? We didn't trace anything. We just kind of used the power plant that existed as an inspiration, right? Because I want to try to avoid tracing stuff, but we made it. We made it ourselves. I don't know how to do the thrusters without tracing, but they're there. But this one we didn't copy exactly what CIG did. We made our own version, and it looks fine. So we have a power plant icon for the center of the ship. It needs to be a lot bigger because you're not going to notice it this small. And like I said, I'm looking at the icon pack I have right now, and like this is at 96 by 96. You're not going to notice this power plant, so we're going to have to make it a lot bigger, which is good. It's just fine. Oh, we need more water. All right, so we're making really good progress on this. Really good progress. It's still going, but it is going. All right. Well, we can scale the power plant up a bit if you want to. All right. So I like the shield's idea. Light thrusters are fine. Weapons are fine. That's fine. Power plant needs to be bigger. And then we need to... Now we need to get the wires going. Right? Oh, we could have rounded the edges on the original cube as well. That would have been nice. But we needed the wires going. Trying to think of how that's going to work. We'll just end up just cutting into, like, the ship. Again, cut into the this transport and Hornet whip. So what we'll probably end up doing is merging these down into this guy, or like deleting the stuff underneath all this stuff. Because we don't need the stuff below the Hornet. Like I said, well, we could. Trying to think of how we're going to do this. Because I would like the glow effect from the shields. I like that. I really do. So we need to figure out where the power plant's going to be. And so grid would be really useful for this entire goddamn thing to be on the grid somewhere like that. So it's lined up a little bit, at least the nose. That's a little over. Like I said, I cut this out of Star Citizen itself, so it's not going to be right. I don't think anything moved. It looks like these frontsters. Looks like these front thrusters moved a little bit, but they didn't. Well, actually, everything did. I thought I moved everything, but I didn't. Control Z. I think I need to lock them down. I want to move everything. Yeah, there we go. Moves all together. Okay, so that's actually lined up properly. We're at. If I moved it over to 500, right? Go over to the 500 pixel mark. At least we know we're at 500, so we know how wide we're going to be. It's at 1380. 1381. And I just want to move it up just a little bit. So it's at 40. Okay, so that gives us some measurements for this thing. It gives us reference points. So I want to know where the exact center of this thing is. So we can just lock everything down. We want a new layer to run over the top of everything to kind of give us an idea of where the exact center of everything is. View. Because I want the power plant to be roughly in the center of the ship. Good way to do that. That's the center right there. All right. What about the center of the wings? The perceived center of the thing. Right. So the center of the image is actually further back, just underneath the power plant here. Like this guy. Oh, what are we doing here? Now we need to be up here. So apparently that's the center of the image. It doesn't look right. Then we can grab the power plants. Or the PP, this guy. And we can move him. Oh, shit. I just want to move this guy. Why are you being such a... You're not in... There we go. God damn it. Christmas Hornet? I guess. There you go. That's where the power plant should be. In the center. It looks like it's a little too far down to the left. But it is lined up with the cockpit. I swear to God. It should be forward and to the right just a little bit. Yeah. That looks, it still looks a little off-center. Boop. Red is a placeholder. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't exactly like I cut it out. So there you go. So that's the power plant. We need to increase its size to make it more. So we need to scale it. Why is this thing so massive? There we go, crop to content. There we go. It was like the entire image. What do you think? Right there? All right, let's do this. Kind of want to do a quick and dirty. Quick and dirty, like, size check on the power plant. Make sure it's readable. Copy. What? Oh, shit. There we go. need to watch what I'm doing here. I don't care about the black line. Image crop to content. Then we do image scale to, we do 144 by 144. No, not save. We want to export as. So I'm not going to use that one anymore. So yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see the power plate. The lightning bolts, can't tell. Lightning bolt is way too small. I thought you were making images of ships where the power plants are located. Bummer. I mean, do you want me to, Daddy, fix it? I could do that. It would take me a while. But we definitely need to have, like, vital system component locations. Like 2D represented in from the top, the bottom, the sides. But no, this is not where stuff is on ships. That's a tall order because there's like a lot of ships in Star Citizen. And a lot of those ships don't have component locations. The ships would have to have like, I could definitely do the Saber and the Gladius. The Gladius has all the components in it. Same with the Talon, I believe. But honestly, like small ships, it doesn't matter right now. Because you just shoot the ships until they blow up. So bigger ships, maybe. So, the problem with some ships is that it doesn't really matter. Because you just keep shooting them, and then you get the armor down to 0, then you get the hull hit points down to 0, and then doesn't matter where you hit them, the power plant takes damage until it blows the fuck up. The engineering doesn't mean anything right now for a lot of ships, so you don't need to know where the coolers are. You don't need to know the shield generators are. Or if the ship does have engineering hooked up, all the components are in the same part of the ship, so who cares? Just you kind of aim in that direction, you'll hit something vital. Mercury Star Runner comes up to mind readily. It's not until like the really big ships, like the Polaris or the Idris, where it does kind of help to know where the power plant is, because there's several meters worth of difference between the shield generator, which is further forward, the cooler, and the power plant. And it also helps to know that you can't pen the power plant from the front of the Polaris. Like, it's impossible, because you just don't have there's no weapon in the game that has enough penetration to reach the power plant from the front. Even the Idris railgun right now, I think only has 50 meters of penetration, but the Polaris is like over 200 meters long, so you'd never reach the power plant from the front, because the power plant's all the way in the back. So if engineering was actually hooked up and turned on properly, the Polaris could tank infinite number of Idris railgun shots to the front of the ship. Same with the torpedoes. I think torpedoes don't have enough penetration to actually hit the Idris power plant from the front, so you wouldn't have to worry about that. And the CIG is starting to run into like the problem of like actually having penetration for ships that were never designed by engineers. That's why they have this really goofy like hit point system for like damaging the power plants. All right, so we need the power plant to be bigger so it's more obvious. All right, power plant, come here. We'll go ahead and save. Crop to content. Oh no, we won't do export. Made the power plant much bigger. Yes, I can see that power plant, but that lightning bolt doesn't show up as anything. Like it's really overblown. Like maybe if I got the thing right to my face, I could tell. If I lift it up and like get it to my face. But if I put my glasses on, could I read that from here? I could barely tell that there's a lightning bolt on there with my glasses on. It's really small. I'm not quite sure what we're gonna do there. But I can kind of read the thrusters. I can kind of read the weapons. I can kind of read the engine. The engine is readable. So I think the shields are what's really gonna sell this power-up thing. So there you go. All right. So I guess I can go through and do it for you for some of the ships I know. I know where the Polaris power plants is. I could do like a very flat image like this. Or I could learn how to do GIMP, and I could do like a 3D image. I don't know. Vertigo's getting hungry. I want to eat dinner. Thinking about that time. He's an old man. Maybe I want to go out and get a walk too. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Get some fresh air. I need to get some more soap from the store too. Gotta smell nice, even though you guys can't. Even though you guys don't appreciate it, I do bathe every day. So if you ever met me in person, I don't smell like absolute ass, unless I'm shitting myself. But you'd never know. Silent but deadly. I could rotate it and get a little bit more size out of it. So yeah, I think we're doing pretty good here. I think we're doing all right. Like I said, I could barely read the lightning bolts. Is that a common occurrence? In this house, considering I'm having like bean tacos for dinner, yes. I got some I've been using dried peas. I want to do peas next. Get some dried peas and make like pea soup or something out of it. But yeah, I've been using like dried beans, pinto beans, making like refried beans and like just bean soup. That kind of stuff, like bean tacos. It's good protein, it's cheap. So yeah, these days, yes. These days, yes. All right, so what are we doing? All right, so now we need to figure out how this power plant's pretty good. This lightning bolt's pretty good. I like it. It's decent. It's definitely gonna. It reads. It doesn't read well. I may want to increase the size of this thing a bit more. I could increase the lightning bolt size to make it like bigger. Let's see here. Layer. Crop to content. Oh, I was already cropped to content. It already is. Okay. The lightning bolt. Oops. The lightning bolt will read a lot better if I just make it bigger, right? And then what we can do is we can cut out portions of the ship down here using this lightning bolt. I'm not quite sure how we can do that, but there's some interesting things we can do with that, because that's what they did in their thing with the power icons. This one specifically, where when the lightning bolt goes out into here, it has a highlight on it. Hell, we can do it right now. We go magic selection tool, like that. We don't want to do rounded edges. There we go. Another that like that. So we select that, edit, fill with foreground color. It reads pretty good. And the problem, the thing is though, how does it actually read? And we can get rid of this thing. What is this? Oh, that's just another lightning bolt I made. If we do select, edit, copy, go back over here, Control Z, get rid of that, edit, paste. It's the image. There's a lot of like wasted movements here. I'm not too worried about how goofy this looks, because again, when it gets really small, it's going to change. It's going to look really different. And then image, scale image, 144 by 144. All right, the lightning bolt is a lot more noticeable. And the black outline helps, but it's just too subtle. We need more. We need a lot more going on there. Yeah, see, it kind of lost some of the pixels. Boop. Aspect ratio, like 2. 1 pixel, I guess. I don't know why I'm doing that. Oops. Again, we're just going to kind of like do this. Hey, that may work too. Kind of get these gray squares filled up. I don't know, I kind of like that. That looks kind of snappy. Just like the one side. But anyways, okay. Let's take the look at this. Okay, so that is a lot. That's a lot more defined. Yeah. If you're about arm's length away, I don't know if that shows up on the stream very well. I'd have to turn off my like green screen, which we can do like right now. Where is that? It's filters. I have to remember where the filters are. So turn off the chroma key. We actually like angle it a little bit better. Yeah, I don't have like the autofocus on, but turn that shit off. A little too close to be focusing on, but it's definitely like as far as I'm aware, like we need a stiffer. Straight white. Now I need food. Yes, it definitely works. It definitely works. We need to highlight it after we shrink it. So yeah, a lot of these animations, once we get the stuff figured out, we're gonna have to shrink everything down to the appropriate size, and then we're gonna have to export it, and then we have to work with the animations. Because once we get it shrunk down to size, that's when everything gets really finalized. We also need some BGM. But yeah, this outline just does not help here. I think it looks pretty good too. It looks kind of derpy here, but when it gets actually on the actual button bar on the Stream Deck, it looks a little bit better, in my opinion. There you go. You can definitely see yeah, that's a little bit more closer to what I see. You definitely can see the lightning bolt a little bit better. Like I said, I could rotate the thing a little bit to get a little bit more pixels and make it a little bit bigger. Lentils are magic. Okay. And of course we can make salvaging and turret and mining stuff. I do need to get the landing gear figured out and whatnot. Power on off. This will just be like a binary switch. Like I said, red is a placeholder color just to kind of make it pop a little bit more. But we're going to keep the Hornet as the green. Don't forget to save. We're going to keep the Hornets as the green color. Because it pops a little more. Because that's the appropriate color for Anvil. And red works really well, but we probably won't stick with red. We may go with like a very bright blue for power. It'll be easy to just like recolor everything. And then we'll have to go through and animate all this stuff. And that shouldn't be too difficult to do because we'll just do like... We'll just take a... Right, we'll do another frame underneath everything else. And select that. And we'll do this, right? Let's do a nice blue color. And then edits, fill all with foreground color like that. And then all we have to do is basically delete. If we do the thrusters like this, we need to do that. Smart select the thruster forward like that. Select that, and then we go to this Hornet, and then boop. What did that do, Vertigo? I pressed the delete button. What does that do for us? Look at that. It actually causes the thing to show up. So what we do is we do this, we grab this. Oh, I can't resize that. Okay, fine. Delete. But we can. We can make a box. Right? And what we end up doing is we zoom in, grab this guy, and then you have your animation right there. We simply just keep moving the box up 1 pixel at a time to indicate that that thruster is powering up, right? And we do this exact same thing with this down here. We just bring the box the other direction, right? 1 pixel at a time, and it powers up. It's that simple. Same with the engine. Like, we just cut the engine out. Give you an idea of what we're doing, right? Does that make sense for everybody? Because that's the vision I had in the shower a couple days ago, was how this is going to work. To feed power to all the components. And I can also make them... I can also just, like, replace with a brighter color. So we can start with, like a really dull blue. Like, we got that. Right. We already kind of know what blue we're using. So So we start with like a really dark blue, right? Then we put that on top of that. And we just reveal like the next level of blue. Make it brighter and brighter and brighter, or something like that. Or the idea would be to layer, like, okay, how does this work? Because we can look at the shields, right? And how they work. Because it has a very bright red here, and then kind of tapers off into like fuzz and whatnot here. So we can do a very dark blue in the center and just kind of a fuzzy. Can we do something like that? That's what I'm thinking. Oh dear. We could magic select this guy, select invert, and then shrink thing by, I don't know, 10 pixels or something. I thought that was inverted. Feather edges. How does that look? I don't want to do the thrusters. I want to do like a new layer. It'll be on top of everything. And then fill with foreground color. Okay, so it invert. That's not what I wanted. Select invert. There you go. And then edits. Yeah, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. The idea is I wanted the hole to have, like, from the center out. Have kind of a gradient going for it. Because that's how you have that cool stuff looking brighter and whatnot. And you kind of put it underneath this guy. So there you go. And you can just like change the gradients slowly. From like light blue to brighter blue, or you could just have them like change colors. So there is stuff. There is ideas happening here, right? There are ideas for animations at Border, in my opinion. Because I love this shield glow. This shield glow is amazing. I love that. I do not know how to apply that to this needs to be higher. Actually underneath. But you're not going to notice the thrusters too much. You'll notice the weapons a little bit, but you'll definitely notice the engine and the shields. So the idea is, for the first part of the animation, is you're going to have like the thrusters power up, weapons power up, engines power up, and then the shields are going to come up for the rest of the animation. And then it's going to be like flight ready over top of everything. It's going to say flight ready as part of the animation. Because flight ready only goes in one direction. It's not a toggle to turn the ship on and off. It's just the ship's off, you press the button, the ship turns on, and you're good to go. That's flight ready. The power toggle is going to be a little bit more binary, which I also need to work on. So you need to have a looping animation of the ship like powering up or powering off, coming off. And so we could use this same flight ready animation. I'd rather not, though. The one thing you want to avoid when it comes to switches, and this is something I know as a mechanic, is you want to be careful about making switches feel the same. For gradients, use half the saturation. Okay, cool. Appreciate your help, 2010. So I need to figure out saturation. This is something I do know. is a lot of operators will go off feel or tactile sense for like controls and stuff they're supposed to operate. And there is a very good argument to have different controls feel different, right? I don't know if we could look at forklift control levers. You'll have... You see this right here. Let's open this new window. You'll notice some of these levers are in different positions compared to each other, especially this one in the middle here, versus the shape of this lever at the very end. That's very much intentional by the whoever engineered this forklift. By having different levers at different heights, the operator doesn't confuse the levers with each other when you reach over to grab a lever, because operators will do that. They'll just blindly grasp at the controls to like move levers, and then something will move on the forklift in a way that's unexpected, and then you'll have an accident. So by changing the position of the lever slightly, you suddenly know this lever's in the middle because it's the highest one. This one's lowest to the left, so this one must be the one. So having two buttons look like each other is not something you want, because it'll cause you to press the button and you'll think you'll be like flight readying the ship, but you'll be power cycling the ship, which could become a problem. You don't want to do that. And there's also, I have an actual story about this. This is something my college professor taught me or told me that happened in Washington State a while ago. For those of you who have ever seen a dump truck, let's see here, cement. These guys, right? These are toys. I just want to do images. So if you've ever seen a cement mixer, right? This one looks like it's AI because of whatever the fuck's happening with this axle back here. I wonder if I can get one with a drop axle on it. There we go. Here's some drop axles. Or was it a dump truck? I think it was just a dump truck with a drop axle. So, I'm pretty sure this was it. Drop axles. We have bridge and road laws in Washington State that require a certain amount of ground pressure per square inch. Hey, cute cows. Yep, day 2 of no Squadron 42. I see you in the YouTube chat. If everybody ever wondered what the fuck these tires are for that aren't touching the road, these are what are called drop axles. They're air actuated. So the truck has an air compressor on it that allows you to store pressure for various things like the brakes. Sometimes trucks will have air starters on them too. Instead of having an electric starter, you have like air pressure that turns the engine over and causes the engine to start. It's just basically a big air powered motor that's attached to the engine that turns the engine until it can start on its own. So, and this goes back to like not having switches seem like other switches, right? To deploy these drop axles if you have a very, very heavy load of like gravel or something, Washington State requires you to deploy these drop axles to spread as much weight over the road as possible across as many tires as possible. That way you don't have a bunch of force focused on like this little area underneath your tires, because where your tires make contact with the road, that is your ground force, and that could wear out roads faster, right? So they pass a law that says, hey, you have to have a bunch of drop axles if you're going to have this much weight in your dump truck or your cement mixer or whatever the fuck you're traveling. So you end up with a dump truck that looks like this, with fucking so many goddamn tires that look like a goddamn caterpillar. And so you have switches in the cab somewhere of the cab of the truck that deploy these drop axles. And there was a story that my professor told me in college about an accident that happened. That they had a control panel for the dump truck, for the dump truck, for the dump body, for the axles. They had a control panel in the cab right behind the shift tower, right where your gear shift is. We call it the shift tower when you're working on semis, because it's an actual tower. It's actually really long. It goes right into the top of the transmission. And it was behind the shift tower, kind of towards the back of the cab, between the two seats, right? Because you have a driver's seat and you usually have a passenger seat. Sometimes they remove the passenger seat because who gives a shit? We're not here to transport people. The wheels are on top, so we can flip back over a second. So this ended up getting a guy killed. A guy died because of this. And they had unprotected switches for the drop axle, especially the one in the back. And the guy was hanging his coat up in the back of the cab between both seats. He had a little coat hook up there. That coat hook eventually failed, and his heavy-ass coat landed on the control panel and deployed the rear drop axle with no weight in the bed. And what happened, these things are calibrated to lift the truck up, but they're calibrated to lift the truck up under a certain amount of weight. So he lost all contact in the rear. The only contact he had, the only tire contact he had was the rear drop axle and the front steer axle. So he lost all control of the truck. And I think he ended up like going off the road, rolling the cab over, and it killed him. But he was driving down the highway at freeway speeds. His coat fell down, hit the control panel, and deployed the rear axle while he was at speed. He lost all control of the truck, and he just right off the road. Yeah, and the rear drop axle actually has like a little bit of steering to it. Like it's designed to follow behind the truck, so the wheels have to turn, or else you wear the tires out, or it has to have some sort of differential. So it usually has like a little steering mechanism there to kind of follow behind the dump truck, and that's why he lost control, because he couldn't control the rear of the truck anymore. It was like he was on ice. So what they had to do is they went through their entire fleet and they installed, protected switches, switch protectors. Protective cover, these things. So they installed these in there. And these are designed that you can only activate these. If you wire these up properly, the activation, the danger part of the switch, you have to lift the cover and push the switch forward. Right? In order to activate, in order to make whatever dangerous operation, whatever dangerous part of the vehicle or machine that you want to activate, you have to lift the cover and push the switch forward. So energy gets applied, the machine starts moving, that's dangerous. So you have to lift the cover, push the switch forward. And so that's what they ended up doing. The safe activation, the safe deactivation or de-energizing of a circuit is when the cover is down. Because when you flip the cover down, that flips the switch to the rear position. Don't you fucking install these switches the wrong way. All right? On is always up and forward. Off, wherever the safest position is, which is usually off, you disable power to whatever device that you've hooked these switches. Always the cover's down and the switch is back. Don't install them backwards. People die when you do that shit. I've seen guys do it, and I've had to report them to like their bosses. Like, hey, this switch isn't backwards. Like, off should be when the cover's down, not the other way around. And so, yeah, they had to end up installing these switches into the cab to protect that one operation. Who gave a shit about these other drop axles? Like, these just take weight off the truck, but you still have control. So we didn't need to really care about this. The rear drop axle was the real nasty one. Hey, 2010, thanks for that resub.
20_10 just resubscribed for 29 months.
So we're learning things today. And so they end up having to go through their entire dump truck fleet and putting these switches in for the rear drop axle specifically. So in case a coat fell on the switch, it wouldn't activate anything. Absolutely nothing would happen. And I've seen that for other stuff too, where you'll have different size switches with lights, or you'll have like different textured switches. Because a lot of operators, like especially, I worked for like a street sweeper company, and a lot of those guys go out in the middle of the night or very early morning, and they just kind of operate everything blindly. The control panel's like in between the two seats, and they're just kind of poking around in the dark. So you have to have lights on all the switches, and the lights are usually in different orientations, and they have different size or different textures on the switches. So you can kind of tell. But don't use the same switch all the time. Fix their shit game. Yeah, I know, right? We were talking about that earlier with engineering. There's a reason why we're doing art right now, cute cows. There's a reason why we're not actually playing Star Citizen, why we're designing switches. Or you can use different colored lights as well as indicator. You can use a red light for one thing, a blue light for another, green light for the other thing. Yeah, they also sell these switch guards too. These things you can install just in normal toggle switches. These are designed to prevent stuff from like cooking in over the top of the hit. So if you have like a rod or something, if this guy has a screwdriver in his pocket and the rod end of the screwdriver is hanging out of his pocket and he sits down, the screwdriver can't hook the switch and then flip the switch. The screwdriver will go up over the top. That's what these are designed. I've seen these on tons of stuff. You have to actually get inside the guard and flip the switch down with your finger if you want to activate something. Here's a metal one that'll cut you the fuck up. I hate these metal ones. I prefer the plastic ones. But yeah. Switch guards and whatnot. I've had to deal with this shit being a mechanic. There's a reason why. Because people get killed from this shit. Someone falls into a control panel and flips a bunch of switches by accident. Oops. Sorry, ma'am. Your husband's not coming home tonight. A lot of this stuff that we see in like trucks, a lot of the safety equipment, like these switch guards, this stuff was written in blood. Someone died for this shit to be invented. Like, oh boy, that guy died. There must be a way to stop that in the future. Ugh. What a way to go. Exactly, Firefly. Exactly. You want to make it so you can't accidentally bump stuff and get yourself killed that way. Still, I think these switches are pretty cool. I like the guard effect. You can flip them up and turn the switch on. Every time I saw one, I thought, oh, those are really cool. Click, click. Usually the machine was off and I was playing with the switch. But yeah, that's why I don't want to use this animated icon for like the power on and off, because I may get myself confused between the two buttons just kind of at an eyeball, at a glance. So it never hurts to have a different icon. So I'm probably going to work with like an icon that looks like this, or I could just use the power plant icon off this guy, just bigger. Because it's turning the power plant on and off, right? Done. So I already have a nice shield one, I already have engine one, has a nice weapon power one, have a nice nav mode one. Gonna get the flight ready one fixed up. I could use the background from the Anvil Carrack, the one I have for the nav mode weapon power, on this guy, so it doesn't look so eh. But I have to change the color of the ship body to not blend in so well. It's an idea. I may not do that. I may keep it black. But hey, we made progress today. We made progress for our little thing. The animation is going to be a gigantic pain in the butt, I guarantee you. So we're going to back up and save. Because I want that red, yeah, that thing. I want that back. Oh my god, we got so much stuff here. Now, is that it? Yeah, there we go. We want that. So we kind of have an idea of what we want. This background, this thing is not helping me. Delete that out of there. But we have an idea. Actually, you know what? No, let's leave that there. And of course, then we figure out the animations. Ugh, hungry. Hungry, tired. Got other stuff to work on. I even got more art to work on today. Got a video I need to do. I want to see if I can get into Star Citizen, maybe off stream solo thing for some B-roll on the video I'm working on. And I have some good ideas we talked about today for another couple other videos. Let's see. Let's actually close this one. Okay, cool. Do I want to save this one? No. Discard changes. This guy, he shouldn't have any changes. This guy, discard changes, because I just want him as he is. And then discard changes. There we go. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be Sunday. We'll have more No, tomorrow's Saturday. I'm sorry. I forgot what day it is. So tomorrow's going to be Saturday. And we'll have more Star Citizen tomorrow. Hopefully Star Citizen behaves. If not, we always have a little bit of art we can do at the end of the stream. There's always more stuff we can do. More B-roll we can record. Always helps for me to get stuff done while we're streaming. Alright. Alright, so let's find someone to host on Twitch here. See who's doing what. Oh, Patty Jinx streaming. What's she doing? It's actually, she's doing like Nier Automata. No, she's doing Dragon Dogma. Let's raid Pouty. VTuber, mute, great gal. She seems pretty good. So again, thank you everybody for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the broadcast. We'll be back tomorrow, usual time, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pacific. That is the Seattle, Los Angeles time zone. And if I don't see you again, well, I hope you have a happy new year. Or at least a good weekend, right? Because the weekend is coming up. Saturday's coming up here soon, right? Almost there. Almost there.